Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Rip, tear you, kill you, hungry, eat you. Leysen's sharp ears caught the faint, murderous whisper echoing inside the great hall. The voice dripped with bloodlust. There was only one creature that could sound like that, a basilisk. But the timing was wrong. The basilisk wasn't supposed to surface yet. Had his presence in this world disrupted the flow of events? He quickly scanned the hall. Hermione and Penelope were both seated safely at his side. At least the people closest to him were out of danger. Then the screams came. Several sharp cries split through the hall, silencing the chatter. A second later, the crowd surged toward the entrance, panic spreading like fire. Leysen calmly tightened his arms around Hermione and Penelope, keeping them close. Beneath the folds of his loose wizard's robe, he drew his wand from his small world. Hermione and Penelope, catching his signal, discreetly pulled out their wands too, the concealment trick Leysen had taught them from day one. Rule 1. A wizard never lets go of their wand. They moved with the crowd, but Leysen already knew what awaited them outside. The basilisk had struck. The noise ahead ebbed into silence. Then one by one the students stopped moving forward, frozen in horror. There, under the torchlight, hung Mrs. Norris, Filch's scrawny cat. Suspended by her tail, her body was rigid as a board. Wide yellow eyes stared blankly ahead, lifeless and chilling. The smell of damp stone carried something faintly metallic. Blood? And scrawled across the wall in crude, wet letters. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Delacour's voice broke the silence as he read the words aloud. He almost spat the slur that followed, mud blood, but one sharp glance from Leysen stopped him cold. He smirked instead, turning his attention toward Harry, who stood awkwardly at the scene's edge. To the other students, Harry's panic looked like guilt. Worse, he was alone. The suspicion was instant, heavy. Colin Creevey fumbled for his camera to capture the scene, but Cedric Diggory pressed it down, preventing disaster. Harry's face paled as realization struck. He had rushed here recklessly, without a companion. Now, even if he swore innocence, who would believe him? What's going on here? The crowd parted as Filch shoved his way forward. His eyes locked on Harry, then shifted. His pupils shrank. Mrs. Norris. His voice cracked into a wail. Potter, what have you done? Did you kill her? My cat. My only friend. I'll kill you. Filch lunged, clutching Harry's sleeve with trembling fury. Harry stammered, terrified, but the caretaker couldn't hear him. Rage and grief had drowned out reason. Argus. The deep, commanding tone cut through the chaos. Dumbledore emerged with Professor McGonagall and others, his presence immediately steadying the crowd. He placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder, calming the boy, before gently lifting Mrs. Norris down from the torch stand. She is not dead, Dumbledore said gravely, merely petrified. The hall exhaled as one, though the fear remained. Prefects, McGonagall barked, escort your students back to the dormitories. Headmaster, my office is closest. Lockhart butted in with his trademark false enthusiasm. If only I'd been here earlier. His words fluttered into nothing. No one was listening. Leysen leaned toward Hermione, whispering a few quiet instructions, before following the Gryffindor crowd back to the common room. There the whispers began. Theories, suspicions, condemnations. To them, Harry's guilt looked undeniable. He had been found first at the crime scene, face pale, heart racing. Leysen didn't join the gossip. He sat apart, lost in thought. Who had opened the chamber this time? In the original timeline, it was Ginny Weasley, manipulated by Tom Riddle's diary. Leysen had even seen Lucius slip the diary into her cauldron weeks ago. But things had changed. Hermione had investigated on his request. Ginny confessed she had once owned the diary, but she had realized its danger and, with friends as witnesses, hurled it into the Black Lake. So how had the diary returned? And if Ginny no longer carried it, who now held the key to summoning the basilisk? Leysen's eyes narrowed. The game had shifted. The next morning in the Great Hall, a short announcement was delivered regarding the incident with Mrs. Norris. Though she had been found stiff and hanging like a corpse, she had not died. She had been petrified. The professors reassured the students. This was not something a second-year wizard, least of all Harry Potter, could have done. Petrification required advanced dark magic, far beyond Harry's reach. Moreover, a cure was possible. The mandrakes being cultivated in the second-year herbology classes would, once mature, provide the potion needed to revive her. For now, the students were urged to remain cautious. If anything suspicious appeared, they were to report it immediately. The statement eased most of the panic and temporarily cleared Harry's name. But not everyone was convinced. Draco Malfoy, smirking with delight, loudly proclaimed in the hall that he'd catch Potter's slips sooner or later. Leysen didn't waste his time on childish rivalries. His thoughts were elsewhere on the diary. If the basilisk was on the move, then Tom Riddle's diary was no longer at the bottom of the Black Lake. That much was certain. Two possibilities lingered in Leysen's mind. First, Ginny had only pretended to throw the diary away and still held it secretly. If so, then the attack on Mrs. Norris could have been her doing. Second, she had truly discarded it, but someone else had found it and fallen under Tom Riddle's sway. Either way, both avenues needed investigation. But before he pursued it, Leysen decided to bring Hermione and Penelope into the fold. Leysen, what happened that night? It was the basilisk, wasn't it? Before he could answer, Hermione and Penelope spoke almost in unison, their expressions serious. The basilisk, Hermione began, danger level XXXXX, is an artificially bred monster. The first recorded basilisk came from the experiments of Herpo the Fowl, a parselmouth. He discovered that a rooster's egg incubated beneath a toad would hatch into this monster. Penelope continued smoothly. Its venom is lethal, but its true terror lies in its pale yellow eyes. A direct gaze means instant death. Indirect contact, through water, glass, or reflection, results in petrification instead. The victim can be cured with a mandrake restorative, just as the professors announced this morning. Leysen couldn't help chuckling at their solemn delivery. What's this, a little palace coup? You two plotting to squeeze the truth out of me. Both girls flushed in embarrassment. They had rehearsed this, afraid he'd tried to withhold information, and had wanted to prove their determination. Leysen had seen through it instantly. Yes, he said finally, his tone serious. It was a basilisk. Mrs. Norris survived because she only saw it in the reflection of water on the floor. She'll recover once the mandrakes mature. But we can't count on luck like that again. If we face it, one wrong step means death. That's why we'll begin practical training soon. Hermione and Penelope nodded firmly. That was exactly why they had pressed him. They didn't want to remain sheltered chicks under his wing forever. Penelope then recalled, someone mentioned seeing hordes of spiders fleeing the corridors the night of the attack. That makes sense, Leysen replied. Spiders, ordinary or acromantula, see the basilisk as their mortal enemy. Their flight is a warning sign. If we pay attention, they could be our early alarm. It didn't surprise him that the girls already knew so much. After all, he had once asked them to research Parseltongue. Naturally, they'd stumbled across basilisk lore as well. But even without that, both had grown fascinated with magical creatures under his influence and often read up on them. And besides, the basilisk's last attack was hardly a forgotten rumor. 50 years ago, in 1942, Hogwarts itself had been the stage. Names tied to that year still echoed through history. Dumbledore, Hagrid, Moaning Myrtle, and Tom Riddle. The circle was tightening. By the way, regarding the attack on the Chamber of Secrets, we also discovered that it actually happened 50 years ago. The little wizard I met last time when the basilisk came out of the cage was not as lucky as Mrs. Norris. He just stared at the basilisk and died. Oh, it's the crying myrtle in the girls' bathroom, right? When Leysen took Penello's words, the other party didn't expect Leysen to know so much, and was a little surprised for a while. But after thinking about it, Leysen seemed to be mysterious and omniscient, so he wasn't surprised. After all, the mystery and erudition of Leysen is also a charm that belongs to him alone, making it impossible for Penello to escape from his vortex. Leysen and Penelope are currently in the room of response, so there are only 3 of them in the room. After thinking about it, Leysen plans to tell Hermione and Penelope everything about the Chamber of Secrets from beginning to end. I don't know how much you know about the Chamber of Secrets, so I'll tell you roughly what I know. Hearing Leysen's words, Hermione and Penelope got excited. It was indeed like what Leysen said. What they understood was only what was recorded, and they didn't have a systematic and comprehensive understanding. About the Chamber of Secrets, the earliest record is actually in 900 AD, when Hogwarts was first established. At that time, the situation of wizards was extremely bad. Especially in the Muggle world, they were regarded as heretics, and countless wizards were murdered. For this reason, the 4 talented wizards at that time made the decision to stay away from Muggle society and open a wizard training school, not only for themselves, but also for the future of wizards not to be oppressed. Compare with these 4 wizards, you are very clear. The school is also divided into 4 colleges with the names of the 4 founders: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Roina Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. In the later period, Salazar had a disagreement with the other 3 founders in their teaching philosophy. He believed that Hogwarts should only accept pure-blood wizards. Mixed blood and Muggle-born wizards are not eligible to enter Hogwarts. Of course, this idea was opposed by other people, and the contradictions gradually intensified. In the end, Salazar still scruples about the friendship with Godric and the others, and left the school on his own initiative. But before Salazar left, he built a secret room in the castle, and claimed that only his heirs could open the secret room, release the horrible things inside, let it purify the school, and remove all those who are not worthy of learning magic. All horrible things are basilisks, and those who are not worthy of learning magic are wizards of non-pure blood. Contacting what Leysen said, as well as the information she found and what happened in the past few days, Hermione straightened out this line. Penello on the side nodded in agreement. Although she didn't speak, her thinking was no slower than Hermione's. That's right, the basilisk is that terrifying existence. There is nothing more suitable as a tool for the elimination plan than a basilisk that can kill people with just one look. That's true. If I were Salazar, I would choose the creature of the basilisk. Penello said, thinking of the ability of the basilisk, a magical animal that has been artificially bred, is indeed the most suitable, not one of them. First of all, even though the basilisk was born from a male egg hatched by a toad, he is still a snake in essence, so he can communicate with Salazar, who has a parcel tongue, and Salazar can instill his ideas into the other's head. Secondly, the talent of parcel tongue is inherited through blood, which is very in line with Salazar's requirements. That is, he must be his heir, no matter how long time passes. Besides the crowing of the rooster, the Achilles heel of the basilisk is restricted only by the parcel tongue, which is tailor-made for Salazar. Finally, there are the habits and lifespan of the basilisk. If there is enough food, the lifespan of the basilisk will be very long. Just like the basilisk in Hirebo, wizards generally believe that it has lived for 900 years. And the one in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts is even older, at least thousands of years old. As long as the food is sufficient, the lifespan of the basilisk can be said to be the top among magical animals. After all, snakes also have a habit, which is dormancy. In the dormant state, the body consumes less and less. And the parcel mouth can also make the basilisk enter a deep sleep. In this state, the growth state of the basilisk will be forcibly stopped and enter a state of suspended animation. Therefore, in theory, as long as each successor of the secret room wakes up the basilisk, gives it a full meal, executes the killing plan, and then locks it back into the secret room to let it sleep, it can be passed on for at least 1,000 years. More time Salazar can't guarantee it. After all, Any force is worthless in front of time. Whether Hogwarts will still exist after thousands of years, Salazar can't guarantee it, and neither can Gryffindor and the others. So a basilisk that can live for 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years, is enough. Leysen continued to talk about the Chamber of Secrets. 50 years ago, Voldemort, Tom Riddle, in the 5th grade, knew that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and discovered his talent for Parseltongue, opened the chamber, and released the basilisk. Using the basilisk to create multiple attacks and kill a girl, Moaning Myrtle. Blame it on Hagrid. It is said that Aragog, Hagrid's pet acromantula, did it. The Ministry of Magic could not find relevant evidence, so Hagrid could only be arrested in the end, and Aragog was released by Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Good King Zhao Gok's descendants. Hagrid was also expelled from Hogwarts because of this. In the end, Dumbledore vouched for Hagrid, which also proved that Hagrid was not the murderer of Myrtle, but it was not without cost. For example, Hagrid could no longer enter Hogwarts to study, not being able to have their own wand, etc. Hermione and Penelope did not expect that the opening of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts 50 years ago was actually done by the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort. And it also involved Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Myrtle, and Voldemort shamelessly blamed everything on Hagrid. Poor Hagrid just took the blame for Voldemort. But it's normal, this incident was not found out at first. Leysen knew it by relying on his familiarity with the plot. Otherwise, the truth will only be known after Tom Riddle's remnant, soul hidden in the diary, in the future tells about this incident up. What Penelope and Hermione didn't know was that in that year, 1942, Voldemort also began to explore how to make himself immortal and found a way to make Horcruxes. And in that year, he produced the first Horcrux, which is his own diary. It was also that school year that he changed the alphabet of his name from Tom Riddle to I Am Voldemort. In the summer of the following year, Voldemort found his mother's family, the Gaunt family. After finding it, it was not a plot of recognizing the ancestors and returning to the family. On the contrary, Voldemort, who had not yet graduated from Hogwarts at this time, already possessed extraordinary strength. After finding the Gaunt family, he directly killed his father, who abandoned his wife and children. Of course, his grandparents were also killed. Maybe this is the whole family to be tidy? Not only that, he also put the blame on his Uncle Moffin Gaunt, let him spend the rest of his life in a Casbin, and stole the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family and made it into A. It can only be said that Voldemort is really worthy of his name, really enough for Voldemort, very old sixth way. Killing people, blaming others, and taking advantage of others. One-stop operation belongs to it. After Voldemort officially graduated from Hogwarts in 1945, he changed his name to Voldemort and left his 500th Horcrux, which is the diary, at the school. This is done in the hope that one day the soul in the diary will guide another person to complete what he calls a noble cause. As for how Tom Riddle's diary circulated in the middle and even got into the hands of Lucius Malfoy, Leysen is not quite sure. Leysen also discovered a shortcoming of the Room of Requirement. Although it can change the scene according to people's imagination, it can't change the creatures. Otherwise, Leysen wouldn't have to go to such trouble to get out the virtual battle spell. So why not just come to the response room? I didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. After listening to Leysen's science popularization, Hermione and Penelope couldn't help sighing, that it was just a very simple petrochemical incident. It turns out that it has something to do with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts, and a mysterious person who can't be mentioned. It has evolved to this level, and there are terrifying creatures like the basilisk. Okay, just listen to this and understand it. What you need to do now is to learn the virtual combat spell that I just told you. The most important thing is to start practicing. Today, I came to the response room not to talk about gossip, but to learn and practice virtual combat spells. That's right, after such a long time of hard work, with the help of Professor Flitwick and the others, Leysen did indeed figure out this spell. Of course, there is still a little distance from Leysen's large-scale virtual actual battle, but it is enough to accommodate the three of Leysen and Penelope. With the talents of Penelo and the others, it didn't take long to learn this spell. This spell is not divided into many levels. In fact, it is like a switch to enter Leysen's world. Is this the virtual world? Looking at the vast grassland in front of them and the forest behind them, Hermione and Penelo sighed. While Penelope and Hermione were still feeling the wind blowing across the grassland, a 15-meter-long snake with dark green scales all over its body, a bright red feather on its head, and a pair of yellow vertical pupils suddenly appeared out of thin air. Appear in front of them. Although Hermione and Penelo took out their wands subconsciously, and both used their best magic towards the big snake, but they inevitably looked into the big snake's eyes. The next moment, they only felt that their whole body quickly began to become stiff and unable to move, and even had a feeling of death. And after the big snake over there endured their 2 spells, only a few scales on its body were blown away, and it didn't hurt at all. But this action angered it, and while making a hissing sound, it tensed all the muscles in its body and rushed towards Penelo and Hermione. Hermione and Penelo wanted to move their legs, but at this moment they couldn't control their bodies at all, and even their thinking began to freeze. They could only watch helplessly as the menacing big snake about the size of a car sprinted towards them. The 2 women couldn't help closing their eyes subconsciously, welcoming the arrival of death. Forget that they are in the virtual world at the moment. Boom! When the big snake's fangs were only 20 centimeters away from Hermione and the others, the whole big snake instantly turned into a cloud of white mist and dissipated, and Hermione and Penelope over there also resumed their actions. Feeling that the body was under control again, with consciousness, and did not feel the pain from the big snake, Penelope and the 2 couldn't help opening their eyes. Holding the wand tightly, they had already mobilized the magic power in the body, and were about to continue attacking, only to find that the terrifying big snake just now had disappeared. They looked around, but didn't see anything until they saw Leysen, who suddenly appeared, and they recalled that they had entered a dreamlike fake world. "You made that basilisk just now, Leysen?" Although what Penelo said was in a questioning sentence pattern, it was in an affirmative tone. After all, such a rare thing cannot appear out of thin air. There must be a reason. Leysen smiled and nodded, ignoring Hermione's accusation over there. "How can it be like this, scaring girls as soon as they come in? It's really incomprehensible." "That's right. How does it feel to look at the basilisk just now? This is just a simulation. If you really looked at each other, you would be dead now." This is still the petrified feeling of looking at each other through other things. Hearing Leysen's words, Hermione and Penelo didn't bother to blame Leysen, but recalled the feeling of being unable to move just now. The basilisk with a bright red feather on its head, just now, is somewhat different from the basilisk in the Slytherin chamber. The difference is that 10 are female and 10 are male. The difference is the bright red feather on top of its head. Maybe because it was hatched by a rooster. So I can't help but also bring some chicken characteristics, such as the difference between male and female. The rooster has a bright red comb on its head, and the male basilisk also has a bright red feather on its head, so it can only be said that it is very similar. What Penelo and Hermione didn't know was that in that year, 1942, Voldemort also began to explore how to make himself immortal and found a way to make Horcruxes. And in that year, he produced the first Horcrux, which is his own diary. It was also that school year that he changed the alphabet of his name from Tom Riddle to I Am Voldemort. In the summer of the following year, Voldemort found his mother's family, the Gaunt family. After finding it, it was not a plot of recognizing the ancestors and returning to the family. On the contrary, Voldemort, who had not yet graduated from Hogwarts at this time, already possessed extraordinary strength. After finding the Gaunt family, he directly killed his father, who abandoned his wife and children. Of course, his grandparents were also killed. Maybe this is the whole family to be tidy. Not only that, he also put the blame on his Uncle Moffin Gaunt, let him spend the rest of his life in a Casbin, and stole the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family and made it into A. It can only be said that Voldemort is really worthy of his name, really enough for Voldemort, very old sixth way. Killing people, blaming others, and taking advantage of others. One-stop operation belongs to it. After Voldemort officially graduated from Hogwarts in 1945, he changed his name to Voldemort and left his first Horcrux, which is the diary, at school. This is done in the hope that one day, with the soul in the diary, he can guide another person to complete what he calls a noble cause. As for how Tom Riddle's diary was circulated in the middle and even got into the hands of Lucius Malfoy, Xuan is not very clear. Leysen also discovered a shortcoming of the Room of Requirement. Although it can change the scene according to people's imagination, it can't change the creatures. Otherwise, Leysen wouldn't have to go to such trouble to get out the virtual battle spell. So why not just come to the response room? I didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. After listening to Leysen's science popularization, Hermione and Penelope couldn't help sighing that it was just a simple petrochemical event. It turns out that it has something to do with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts, and the mysterious person who can't be mentioned. It has evolved to this level, and there are terrifying creatures like the basilisk. Okay, just listen to this and understand it. What you need to do now is to learn the virtual combat spell that I just told you. The most important thing is to start practicing. Today, I came to the response room not to talk about gossip, but to learn and practice virtual combat spells. That's right. After such a long time of hard work, with the help of Professor Flitwick and the others, Leysen did indeed figure out this spell. Of course, there's still a little distance from Leysen's large-scale virtual actual battle, but it is enough to accommodate the three of Leysen and Penelope. With the talents of Penelope and the others, it didn't take long to learn this spell. This spell is not divided into many levels. In fact, it is like a switch to enter Leysen's world. Is this the virtual world? Looking at the vast grassland in front of them and the forest behind them, Hermione and Penelope sighed. While Penelope and Hermione were still feeling the wind blowing across the grassland, a 15-meter-long snake with dark green scales all over its body, a bright red feather on its head, and a pair of yellow vertical pupils suddenly appeared out of thin air. Appear in front of them. Although Hermione and Penelope took out their wands subconsciously, and both used their best magic towards the big snake, but they inevitably looked into the big snake's eyes. The next moment, they only felt that their whole body quickly began to become stiff and unable to move, and even had a feeling of death. And after the big snake over there endured their 2 spells, only a few scales on its body were blown away, and it didn't hurt it at all. But this action angered it, and while making a hissing sound, it tensed all the muscles in its body and rushed towards Penelope and Hermione. Hermione and Penelope wanted to move their legs, but at this moment they couldn't control their bodies at all, and even their thinking began to freeze. As for flowers, they could only watch the menacing big snake about the size of a car sprinting towards them. The 2 women couldn't help closing their eyes subconsciously, welcoming the arrival of death, forgetting that they were in the virtual world at the moment. Boom! When the big snake's fangs were only 20 centimeters away from Hermione and the others, the whole big snake instantly turned into a cloud of white mist and dissipated, and Hermione and Penelope over there also resumed their actions. Feeling that the body was under control again, with consciousness, and did not feel the pain from the big snake, Penelope and the 2 couldn't help opening their eyes, holding the wand tightly. They had already mobilized the magic power in the body, and were about to continue attacking, only to find that the terrifying big snake just now had disappeared. They looked around, but didn't see anything until they saw Leysen, who suddenly appeared, and they recalled that they had entered a dreamlike fake world. You made that basilisk just now, Leysen? Although what Penelope said was in a questioning sentence pattern, it was in an affirmative tone. After all, such a rare thing cannot appear out of thin air. There must be a reason. Leysen smiled and nodded, ignoring Hermione's accusation over there. How can it be like this, scaring girls as soon as they come in? It's really incomprehensible. That's right. How does it feel to look at the basilisk just now? This is just a simulation. If you really looked at each other, you're now dead. This is still the petrified feeling of looking at each other through other things. Hearing Leysen's words, Hermione and Penelope didn't bother to blame Leysen, but recalled the feeling of being unable to move just now. The basilisk with a bright red feather on its head just now, is somewhat different from the basilisk in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. The difference is that one is female and the other is male. The difference is the bright red feather on top of its head. Maybe because it was hatched by a rooster. So I couldn't help but also brought some chicken characteristics, such as the difference between male and female. The rooster has a bright red comb on its head, and the male basilisk also has a bright red feather on its head, so it can only be said that it is very similar to a human. It's just that Leysen hasn't found the old textbook signed by the Half-Blood Prince. Otherwise, Leysen's strength will improve a lot after learning the Shadowless Sword. However, Leysen now has a great success or even a complete cutting curse, so it's not that urgent whether he has a magic front or no shadow. A basilisk was transformed again, but this time the basilisk did not move first and its eyes were closed. Leysen took Hermione and they went forward and walked around the basilisk for a few times to get familiar with the body structure of the basilisk, starting with the basilisk with its eyes closed. In the past, they basically practiced spells with fixed targets like now. There are also exercises for hitting moving targets, but there is no such high intensity and freewheeling practice. In fact, when encountering a basilisk, the first thing to do is to run. Run if you can, and only consider fighting if you can't run. After all, you can't guarantee that you can always avoid the opponent's eyes and not look at it. If you can't run away, start fighting. The first point of fighting the basilisk is to blind its eyes as much as possible, so that the threat level of the basilisk will plummet. Just look at the battle between Harry and the basilisk in the original timeline. After being blinded by the Phoenix Fox sent by Dumbledore, even Harry was able to defeat it, although there was a lot of water in the middle. This is the first thing wizards do when encountering a basilisk, which is to blind the opponent's eyes. But it's actually quite difficult. After all, you're not a phoenix, and it's very difficult to blind the basilisk's eyes with a single spell without being able to look at each other. At this time, group attack spells are needed, such as the 10,000 bullets spell, which can attack the enemy with deformed objects under the control of the caster, 863. Group attack can not only block the line of sight of the basilisk, avoid staring at each other, but also increase the hit probability when the number increases. Leysen and Hermione have been practicing how to deal with the basilisk. While Leysen also participated in it, it is because he plans to do something tonight, and now he is warming up. By the way, they are practicing parcel tongue. That is to say, there are only 3 of them, Leysen and Penelo. Otherwise, Leysen's appearance doesn't know how scary it is. After all, the pronunciation of parcel tongue sounds like the hissing sound of a snake, which is inexplicably scary and weird. But in fact, parcel tongue is really a language. In addition to communicating with snakes, it can also be used for daily communication and communication. Just like the Gaunt family, they communicate internally with parcel tongue, so that no outsider can eavesdrop on their secrets. Of course, this can only be done after mastering the parcel tongue very proficiently. Just like we learn to speak, we must have a very good understanding of a language. What Leysen can do now is to say some very simple sentences and words. Although parcel tongue is a kind of talent, it is still a language in the final analysis, and it is still a language to be imitated, but it is very difficult. For example, in the original timeline, Ron successfully imitated it once. As for the others, Dumbledore can understand parcel tongue, but can't speak it, and the wizard possessed by Tom Riddle's remnant can also speak parcel tongue. And Bathilda Bagshot can also speak parcel tongue after being occupied by the serpent-Nagini. From this point of view, the inheritance of parcel tongue is not only reflected in the blood, but even in the soul. Otherwise, why can it still be used after changing the body? As for why Ginny, who was possessed by Tom Riddle's remnant soul, could speak parcel tongue, Harry was the same. He had the talent of parcel tongue when Voldemort's remnant soul was still on him, but later lost this talent after Voldemort was eliminated. It seems that the talent of parcel tongue also involves the aspect of the soul, which is a bit beyond the outline, and it is not something Leysen considered for the time being. Speaking of which, the hatching method of basilisks can be said to be known to wizards with some knowledge in the entire wizarding world. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of basilisks in the wizarding world. Leysen didn't have to stare at the basilisk at Hogwarts either. If you can't buy it, then you can incubate it yourself. However, because of the danger of the basilisk, the Ministry of Magic expressly stipulates that wizards are not allowed to hatch the basilisk without permission, and those who violate it will spend the rest of their lives in Azkaban. If the Ministry of Magic says no, won't wizards do it? Of course not, although the basilisk is very dangerous. But the basilisk is also very valuable. It is not an exaggeration to call it full of treasures. Whether it is eyes, fangs, scales, snake skin that can be used to make magic props, or venom for making potions, edible snake meat can really be used from beginning to end. Especially the dark wizards, they like to do things against the Ministry of Magic, not to mention the amazing benefits of doing so. Even many white wizards try to do this. After all, it is really too greedy. However, in the end, 99.99% of the wizards failed, and the remaining 0.01% of the wizards were killed by the new basilisk. The hatching success rate of the basilisk is not 100%, even touchingly low. The first thing is to collect male eggs, which are almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. The male eggs here are not the male eggs of the male egg porridge that we usually go to the porridge shop to drink, but real eggs, which are really laid by rooster's egg. Like in that skit, the egg-laying rooster, the fighter and the rooster. Oh yeah, it is not difficult to make a rooster lay eggs in a wizard's way. But toads hatching male eggs is really probabilistic. Hens hatching fertilized eggs may not be 100% hatched, let alone toads. So the despicable Hirebo was able to get into the soul and hatch the male egg through the toad to get the basilisk. He was really the son of destiny. However, perhaps the impressive hatching rate of the basilisk is not a big problem. If there are more basilisks, then the number of wizards in England may be several percent smaller, and they have to worry about traveling. Or maybe the current wizarding world is dominated by our Dark Lord Voldemort. After all, he can form an army of basilisks. With the basilisk army, it will definitely be much easier for him to rule the wizarding world. In the future, Leysen may consider collecting more basilisks. When the time comes to form a basilisk army, it can really go sideways. Maybe other wizards may not be able to form a fire dragon army. Of course, not necessarily. After all, the fire dragon has the ability to fly. Its magic resistance is no worse than that of the basilisk, and it even has the power to spray flames. I am afraid that the death pupil of the basilisk has a distance limit, and it is not a problem to look at each other after a certain distance. It is not to make people petrified or die. It is really unsolvable to be able to petrify and die when looking at each other tens of meters away. Regarding this conjecture, Leysen also told Hermione and Penelope that they all believed that Leysen's conjecture was correct, but no one dared to use their own lives to verify it. Leysen felt that the probability of his delusional attempt to obtain a basilisk through hatching was very low, but the probability of directly capturing the basilisk owned by Hogwarts was very high. Even reaching 100% is not an exaggeration, and it's not too difficult. As long as you plan well, you will be like the three-headed dog Lu Wei and the two giant monsters in the last school year. At that time, the basilisk will be completely his own dish, but he doesn't know whether he can get the death eye of the basilisk after he recognizes the basilisk as the master. People say that whoever stares at someone is pregnant, but I'm staring at anyone who will die. So I ask you if you are afraid. With such a pair of eyes of death, you are born invincible. I just don't know if I can fully obtain this ability. After all, this ability is really buggy, and according to Leysen's research, the stronger the strength, the stronger the resistance to this death gaze. Perhaps Wizard Hao Yue will not die instantly, but be petrified? This is just Leysen's speculation. Before obtaining the basilisk, everything is speculation. It is like whether there is a distance limit for the death pupil of the basilisk mentioned above. It will only be known after obtaining a basilisk. During the day, apart from fighting the basilisk, Hermione and Penelope also learn Parseltongue from Leysen during their breaks. Although they don't have this talent, as I said earlier, they can imitate. Ron can do it, but Hermione and Penelope can't, and Leysen didn't let them learn too many words, just 2 words. One is close your eyes, and the other is leave. This is very understandable. If the other party can give face and leave, then there's no need to say more. If not, then just close your eyes and try your luck. By the way, recently Neville and the others discovered a little secret of Filch's, that he was actually a squib. During the break, talking about the basilisk naturally led to the petrified Mrs. Norris, the cat Mrs. Norris, and of course, Filch inevitably. Because Mrs. Norris, the only companion, has been petrified and has become more neurotic than before, staring at the place where Mrs. Norris was murdered, often pacing up and down with a pair of red eyes, and he thinks the attacker will come again. Let's not mention the probability of coming or not. If it really comes, you are a squib, so you are delivering food in front of the basilisk. At that time, Mrs. Norris petrified can still be saved. I'm afraid you will die if you don't stare directly at each other. Neville even saw Filch scrubbing the writing on the wall with Mrs. Skull's brand all-purpose magic stain remover, but Leysen still saw it when he passed by recently, indicating that it had no effect. Even a nervous Filch became even more difficult, trying every means to trouble the students, such as hiding in a hidden corner of the corridor secretly, and then suddenly attacking those unsuspecting students. It's not to hurt them, but to find excuses to put them in confinement, which seems to be a kind of harm. After Filch did this, it seemed that he would feel better or vent out, and it seemed that Mrs. Norris could recover sooner. But for Filch's actions, people will not sympathize with him, but will only make people hate him even more. No one likes to be angered, especially when they have done nothing wrong. While talking, the three of them chatted about knowledge about squibs. This is also the daily life of Leysen and the three of them. After all, they're all knowledgeable and studious. Every time they talk about new things and things, they share what they know. Martha called their way of getting along with each other very boring, but Leysen and the others felt very comfortable, so naturally they would not feel this way. The term, or group, of squibs refers to those who, despite being born into wizarding families, do not know how to use magic. They have enough understanding of the wizarding world. They can also see food that muggles can't see, and they can even use some magic items and magical creatures that can help them. According to Leysen's understanding and research, most of the squibs should have magic power in their bodies. It's just the amount. Otherwise, they will not be able to use magic items and not be rejected by the magic world. The amount of magic power in their bodies is not enough, and there is no way for them to awaken their magic power, and there is no way to meet the standards for entering the Magic Academy. The Wizarding Society's approach to squibs is usually to arrange them to enter Muggle schools and encourage them to enter Muggle society. After all, staying in Wizarding Society is not a good choice for them. It's still very embarrassing and sad. Even if you squeeze into the circle you can't squeeze into, isn't it? Even some pure blood. Families go to extremes to name the squibs out of their genealogy, like Sirius's Lake family, 2.6. Therefore, many wizarding families are eager to see that their children can show signs of magic violence as soon as possible, and even do some bad things to stimulate their children. In this regard, Neville has a strong right to speak. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is experienced. Of course, after seeing the vastness and magnificence of the Wizarding Society, there are still some squibs who are unwilling to enter the Muggle world and stay in the Wizarding world, and Filch is one of them. They all hold that they can still be saved, and they can still awaken after working hard. If they go to the Muggle Society, there's really no hope. For these poor people, the Wizarding world also has many supporters and carers, and they even have an organization called the Squib Support Association. There are even courses specially set up for squibs, such as quick incantations and so on. As for the effect, the beholder has a different opinion. In fact, Leysen thinks that squibs are the best way to get into the Muggle world, and they are really not in a good position if they stay in the Wizarding world. Because they can't learn magic and use spells, they are to some extent second-class citizens of the Wizarding world, living in the shadow of wizards. Over time, their temperament is very easy to become withdrawn, stubborn, paranoid, resentful, and so on. Angus Buchanan's 1900 bestseller, My Life as a Squib, made the plight of the squibs very clear. But everyone has their own considerations and their own choices. They are all adults, and they have to pay for their own choices, right? At night, an abandoned girl's bathroom on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle. Leysen, who was originally sleeping in the dormitory, appeared here not because he had any special hobbies, but because he came to do business. What's more, in the middle of the night, how can anyone come to the girls' bathroom? There is no toilet in my dormitory. How much do I love this place? So I come to the girls' bathroom during curfew. And it's an abandoned one. And there's a ghost, I think was broadcast live. That's right, because the crying Myrtle died here, and her soul has been living here after her death. So this bathroom was abandoned. Of course, the various facilities are still good and can still be used. Leysen came to the sink where he washed his hands and found a copper faucet with a small snake carved on the side. Open. The invisible Leysen directly yelled these two words in parcel tongue. As soon as Leysen's voice fell, the faucet in front of him emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then the top of the original cylindrical pool also flew upwards, and the remaining wash basins also cracked and extended outwards, exposing the hollow in the middle, and even thoughtfully, one wash basin fell to reveal a passage for one person to enter and exit. Looking at the octagonal deep passage with a diameter of 4 meters in front of him, it was pitch black, and there was a stench coming from the entrance of the cave. If there is no accident, this should be the entrance of the secret room. It is also the place where the basilisk appeared 50 years ago, and it is also the reason why Myrtle looks at the basilisk here. Who would have thought that Salazar Slytherin would have hidden the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in the girls' bathroom? This is also for thousands of years, especially after the incident 50 years ago, Hogwarts has explored the secret room countless times. And in these thousands of years, many wizard students who have heard of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets or worship Salazar Slytherin have been searching for the Chamber of Secrets for 7 years. Leaving aside the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets, who would believe that Salazar Slytherin did not leave treasures in the Chamber of Secrets for his successors. Finding the Chamber of Secrets not only means finding the monster, but also the inheritance of Salazar Slytherin. According to the legend, the inheritance of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, cannot be rejected by any normal wizard, right? Leysen didn't intend to use his body to have an intimate contact with the black, sticky, and endless pipes like Harry and the others. As for Leysen directly opening the passage to the secret room in the girls' bathroom, does the owner here, the crying Myrtle, have any objections? Or will they not tell others about Leysen's actions? Maybe she sensed the danger, so the crying Myrtle wasn't in the girls' bathroom, and she didn't know where she went to see the handsome guy. Don't think that Leysen is slandering her. How can a dead ghost still have such a hobby? But it is the truth. Even if Myrtle turns into a ghost, she is still the girl who is a bit of a nympho and likes to look at handsome guys. This is normal. After all, she was an ordinary girl when she died. What Leysen said was based on reason, because no one came here, so Harry and the others regarded it as a secret base, and sometimes came here to discuss things. Myrtle likes to flirt with boys, especially handsome boys. Our savior Harry fits her aesthetics, so she often flirts with him, which makes simple Harry a little bit unbearable. After all, a ghost who has lived for decades grandma. Where's the experience that a teenage Harry can endure? Leysen even felt happier to become Ghost Myrtle, because then she could sneak to the prefect's bathroom to watch the handsome male prefect take a bath. This is also not Leysen talking nonsense. You say that Leysen slandered Leysen, you can deny it. Myrtle is very familiar with doing this kind of thing, especially Cedric, the handsome male prefect of our Hufflepuff, is even more fond of Myrtle and often runs to peek at him taking a bath. Even in the future, he secretly peeked at Cedric's method of solving the golden egg puzzle and told Harry that the 10 ghosts who were used to sell favors are no one to do this, and even picked Harry to run over to tell him in the shower it really was. Fortunately, Leysen basically does not take a shower in this kind of public bathroom, but washes in his own bedroom. After all, knowing that there is such a ghost in the body of a greedy boy, of course the boy must protect himself outside. Of course, Myrtle has never met Leysen. After all, Leysen is fine and would not come here. Maybe she has met Leysen but did not notice. But Leysen is quite satisfied with the defense of Leysen Keluo common room. Even if he can enter the common room, he can't enter Leysen's bedroom, but Leysen's bedroom is still on guard. As for those who do bad things at night, they are all wrapped up tightly, and they have always used the image that Voldemort hates the most. This time, the old hatred may be added to the new hatred. That is to say, Myrtle is not here, otherwise Leysen will definitely fix her to open the passage of the secret room. This fix is not unscrupulous, nor is it killing her. For example, petrification or the like is still possible. Don't think Leysen is talking nonsense. How can ghosts be petrified? Just look at our unlucky, nearly headless Sir Nicholas in the future, who was petrified by the Basilisk 173's Eye of Death. You can also drink the Mandela herb potion later on. It can only be said that the ghost species is really amazing and unscientific. But talking about science in the wizarding world, I'm afraid Newton would jump up and beat people. As for why the petrified Myrtle must not be shown to him, isn't Leysen afraid of revenge from her, who is extremely stingy? There is also a precedent for this. This is what happened 50 years ago. Myrtle was always bullied on campus because she was born as a muggle, plus her plain appearance and many acnes on her face. On the day she was killed, she had been weeping in a cubicle in this washroom because Oliver Hornby made fun of her appearance. While crying, I suddenly heard the voice of a boy talking and opened the compartment to let the boy leave, but in the end, I met the Basilisk directly and died. And the boy talking in the girls' bathroom is none other than our Dark Lord, Mr. Tom Riddle. Myrtle is also unlucky. Who would have thought that the entrance to the secret room of Salazar Slytherin is here, and it happened to meet Tom Riddle, who summoned the Basilisk? In this way, if Tom Riddle didn't kill her, would he tell a secret? Poor Myrtle lost her life just like that. Because the ghost only retains the memory of the moment before death. Myrtle, who became a ghost after death, can't remember how she died, but she blames Oliver Hornby for all this. Then he began to follow Oliver home, who had laughed at himself before and harassed him all the time. Oliver home, who was so disturbed, could only seek help from the Ministry of Magic. In the end, under the constraints of the Ministry of Magic, Myrtle could only return to Hogwarts, to the girls' bathroom. So the ghosts in this world are different from the ghosts in other worlds. At least they are relatively free and will not be imprisoned in a certain place. Even in some respects, there's no difference from ordinary people. They can laugh and get angry, have emotions, have their own memories and thoughts, and even be able to contact entities under certain circumstances. Speaking of it, Myrtle is not just a nickname, but a real name. In her previous life, Leysen always thought it was a nickname when she watched movies, and she didn't know it was her name until she came to Hogwarts. Myrtle's full name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Well, it doesn't matter, it's just a little knowledge. Closure. After Leysen flew into the passage, he closed the passage with Parseltongue, but he didn't want someone behind to discover this passage. Before entering, he put a bubble head spell on himself. Although there is a good ventilation system in the duct, the smell can only be said to be really strong. Luminescence. A ball of light appeared at the front end of the wand, illuminating the pipeline in front of him. Leysen continued to move forward along the pipeline. During the process of advancing, Leysen also saw many pipelines branching out in all directions, but none of them a downward pipe is thick. It seems that this one should be the main pipeline, and the other branch pipelines should be the roads that the Basilisk can travel through the entire castle. Leysen was even thankful that Salazar Slytherin didn't frantically connect these pipes to the dormitory and common room. Otherwise, it would be really unsafe to sleep. Don't ask Leysen how he knew it. He must have checked his dormitory. The easiest way is to tap to see if there is a hollow echo. With twists and turns, following the very steep pipeline all the way down, Leysen's flying speed is not satisfactory. Fortunately, the tunnel built by Salazar Slytherin is big enough, but there is really no way for him to fly standing like this. Moving forward in the endless pipeline, Leysen knew that he should have followed the pipeline to a very deep place under the ground of Hogwarts Castle. It can only be said that it is worthy of the Slytherin with the snake as its emblem. It really has some attributes of a snake. From the dampness and slime on the pipes, Leysen knew that this secret room must have come under the Black Lake. Really, it's cold and damp. But with Leysen's physical fitness, this coldness didn't affect him in any way. Finally reached, coming out of the pipe, looking at the thick layer of white bones under his feet, he knew that this was the place where the basilisk ate. Leysen didn't care about the white bones under his feet, but walked towards the tunnel. The whole tunnel was silent, and the timid ones might be terrified in such an environment. That's a snake slough? From a long distance, Leysen saw the silhouette of a huge coiled creature on the other side of the tunnel, but he didn't feel any signs of life in this silhouette. And if there is no accident here, there is only one creature, the basilisk, and other creatures will become food for the basilisk when they come here. Then it still has such a large body and no signs of life. And if it is related to the fact that the snake can shed its skin, this should be the snake of the basilisk. Leysen flew over and made the light ball at the front of the wand brighter. The light shone on this huge snake slough. Even if it left the basilisk, it was still green and very bright, even as transparent as a snake. The slough is different. This snake slough is much thicker and reflective. It seems that after the basilisk in the secret room was awakened this time, it did go out to have a full meal and fell into a deep sleep for 50 years. The gluttony after it came out transformed at once. As for how Leysen knew that the slough came off recently, not before, it was because Leysen also smelled the stench of venom from the slough on the head of the basilisk. After falling, Leysen untied the bubblehead curse. After all, you can't keep circulating there, right? It's a bit like wearing a mask, and it's uncomfortable after wearing it for a long time. And there are many snake sloughs broken into small pieces on the ground. It seems that it has been a few years old. This should be the place where the basilisk usually sheds its skin. After all, the buildings here are crooked, which must be the masterpiece of the basilisk. Such an environment is conducive to it peels off the snake's slough from its body, and it doesn't have hands and feet to help. Such a large pair of snake sloughs is also a treasure. If you sell such a snake slough to our Professor Snape, the other party should pay thousands of galleons, right? After all, a basilisk snake slough that is more than 10 meters long is very rare, and using it to make some specific potions will definitely improve the quality of the potions. But Leysen won't sell it. After his own strength has improved to a certain level to protect himself, Leysen will start researching potions, which is also something he is very interested in. After putting away the snake slough, Leysen continued to move forward. There were also countless curved tunnels. Leysen felt that there must be something wrong with the Salazar Slytherin, otherwise why did the tunnels become like this? Finally saw the thick and solid wall in front of the bed, decent, and knew that he had found the place. There are two intertwined snakes engraved on the iron plate at the entrance of the passage, and huge sparkling emeralds are inlaid in their eyes, which makes the lifelike snake seem to come alive and stare at you with its eyes same. Leysen knew what to do next, and continued to shout the word open in parcel tongue. The deep, hoarse voice, let alone other people, made Leysen feel a little creepy. As soon as Leysen's words fell, the two snakes that were originally wrapped around the wall slowly separated, or swam away as if they had come to life. And the wall also splits down the middle, slowly sliding away to the sides and disappearing, revealing a circular passageway. Well, it's very Slytherin. At the other end of the dank, dark passage is Salazar Slytherin's chamber, which is also the habitat of the basilisk. At this time, Leysen canceled the fluorescent spell on the wand, and then he would face the basilisk, and possibly the little wizard who was possessed by the remnant soul of Tom Riddle. If Leysen went in with a fluorescent spell, even if he was invisible now, wouldn't he be a living target without 300 taels of silver here? It's a dark passage, but there is still a slight light coming in that doesn't affect people's sight. The surroundings are silent, and Leysen can clearly hear his own breathing. Walking forward, you will see a huge empty room, and at the end of the room is a huge statue of a person. That huge face, an old, monkey-like face with a dense long beard. In the center of the room is a road paved with floor tiles. There are hideous sculptures of snake heads on the walls on both sides. Between the road and the sculptures of snake heads is a deep water. This should be the waterway of the Black Lake above Leysen. For such a dark and humid place, Leysen didn't like it at all. Leysen really couldn't understand how Salazar Slytherin would like to stay in such a place and environment. Leysen was suddenly glad that he was assigned to La 1 Keluo instead of Slytherin Academy. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear the strong Slytherin style. I still prefer Leysen Keluo, which symbolizes the eagle. The blue sky is 820 colors, and even the bedroom is high. Of course, Leysen, a time traveler, a safe little muggle-born wizard, is basically impossible to be sorted in a Slytherin. After all, the sorting hat has the consciousness of Salazar Slytherin. The whole room is very empty. Standing at the entrance of Leysen can be said to be unobstructed. The calm water reflects the 10 snake sculptures of different shapes on the roof. Salazar Slytherin really likes snakes to the bone and soul. Looking around, Leysen didn't find any sign of anyone. That is to say, the little wizard who got the diary didn't come in. Leysen didn't have to be so nervous for the time being. Leysen came to the sculpture of Slytherin. At this time, the mouth of the statue of Salazar Slytherin was closed, but Leysen knew that the basilisk was hidden in the statue. Since no one was there, Leysen boldly revealed his figure, but with Leysen's current appearance, no one would recognize him. Leysen began to summon the basilisk with Parseltongue. Following Leysen's Parseltongue words, the organ of the statue of Salazar Slytherin in front of him seemed to be triggered to open its closed mouth. Looking at the exposed hole, Leysen didn't know what Salazar Slytherin was thinking. Other people's mouth is a tongue. But yours is also the head of a snake, but this snake is not the other tongue. And is it cool to have a snake coming out of your own mouth? Can you make your younger generations worship you? Leysen said that he can't understand Salazar Slytherin's thinking very well, or that Leysen has been disgusting and complaining about Salazar Slytherin's preferences since the beginning in the girls' bathroom. Ka. It's just that it took a long time for the organs to be turned on. Several minutes had passed. Leysen didn't even see the basilisk crawling out of the hole. Leysen was a little unbelieving and summoned the basilisk with Parseltongue again, but still did not get any response, and only Leysen's voice echoed in the secret room. After trying again or twice, Leysen simply walked in by himself. After entering, there was a deep and dark circular passage at first, and after going around for more than 10 meters, there was a circular space. If nothing else happens, this should be the head of the statue, which is where the basilisk usually sleeps. Leysen even found a switch here, which can control the entrance and exit of the statue. It seems that in addition to the Parseltongue, the basilisk itself can enter and exit here at will. Leysen once again used fluorescent flashes to check the basilisk's nest, and found that there was nothing but some strange-shaped holes on the wall made by the basilisk, and the entire space was unobstructed, Siag. The air here doesn't smell very good. Leysen checked it out and left. Since the basilisk is not there, Leysen naturally won't leave immediately. It is rare to enter the secret room, so of course Leysen has to do a good job of searching. Leysen didn't believe that Salazar Slytherin spent so much effort to build such a big secret room just to hide a basilisk, so that the basilisk could obey the words of the Parseltongue wizard to kill the little muggle-born wizard. If it is really just to build a snake nest, there's no need to dig down so deep and make it so complicated and wide. Leysen even felt that this basilisk was not actually what Salazar Slytherin said, was in order to realize his lofty ideals and eliminate those who were not suitable for learning magic. Leysen felt that the basilisk should actually be the guard of the secret room, guarding the secret room and preventing other wizards from entering at will. In such a tangled pipeline, most wizards would fall in hatred under the death pupil of the basilisk. And in his later years, Salazar Slytherin had disagreements with the other 3 founders of Hogwarts. So he created such a secret room, of course, to hide things here that he didn't want and couldn't let Gryffindor and the others know. To be honest, Leysen, he always felt that the idea that Salazar Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets to clear up students who were not worthy of learning magic was a bit of nonsense. Or it should be a smoke bomb The smoke bomb released by Salazar Slytherin, the purpose is to cover up his real purpose of building the secret room. Salazar Slytherin was willing to build Hogwarts together with Gryffindor to shelter young wizards and provide them with a place to study, so naturally he would not have any other ideas about these young wizards. Even if there is, it is enough to have his pure-blooded Slytherin Academy. Why make a secret room to clear it? Moreover, the requirements for opening this Chamber of Secrets are so strict. It must be his successor, if he is really the same as Voldemort in his later years. He only hopes that the wizarding world will only have pure blood wizards. Then the basilisk should not appear once in such a long time, but appear once every year or two, so as to ensure that wizards of Muggle descent are eliminated. Of course, the consequence of this is that the basilisk will be killed before it comes out a few times. Don't think that the professors and headmasters of Hogwarts are idiots. So Leysen has always felt that the secret room of Salazar Slytherin is not that simple. Now that the secret room Leysen sees is only superficial, Leysen believes that there should be another secret room in the secret room. It's just that Leysen knocked the entire secret room inside and out, and even used magic to destroy it. He even tried the so-called Slytherin secret room above his head when he read fan fiction. Of course, the pools on both sides have also gone down, and there are Kappa and Grindylow. Leysen can let them go down to help explore. But unfortunately, the pool was just a simple pool. They even searched for a round along the pipes where the water flowed in, and finally had to give up before the water channel became narrower and narrower. Leysen went back the same way to see if the real secret room of Slytherin was the first room when he came here. After coming down from the passage, these two rooms were searched by Leysen, but he still didn't find anything. And during this period, the basilisk never came back, and neither did Xiao Gang and Leysen, the remnant soul of Tom Riddle. At first, Leysen thought that the basilisk was just going out to look for food. After all, after being awakened, the basilisk must eat a big meal every day after sleeping for many years. In the end, after waiting for 2 hours, the basilisk was still missing. Could it be that the basilisk was summoned to attack people again this time? Thinking of this, Leysen, who had been waiting for 2 hours, no longer continued to wait, but quickly left the secret room, entered a state of invisibility, and patrolled the entire Hogwarts public place. At Leysen's speed, even though Hogwarts Castle is huge, he still walked around in half an hour and saw Filch patrolling everywhere in Middle. I also met several times. But after Leysen walked around, he didn't see any little wizards or other creatures being attacked. Seeing this, Leysen could only confirm that the basilisk must have gone to the Forbidden Forest to look for food. Given its size, it would take a lot of time to get full. Moreover, the snake's laziness and enlarged body also affected its actions after eating, and it may have spent the night in the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Leysen didn't bother anymore. What time was it? And he should go back to rest, otherwise he would definitely be sleepy tomorrow morning. If you are unlucky tonight, the basilisk is not at home, then tomorrow night or the night after, you will definitely encounter the basilisk in 2 more nights. Then you will send the basilisk to the small world, and then take Tom Riddle's diary, get it, and finally destroy his remnant soul. Then wouldn't it be easy to eliminate the target of 1 Voldemort Horcrux in a year? Maybe the basilisk sensed the crisis early on, or maybe Tom Riddle sensed something. In the next week, Leysen went to the secret room almost every night, but he didn't see the basilisk, let alone the little boy who got Tom Riddle's diary. The wizard is gone. What the hell? Where did the basilisk go? That day, Leysen watched Xiao Yin, who was playing with the Thestrals in the small world in the distance, and said to Nobita, "He's been in the Slytherin's secret room a lot this week, and he's almost searched through it several times to be precise. And considering that the basilisk might be looking for food in the Forbidden Forest, Leysen also went to the Forbidden Forest to check it out. Indeed, traces of the basilisk crawling were found, but after a long time, it was not clear after being trampled by other passing animals, and it happened to be rainy recently, so it was even more difficult to find. For this reason, Leysen had no choice but to give up temporarily, but also made a small warning magic in the secret room, which would be triggered as soon as the basilisk came back, and Leysen would be notified at that time. This saves Leysen from going to the secret room all the time. Every time he goes to the secret room, Leysen has to change and wash his clothes. There is no way it smells bad. In these few days, nothing happened to Leysen, but to Gryffindor and Slytherin, something happened. Because this year's Quidditch match has started again. And this first match is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The start of the match finally gave our savior Harry a sigh of relief. No way, if the game doesn't start again, Harry feels that he will be driven crazy by wood. This time, Lucius Malfoy, who sponsored the flying broom of the Slytherin Quidditch team, also came to the scene, wanting to see how his son showed his prowess in this game. In the beginning, Slytherin did rely on the flying broom to gain an advantage, but our Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood, was stunned by the ball again, which can only be said to be unlucky. And this time the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, of course there will be troubles. Where Harry is, how can there be no troubles? This time it was the backstab from his teammates, the loss of control of the bludger, and it was the house elf Dobby who prevented Harry from coming to school at the beginning of the school year, and finally had to drive Arthur Weasley's magic car to school. Seeking flowers? 0. Of course, it cannot be said that Dobby is trying to harm Harry. He is just using his own method to make Harry retreat. But such kindness has caused Harry a lot of trouble, and this time the bludger went berserk and out of control as well. Speaking of this time, Leysen was also present at the match. He had nothing else to do. It was rare that it was not raining. So he saw our Mr. Della Camalfo performing the splits in the air, and he felt pain in his crotch when he saw Leysen, or the male compatriots present all felt the same feeling. 0. Lucius Malfoy, who originally wanted to see his child show off his power, saw the strange eyes of other people looking at him, and wished he could change shape and leave immediately. It's really embarrassing. Harry, who got the snitch in the end, was not feeling well either. He also fell from the sky and broke a hand. At the same time, if it weren't for his agility, the Potter family might be wiped out, but he still used his bravery to win the game for Gryffindor again. Like last year, is this plot familiar? Yes, similar to last year, when Quirrell cast a jinx on the audience. This time it's Dobby. The same Wood was stunned by the ball. The same Harry turned the tables and won the match, but was injured against the same Slytherin. It's just that this time Harry suffered even more, because when everyone gathered around, under Harry's almost desperate eyes, Lockhart cast a healing spell on his arm. As a result, Harry's fracture was healed, but the bone in his arm was gone. It became the rubber arm of Wong Lufei next door, and the bone was gone, so the problem of fracture naturally disappeared. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Just like solving a problem, if the person who raised the problem is solved, then the problem will be solved, right? It was just a broken bone, but it turned out to be so serious, according to Mr. Della Comelfort, who lives in the next bed. Harry, who drank Madame Pomfrey's potion, grumbled and groaned all night because his bones regrown. It can only be said that the fate between Della Camalfo and Harry Potter is really very deep. They were injured and entered the hospital together, and they were bedmates in the next bed. It can be said that a Quidditch match that almost wiped out the Potter family and the Malfoy family was still done by a house elf. Della was discharged from the hospital earlier than Harry. After all, he only had a thigh strain. Under Madame Pomfrey's treatment, one night was enough. As for our savior Harry, it was more difficult. It used to be a matter of drinking a potion for a few seconds, but now he has to stay in the medical room for 2 days. So he was the only one there the next night. But in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a cold voice full of murderous intent that suddenly came from above his head. Kill, kill. This voice. 8-3-7-inch. Harry sat up straight from the bed. This was the sound he heard in Lockhart's office the night Mrs. Norris was attacked last time. The last time this voice appeared, Mrs. Norris was petrified, and the so-called heir to the Chamber of Secrets also appeared. So does the appearance of this voice again mean that someone has been attacked repeatedly? Just when Harry grabbed his eyes from the bedside table, put on his shoes, and was about to go out to check, he turned his head and saw a face he least wanted to see. Dobby the house elf. For this house elf who likes to abuse himself, and then says he is good for himself, but actually makes trouble. Because of him, he is locked in the attic and cannot go out at all. If Ron and the others hadn't come to take him away, maybe he really wouldn't be able to return to Hogwarts. But in the conversation that followed, Harry knew that he couldn't penetrate the 9 1/4 of the main platform wall at King's Cross because Dobby blocked it. You know that for this reason, Ron and I had to drive a magic car to go to school, and we're almost expelled from school, but you said it was to protect yourself? In the end, if it weren't for the protection of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, he and Ron would definitely have been expelled by Snape. Even if he escaped, he still felt extremely uncomfortable at Lockhart's place. Thinking about the experience at that time now, Harry still has lingering fears in his heart. This kind of mental attack is really unforgettable. Then he knew that losing control of the bludger in the Quidditch game was also a trick of the opponent, and Harry became even more angry. Do you know that you almost killed the Potter family by doing that? Perhaps St. Mungo's hospital has magic or potions that can stop rebirth, but Harry is not willing to try it himself. In the subsequent conversation, Harry learned about the attack from Dobby again, but no matter how much Harry asked Dobby later, even if he threatened death, he still didn't get any answer from him. All he knew was that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before, and all Dobby did was to prevent Harry from going back to Hogwarts, because the Chamber of Secrets was not safe this year. To be honest, a house elf like Dobby knew that Hogwarts was not safe, and he also knew about the Chamber of Secrets, especially seeing how improbable and unrealistic it is that Dumbledore doesn't know. It also shows how unreliable Lucius Malfoy is in doing things. Such information can be known by Dobby, and it also highlights Dobby's excellence. But just when Harry grabbed Dobby's collar and wanted to ask more, Dobby left directly because Dumbledore and the others came over. Harry didn't even have time to take his eyes off. He lay on the bed and pretended to be asleep. From Dumbledore's conversation with Professor McGonagall, Harry knew that someone had been attacked and petrified again, and that the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened 50 years ago. After Dumbledore and the others left, Harry got off the bed and walked over to see, and found that the person who was attacked by the voice this time knew him. Colin Creevey, Gryffindor who just entered school this year, his own little fan, always likes to take pictures with his camera, but this time it turned out to be him. This also gave Harry a greater sense of urgency and responsibility. Since he could hear the existence of that voice, it meant that he had the responsibility and obligation to find out the other party. Well, the sense of responsibility of our Savior, Mr. Harry Potter, has been aroused. Under the training of Dumbledore last year, Harry may not have good academic performance, but he is full of enthusiasm for saving the world. Leysen couldn't help admiring Dumbledore's methods, and he could only say that the idiom, "a man grows into a master from time to time," is very reasonable. Leysen didn't know about Colin Creevey's petrification until the next day, which made him very surprised. Attacked Colin in Gwart's castle, but didn't go back to the Chamber of Secrets? To be honest, Leysen doesn't quite know what the little wizard holding Tom Riddle's diary is thinking. Why doesn't he let the basilisk go back to the secret room? Could it be that his actions were discovered? Leysen didn't go to the medical room to see Colin Creevey. That is to say, he held up a camera for everything. Otherwise, he was so curious and lacking in strength, it would be easy for him to become enlightened in the wizarding world. But Colin Creevey is a man. Why do you say that? Because in the original timeline, in the final battle of Hogwarts, he gave up the chance to leave Hogwarts, but stayed here to protect the academy. In fact, he was not an adult at that time, but he still resolutely stayed on. Even though he knew he would die, he still fell under the Death Eater's wand in the end. I can only say that this is a 3.0 boy with courage. To be honest, Colin's family is also very powerful, or his parents are very powerful. Not to say how powerful his parents are are ordinary people, and even his father is just a milkman. It means that the two children born to his parents have awakened magical powers. After 2 years, his younger brother Dennis Creevey will also enter Hogwarts, which is also Gryffindor College, and become his junior. Maybe the ancestors of Colin's parents were also wizards, but they didn't awaken their magic power later, so they came to the Muggle world and finally passed it down from generation to generation, and when Colin and his brothers awakened their magic power again. This kind of situation is not uncommon. It has happened many times in the wizarding world, and there are even wizards who have specially studied it. It can only be said that the fate between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter is really very deep. They were injured and entered the hospital together, and they were bedmates in the next bed. It could be said that a Quidditch match that almost wiped out the Potter family and the Malfoy family was still done by a house elf. Della was discharged from the hospital earlier than Harry. After all, he only had a thigh strain. Under Madame Pomfrey's treatment, one night was enough. As for our savior Harry, it was more difficult. It used to be a matter of drinking a potion for a few seconds, but now he has to stay in the medical room for 2 days. So he was the only one there the next night. But in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a cold voice full of murderous intent that suddenly came from above his head. Kill, kill. This voice. Harry sat up straight from the bed at once. This was the sound he heard in Lockhart's office 28 the night Mrs. Norris was attacked last time. The last time this voice appeared, Mrs. Norris was petrified, and the so-called heir to the Chamber of Secrets also appeared, so the voice appeared again. Does this mean that there are repeated attacks? Just when Harry grabbed his eyes from the bedside table, put on his shoes, and was about to go out to check, he turned his head and saw a face he least wanted to see, Dobby the house elf. For this house elf who likes to abuse himself, and then says he is good for himself, but actually makes trouble. Because of him, he is locked in the attic and cannot go out at all. If Ron and the others hadn't come to take him away, maybe he really wouldn't be able to return to Hogwarts. But in the conversation that followed, Harry knew that he couldn't penetrate the 9 1/4 of the main platform wall at King's Cross because Dobby blocked it. You know that for this reason, Ron and I had to drive a magic car to go to school, and were almost expelled from school. But you said it was to protect yourself? In the end, if it weren't for the protection of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, he and Ron would definitely have been expelled by Snape. Even if he escaped, he still felt extremely uncomfortable at Lockhart's place. Thinking about the experience at that time now, Harry still has lingering fears in his heart. This kind of mental attack is really unforgettable. Then he knew that losing control of the bludger in the Quidditch game was also a trick of the opponent, and Harry became even more angry. Do you know that you almost killed the Potter family by doing that? Perhaps St. Mungo's hospital has magic or potions that can regenerate limbs, but Harry is not willing to try it himself. In the subsequent conversation, Harry learned about the attack from Dobby again, but no matter how much Harry asked Dobby later, even if he threatened death, he still didn't get any answer from him. All he knew was that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before, and all Dobby did was to prevent Harry from going back to Hogwarts, because the Chamber of Secrets was not safe this year. To be honest, a house elf like Dobby knew that Hogwarts was not safe, and he also knew about the Chamber of Secrets, especially seeing how improbable and unrealistic it is that Dumbledore doesn't know. It also shows how unreliable Lucius Malfoy is in doing things. Such information can be known by Dobby, and it also highlights Dobby's excellence. But just when Harry grabbed Dobby's collar and wanted to ask more, Dobby left directly. Because Dumbledore and the others came over, Harry didn't even have time to take his eyes off. He lay on the bed and pretended to be asleep. From Dumbledore's conversation with Professor McGonagall, Harry knew that someone had been attacked and petrified again, and that the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened 50 years ago. After Dumbledore and the others left, Harry got off the bed and walked over to see, and found that the person who was attacked by the voice this time knew him. Colin Creevey, Gryffindor who just entered school this year, his own little fan, always likes to take pictures with his camera, but this time it turned out to be him. This also gave Harry a greater sense of urgency and responsibility. Since he could hear the existence of that voice, it meant that he had the responsibility and obligation to find out the other party. Well, the sense of responsibility of our savior, Mr. Harry Potter, has been aroused. Under Dumbledore's cultivation last year, Harry may not have a good academic performance, but he is full of enthusiasm for saving the world. Leysen couldn't help admiring Dumbledore's methods, and he could only say that the idiom, "a man grows into a master from time to time," is very reasonable. Leysen didn't know about Colin Creevey's petrification until the next day, which made him very surprised. Attacked Colin in Hogwarts Castle, but didn't go back to the Chamber of Secrets? To be honest, Leysen doesn't quite know what the little wizard holding Tom Riddle's diary is thinking. Why doesn't he let the basilisk go back to the secret room? Could it be that his actions were discovered? Leysen didn't go to see Colin Creevey in the medical room. That is to say, he held up a camera for everything. Otherwise, he would be so curious and lacking in strength, and he would easily get the way in the wizarding world. But Colin Creevey is a man. Why do you say that? Because in the original timeline, in the final battle of Hogwarts, he gave up the chance to leave Hogwarts, but stayed here to protect the academy. In fact, he was not an adult at that time, but he still resolutely stayed on. Even though he knew he would die, he still fell under the Death Eater's wand in the end. It can only be said that this is a brave boy. To be honest, Colin's family is also very powerful, or his parents are very powerful. Not to say how powerful his parents are are ordinary people, and even his father is just a milkman. It means that the two children born to his parents have awakened magical powers. After 2 years, his younger brother Dennis Creevey will also enter Hogwarts, which is also Gryffindor College, and become his junior. Maybe the ancestors of Colin's parents were also wizards, but they didn't awaken their magic power later. So they came to the Muggle world, and finally passed it down from generation to generation, and when Colin and his brothers awakened their magic power again. This kind of situation is not uncommon. It has happened many times in the wizarding world, and there are even wizards who have specially studied it. After dinner in the evening, in the girls' washroom, we finally grew arm bones, the savior Harry Potter, the red-haired Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom, another son of prophecy, met again in this secret base up. Here, Harry told Neville and Ron what he heard in the medical room last night, as well as about Dobby the house elf. Harry told Ron about it when Dobby was at the Weasleys before, but Neville heard it for the first time, especially when he knew that Harry and Ron couldn't go back to school on time at the beginning of the term because of him, and instantly became an enemy of Harry. Up. The voice appeared again last night. Unfortunately, I didn't have to go out to check. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find out who the person who manipulated the monster was and save Colin. Harry said with a low tone of self-reproach, and Neville on the side patted Harry's shoulder emotionally. If it were him, he would feel the same way, so he could understand Harry's mood very well. On the other hand, because the last time George and Fred got the patent fee for the Daydream Curse from Leysen, after they raised money with Percy and the others to replace Ron with a new wand, Ron seemed to have suddenly enlightened and changed himself. Although it can't be called reborn, but at least it's much better than before. Casting spells is better than before, and even master a lot of spells. So, now the most suspicious thing is Della. Don't forget the previous dispute on the Quidditch pitch, and the collision with Leysen on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of school last year, because he looked down on the little Muggle-born wizard almost got beaten up by Leysen when he uttered the word mudblood. And the day before yesterday, he was injured on the Quidditch pitch with you, and he was admitted to the hospital together. On the night he was discharged from the hospital, a monster attack happened. The timing is so coincidental. It must be venting his grievances about losing to you on the Quidditch pitch. Moreover, Colin is a little wizard who has a good relationship with you and was born in a Muggle family. On the day of the competition, he still had a camera, and he might have taken pictures of Malfoy's embarrassment. His motive for revenge on Colin is also reasonable. At this moment, Ron seemed to be possessed by Sherlock Holmes, Conan Doyle, and a certain dead elementary school student, and he almost said that there is always only one truth. When Harry and Neville heard Ron's analysis, they both thought it was quite reasonable. Della Comelford had always been against them, and she was also known for her haughty temper. And because Colin was always hanging around with a camera, Della Camalfo took Crabbe and the others to block Colin. If Snape hadn't happened to show up, the thin Colin might really have been beaten up. But for some reason, Della was not protected by Snape that time. On the contrary, Snape's face was very gloomy that day, and Della was punished and got along with Filch for a while. Harry and the others didn't know, but Leysen, who heard about it, did, because Snape saw Della Colin leading Crabbe and the others to bully the thin Colin, as if seeing that disgusting James Potter leading Cloth Lake, they bullied themselves the same. And Colin was also Muggle-born, which reminded Snape of Lily, which was why Snape looked so ugly. Then why did Della petrify Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, during the first attack? And why did she petrify instead of kill it? Also this time Colin, Doesn't he hate each other very much? At this moment, Neville suddenly asked a new question, but before Ron could answer, Harry answered first. Don't forget, we were imprisoned in Della because of Colin's incident and during the night tour last year. Enough. So he must have petrified Mrs. Norris to avenge Filch. After all, you all know how disgusting Filch is. As for why petrification is not killing, I don't know. Regarding Neville's last question, Harry couldn't think of an answer for the time being, and Young could only speak clearly. Perhaps it's because Della is afraid. Fear. Hearing Ron's words, Neville and Harry were a little stunned. How could it involve fear? They even dared to manipulate monsters to attack wizards. How could they be afraid? Don't forget, who is the headmaster of Hogwarts? That is Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard of our time. If Della dares to really kill people, then Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall will definitely turn Hogwarts upside down. And when the time comes, the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will definitely intervene, and the Della family will be unable to escape, even if he is a member of the Malfoy family. It has to be said that Ron's statement convinced Harry and Neville. After all, what Ron said was quite reasonable. Both of them knew how powerful Dumbledore was, so Ron's statement was correct. However, even if we tell Principal Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall that Malfoy is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, it's useless because all this is just our speculation, and there is no substantive evidence. It's useless for us to say more. They won't believe it. We need to find real evidence, which needs to be close to Malfoy, but he won't tell us. Harry said distressedly. Now he very much hopes that he can grab Della's pigtail, so that he can prevent him from summoning that monster to attack people again. I know a potion called Compound Potion. It's a potion that can make the drinker look like someone else. If we can turn in a Crabbe and Goyle, we can use Della's words. After Harry's words, the three of them were silent for a while, and the silence was finally broken by Neville, because he thought of a way. That's a good idea, Neville Zhaos. Can you make this polyjuice potion? Harry felt that Neville was like a ray of light shining on him at this moment. Neville's method was indeed very believable. Yes, but this compound decoction is very difficult. Even if it is cooked normally, it will take a whole month. Can you wait? Neville nodded. Although the compound decoction is a very advanced cuisine, even if it is a very difficult challenge for adult wizards, there is still hope for Neville. After all, the difficulty of the compound decoction lies in the long cooking time of 1 month, and no mistakes can be made in the middle. But Neville has nothing else. He still has patience and carefulness. Yes, 1 month. As long as you can afford it, I will work hard this month, and you can cooperate well. It is good. Our trio of Gryffindor saviors made plans like this, a month, and they can afford it. Naturally, Leysen didn't know that Harry went to the girls' washroom to plot to save Hogwarts. It can only be said that since Harry entered Hogwarts, Hogwarts has been quite busy. Busy to be destroyed, busy to be saved. It can only be said that the business is busy. He is now being surrounded by the little wizards of Leysen Kelluo, not fighting or quarreling, but asking him for advice. The news that Colin Creevey was attacked and now lying in the medical room stiff and gray like a dead man spread quickly throughout Hogwarts. Even the naughty and daring little wizard sneaked to the medical room to see Colin Creevey. But when he came back, he talked vividly, which made everyone even more scared. All of a sudden, rumors swirled in Hogwarts, and the little wizards were suspicious, especially the little wizards who had just entered the 1st grade, and they would travel in groups of 3 or 4 and gather closely together for activities. It seems that they are afraid that if they act alone, they will be attacked like Colin Creevey. And in these 2 days, the little wizards exchanged amulets, exorcisms, and various other things to protect themselves without telling the professor. Recently, all kinds of strange things have appeared in Hogwarts. The stinky garlic onion is already a common operation. The pointed amethyst 550 rotten water lily tail, the guardian tree branch, the horseradish brocade, and other lotuses. Relying on this wave of panic, the Weasley twins can make a lot of money. After all, when it comes to making magic props, George and Fred can be said to be masters. Originally, all the 10 galleons given by Leysen were invested in Ron's new wand. Now, after such a wave, although there are less than 10 galleons, there are still 3 or 4 galleons. Yes, this is pure profit. Leysen felt that if George and Fred were born in the Muggle world, they would definitely be very top businessmen in the future. This kind of sensitive sense of business is really related to outcome. Moreover, we are very clear about the needs of customers, can prepare in advance, and accurately cut into the key points of customers. Don't think that there are very few 3 or 4 gold galleons, and little wizards are not considered rich people, so the exchange between them is basically limited to about 3 silver sickles, except for a few people who are taken advantage of. And George and Fred also need capital to buy goods. If 4 gold galleons don't seem like much, Sifch, what about 68 silver sickles and 1,972 copper nuts? Not a lot. As for why Leysen was surrounded, it was because a young wizard asked Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick about something in class these 2 days. Of course, it's about the Chamber of Secrets. Because of Colin Creevy's affairs and Dumbledore's intentional release of information, Professor McGonagall and the others naturally would not continue to hide it. What's more, to be honest, the matter about the secret room is not so secret. There are so many pure-blood wizards in Hogwarts. Even if they don't tell them, they will write to ask their elders. That being the case, then just say it openly. Otherwise, God knows what the secret room will look like in other people's mouths. After the little wizards knew about the Chamber of Secrets, they were now mainly guessing what kind of monster Salazar Slytherin was hiding in the Chamber of Secrets, or what kind of magical creature it was. After all, Leysen's understanding of magical beasts is someone who is praised even by Professor Stelborn of Magizoology. Therefore, both the little wizard of Ravenclaw and the little wizard of Hufflepuff came to ask Leysen. As for Slytherin, they couldn't play a piece, and Gryffindor, let alone, took it from Leysen in the last school year with illegitimate means. After winning the Academy Cup trophy, facing Leysen felt very guilty. According to my research, Salazar Slytherin should be keeping a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Basilisk? Leysen didn't hide it either, since he couldn't find a basilisk, and everyone asked him about it. So it's not a big deal for him to tell everyone about the basilisk. Originally, the information about the basilisk was not a big deal. Leysen didn't believe that Dumbledore didn't know. After all, he could understand Parseltongue. In addition, Leysen has been unable to find a trace of the basilisk recently, and the basilisk has not even returned to its old nest. If he can't find it by himself, then mobilize the power of the masses. The power of the people is endless. I didn't say it before, it was because no one asked, but now someone asked, so I said it smoothly. That's right, it's the basilisk, a big snake born from a rooster's egg hatched by the despicable black wizard Hirebow. If you meet its eyes, it will die immediately, and if you meet it indirectly, it will petrify. I have investigated. Mrs. Norris and Colin should have encountered the basilisk, and they all looked at the basilisk indirectly. Otherwise, they would not be petrified but died directly. In the few days when Mrs. Norris was killed, the weather was cold and humid, and there was a lot of water in the castle. There was a large puddle of water on the ground where Mrs. Norris was killed. Everyone should have the impression. As for Colin Creevy, when he was discovered, he was holding the camera. You also saw his petrified appearance, and he still held the camera. So Mrs. Norris saved her life by looking at the basilisk indirectly through the reflection of the standing water on the ground, while Colin Creevy passed the camera. Fortunately, they both looked at each other indirectly, otherwise they would definitely die. Leysen's words made some people think of what happened the night Mrs. Norris was killed. During that time, many little wizards had a cold and drank potions. And when the crowd watched that night, many little wizards accidentally stepped on the accumulated water on the ground, causing their pants and shoes to be soaked, and they complained a lot when they went back. As for the matter of Colin Creevy, it is better to be sure. There have been many little wizards visiting him in the past 2 days. In the end, Madame Pomfrey was so annoying that she had to change a separate ward for Colin Creevy so that the door can be locked. These little wizards came and went, but they hindered Madame Pomfrey's work and other patients' rest. In addition, the little wizards of Lawan Keluo are all knowledgeable. Leysen pointed out the basilisk in this way. So naturally, other little wizards who have read the information about the basilisk and recalled it began to popularize science with others. After all, being good at being a teacher is also part of human nature. Leysen pointed out the basilisk, not only to mobilize the power of the masses to help him find the basilisk, but also to make these little wizards take precautions, so don't be careless. As for the weakness of the basilisk, after everyone's discussion and brainstorming, I found that apart from the basilisk being afraid of the crowing of the rooster, there seems to be nothing else to be afraid of. After asking questions to Leysen also spread his hands, saying that he has no solution unless he is overwhelmed by hard power. The basilisk is really difficult to deal with. But Leysen thought of one thing, that is, if you look at the basilisk with glasses, is it considered as an indirect eye contact? Just when Leysen thought of this, the little wizard who thought quickly also thought of it, and came to ask Leysen directly. Leysen said that he does not wear glasses, nor has he looked into the eyes of the basilisk, so he has no way to give an answer. Let them ask Professor Kettleburn or Professor McGonagall, these knowledgeable professors. Afterwards, some little wizards asked Professor Kettleburn directly in class. As for Leysen guessing that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk, Professor Kettleburn listened to the little wizards repeat what Leysen said that day. A positive evaluation was given, because according to the current information, Leysen's guess is undoubtedly the closest to the correct answer. Even Professor McGonagall and the others did not expect that Leysen actually found the monster in the secret room. Sure enough, the light of Lawin Kelluo is not just talking, but also has a keen perception, good at collecting information, summarizing and deriving it. And Professor McGonagall and the others knew what happened when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. At that time, Myrtle saw a pair of yellow pupils as soon as she opened the door and died. In this way, everything can be connected, and they also know about the basilisk. With the lifespan of the basilisk, as long as it falls into a deep sleep, it can indeed live for such a long time. They also discussed about the monsters in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets before, and at that time, they thought they were magical creations or alchemy creations. Just like the Guardian Stone Pier at Hogwarts. Think about it in the original timeline, when Professor McGonagall rubbed his hands excitedly and used the magic of Stone Pier Dispatch during the final battle. You must know that these Guardian Stone Piers were built by Hufflepuff and the others when the school was founded, and they can still be activated after so many years, so it is normal for Professor McGonagall and the others to think about alchemy props. In the days that followed, Hagrid was indeed very popular because he raised a lot of roosters and hens near the yard. Why did they raise them? Of course they ate it, but now they are all being targeted by the little wizards. After all, the only weakness of the basilisk is the crowing of the rooster. It was also mentioned earlier that the students of Hogwarts are not fools. Of course they thought of this. After all, it is impossible for them to directly purchase a rooster from outside and send it back with their own owls. At that time, I'm afraid they will send back a lot of chicken feathers. As for the chicken, it must be eaten by their own owls. Moreover, it seems impossible for an owl to fly so far with a chicken, and it is easy for the owl to be targeted by the raptors. Why not deliver food to your door? Only when they swarmed over to Hagrid's hut and offered a silver sickle Canute to a nervous Hagrid with a fork to buy him a rooster. But he was told by Hagrid that a few days ago, all the chickens he raised, regardless of whether they were roosters or hens, were killed by people who broke their necks while he was away. If you say you want to eat meat and steal Hagrid, you won't say anything, but this is obviously killing. Hagrid can't stand it. So these days he is also very angry, and has been patrolling around with Fanya, hoping to find that nasty guy. The little wizards who came here were in an uproar when they heard Hagrid's words, and now they were more sure that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets that Leysen said was a basilisk. Hagrid has live cocks here, even just in case a new rooster hatched later, even the hen was killed, and all the eggs were trampled. It can only be said that it is really ruthless to do such a thing. It must be the chosen heir of Slytherin. Only he can do such a vicious thing. Hagrid seldom entered Hogwarts Castle recently, not only busy looking for the murderer of his chickens, but also busy patrolling the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is not stable recently. Many creatures have been attacked and killed, and even Aragog told himself that he sensed something terrifying. As for flowers, when he heard from the little wizards that the secret room was opened and that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk, he couldn't bear it anymore and asked them directly. Although the little wizards didn't know why Hagrid was so excited, they kindly told him about the recent changes. After listening to the words of the little wizards, Hagrid was a little dazed. Seeing Hagrid like this, the little wizards didn't know what happened, so they left, leaving him standing there with a look of being lost in memories look like. They didn't know that Hagrid was one of the protagonists when the secret room was opened 50 years ago. He even had to be expelled from Hogwarts for being framed by Tom Riddle as the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and only Dumbledore believed him. It was also after Dumbledore became the headmaster that he was invited back to Hogwarts to be a forest guard, because Hagrid had a record with the Ministry of Magic for the Chamber of Secrets attack, and he was not allowed to carry and use a wand. Of course, there wasn't much evidence for Tom Riddle's framing at that time, but there was no way, even though Hagrid was raising Aragog in the castle at that time. And after being discovered by Tom Riddle, Aragog was let go by Hagrid. At that time, no one in Hogwarts told everyone that the monster might be a basilisk like Leysen now. At that time, I thought it was a monster raised by Hagrid. After all, everyone knows that Hagrid likes magical animals, and he doesn't want to be like Leysen, who has a small world as his backing and can only be raised in the dormitory, who is not afraid of raising these dangerous magical animals so openly. What's more, Hagrid is still a mixed-race titan, so he is even more repelled by other little wizards and viewed with colored glasses. It's just that Hagrid doesn't want Snape to be so sensitive. He doesn't care much about other people's opinions. His world is pure and single. Maybe the reason why Hagrid became more interested in Fantastic Beasts later on is also because of this incident. After all, compared to complex-minded humans, simple magical animals are better at dealing with them, and they won't stab you in the back. To be honest, didn't everyone feel that Hagrid was framed after the case of the monster attacking people in the secret room 50 years ago? Didn't the Ministry of Magic find out? That is naturally impossible. But Hagrid was indeed the most suspected at that time, who let the evidence not be beneficial to him at all. In addition, the Acromantula was let go by Hagrid that time, and Hagrid kept silent in order to protect Aragog. If Hagrid threw all the crimes on Aragog, his responsibilities would not be that serious. At most there would be related punishments, but he wouldn't even use his wand as he is now. But he knew that if he pushed all the responsibilities away, or if he didn't know clearly, then Aragog would be useless even if he went to the Forbidden Forest. And the horror of their parents. At that time, Aragog ushered in death, and in the end, Hagrid chose to bear it all by himself. Later, Tom Riddle, who bravely stood up to point out Hagrid's deeds, became the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort. No one even dared to mention his name, and only dared to call him a mysterious person. Then dare anyone speak for Hagrid? Living under the shadow of Voldemort, they can't even guarantee their lives. How dare they touch the tiger's whiskers? Looking at the present, Voldemort died more than 10 years ago, but the wizards have always felt that he is not dead and will come back one day, but they still dare not call him by his name directly for fear of being perceived. Then they will not do the work of helping Hagrid reverse the case now, for fear of being settled by the returning Voldemort. And why did they reverse the case for Hagrid? Is Hagrid who they are? Or can he bring them any benefits? None. So naturally no one will do this early bird. Now that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, Hagrid is also at Hogwarts. Just wait. If there's another attack later, or even before the time of the attack, the parents of those pure-blood families will definitely point the finger at Hagrid of. Lucius Malfoy will definitely be the first. At that time, Hagrid will have to go to Azkaban, and he will even use this as an excuse later to force Dumbledore to abdicate. After all, the original timeline developed like this. There's no way. The previous records in the Ministry of Magic are too unfavorable to Hagrid. The Ministry of Magic will definitely suspect that Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets again, in order to retaliate. Maybe now Lucius Malfoy has started to contact other school directors to start doing this matter. After all, Leysen has not uncommonly seen Della Malfoy receiving letters from owls while having breakfast recently. It seems that he is ventilating with his father or plotting something. After the little wizards left, Hagrid also ran to find Leysen and asked him about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Leysen wondered why Hagrid would be curious about this. After thinking about it, he must have heard about his speculation about the basilisk from other little wizards, so he came to him. Hagrid even hopes that through this speculation, he can raise objections to the Ministry of Magic and ask them to reinvestigate the case of the monster attacking the little wizard when the secret room was opened. At that time, the cauldron of the myrtle that was killed was carried on Hagrid's body, which was also on the body of the Acromantia. But if Leysen's guess is correct, then neither he nor Aragog is guilty, and he can be rehabilitated at that time, and he can use his scepter openly and above board in the future. Leysen didn't hide it either. After telling him about his wave of analysis, Hagrid left happily. Seeing the back of Hagrid leaving, Leysen shook his head silently. Maybe Hagrid was going to be happy for nothing. He must have gone to Dumbledore, wanting Dumbledore to help him reverse the case. Had it been over? No. Even before the Chamber of Secret attack on the little wizard, Hagrid might have succeeded in doing it. But now, not only Mrs. Norris Filch's cat was attacked and petrified, but also a little muggle wizard was attacked. Hagrid's suspicion has definitely increased. Now, let Dumbledore go to the Ministry of Magic to exonerate himself. It can only be said that even if Dumbledore is the Minister of Magic, it will not work, because the Ministry of Magic is not what the Minister decides. Leysen didn't take care of Hagrid's affairs. He couldn't find a basilisk on his side, but he was very annoying. This day, Leysen just finished Transfiguration class, came to the restaurant, first took out a clean plate and matching knife and fork from the long table of Lawan Keluo, and prepared to choose a hole for himself. I have to say that everything in Hogwarts is okay, but the lack of chopsticks makes Leysen uncomfortable. Some pasta, some well-cooked steak covered with sauce, some pancakes that are baked golden and crispy. It's rare to have spinach today, and some, as well as a small piece of fried fish and sausage pizza. Today's is actually a cup of apple juice, too, and a pudding at the end. Looking at the food in front of him, Leysen nodded in satisfaction. The breakfast this morning was not to his liking, so he didn't eat much, and he was hungry at 11 o'clock. But while he was enjoying the delicious food, the second-year wizards of Gryffindor rushed into the auditorium busily, and there were many fewer Slytherins in the city. Even our brother Delacamalfo has not seen anyone, and his two little followers and many little wizards have traces of potions on their wizard robes. If Leysen remembered correctly, according to the class schedule Hermione showed him, Gryffindor should be taking potions class with Slater Lynn E in this class. How did he come up with such a thing? At this time, Hermione also came to Leysen's side and sat down skillfully. While picking food for herself, 2.0 whispered to Leysen, "I saw Harry's action just now. He threw it directly into Goyle's cauldron. Fred's flyer bar fireworks." Under Hermione's explanation, Leysen finally knew what happened. When brewing the swelling potion in potions class, just now, Harry cooperated with Ron and Neville. Ron first attracted Snape's attention, and Harry directly threw the fiery fireworks into Goyle's cauldron. The swelling potion in Goyle's cauldron was directly blown up and splashed everywhere. He and Malfoy beside him were the first to bear the brunt, and were directly splashed on the face. Other little wizards also had many. At this time, Neville took advantage of the chaos and ran out, and ran back before everyone in Snape's bar was healed, but there was a piece of the wizard robe. Hermione was still there vividly describing the miserable conditions of Della and Goyle, some with swollen noses like small watermelons, some with swollen arms like mallets, and some with mouths and lips turned into sausage mouths, and so on. But at this moment, Leysen didn't continue to listen to Hermione's words, but thought that Harry and the others should be doing this to make polyjuice potion. There were two ingredients in the polyjuice potion, the horn of a bicorn and the skin of a non-tree snake, which they couldn't get, only from Snape's personal collection. Of course, Leysen also has it here, but they definitely don't know it, and Leysen won't foolishly tell them that he has it. As for how Leysen knew, it can only be said that the three boys ran to the bathroom, where Myrtle was, because Harry had a good relationship with Myrtle, so Myrtle would basically help them cover up and let the wind out. But they don't know the existence of Leysen, who is cheating. Leysen often sees the three of them conspiring when he goes to the bathroom incognito. Listen, not Ghost Myrtle, but an old bee, and he's good at it. That's why Leysen usually takes Hermione and Penelope to the response room when he wants to talk, where Dumbledore can't control it. Otherwise, it is to go out of the castle to an open place where it is even more difficult to hide. Through the traces on the ground and the light, Leysen can sense whether someone is approaching. So Harry and the others, who really had no other choice, decided to come here to make such a noise and to build a plank road and secretly plan a trick. Why not buy it? Harry at least has enough galleons. That's because Harry and the others have no channels. Do you think these materials can be bought casually? Leysen thought about it for a while, and there shouldn't be too many. Professor McGonagall just collected the list of Christmas detentions. Thinking about it, it should be almost time to need these two materials. Harry, Neville, and the others felt that Della Camalfo was not the same as last year, and she didn't come home, so they also stayed. They felt very suspicious whether the other party planned to attack people again at Christmas. By the way, Hermione and Penelope originally wanted to follow Leysen when they saw Leysen staying in school, but they were persuaded by Leysen to go back. This Christmas is much more dangerous than last year's Christmas. It's better for you to go home. You can protect yourself, but with two more women, the accident will increase. Seeing this, Hermione and Penelope knew that Leysen had something to do, so they obeyed him and went home obediently. However, the two girls silently increased the intensity of their training. Since they are weak, they should work hard to improve. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, Leysen remembered what he had read about the compound medicine in the book. After reading it, he could only say that the potion was not something he should spend time on. After all, it was too time-consuming. For those more advanced potions, the time it takes is not in minutes or hours, but in days or even months. Just like compound decoction, this potion takes a month and is divided into 2 steps. The first step of the first stage, yes, each stage is divided into 2 steps, just ask you whether you are tired or not. First, put 3 pieces of sap grass into the crucible. The sap grass must be picked during the full moon. Then add 2 bundles of 2-eared grass to the crucible, and then stir clockwise 3 times. Then let the potion boil for an hour. If the thermal conductivity of the crucible is not good, then it needs to be extended appropriately. For this point, the potion maker must have a good understanding of his own crucible. Otherwise, the potion will fail if the heat is not enough or the first step of the compound decoction is passed. In the second step of the first stage, 4 portions of leeches are added to the crucible, and then 2 spoonfuls of lacewing worms that have been crushed in a fine powder are added to the crucible. At this time, it needs to be heated at low temperature for 30 seconds, and this stage is completed by waving the wand. The first stage took more than half a month. During this period, the fire in the crucible could not be extinguished, and it had to be boiled all the time. As for the dry pot problem that Muggles are worried about, after all, it has been boiled for a whole month, and hundreds of liters of water could be boiled dry for it, right? However, in the magic world, of course, it cannot be explained by science. It can only be said that it will not dry out. As for whether water was added in the middle, Leysen doesn't know. Anyway, Leysen didn't say in the book that water should be added in the middle to prevent it from drying out. Then the second stage will use the non-tree snake skin and bicorn horn that Harry and the others took the opportunity to get from Snape. Speaking of which, these 3 people are brave enough to dare to swim our Professor Snape's wool, and he directly made trouble in his class. It can only be said that he is really brave. And inside, there was Neville, who was still most afraid of Snape, Ron, who had been scolded all the time, but now took the initiative to scold him, and Harry, who directly set off fireworks. Do you really think Snape can't find out? This small trick is really useless for him. After all, when he was still studying, he was much better at playing than Harry and the others. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of Slytherin. There is no way. Those people can't beat him, so they can only obey his words obediently. Snape originally wanted to trouble Harry and the others, but after the 050 inspection, it was found that some bicorn horns and tree snake skins were missing, as well as the smell of the potion that Neville had smelled recently. As a master of potions, he easily deduced what kind of potion Harry and the others were making with the ingredients they took from him, and it was undoubtedly polyjuice potion. As for who made it, certainly not Mr. Potter, who we only know how to play Quidditch, and certainly not that stupid red-haired Ron Weasley, who's gotten a little better lately. Then the goal is very clear, and it can only be said that Longbottom has a little bit of talent in herbalism and potion science. Since it was time to make polyjuice potion instead of doing anything else, Snape didn't bother, just a little bicorn horn and tree snake skin. Not much money. Snape also wanted to know why they would come to his storage room to steal some. After all, these two materials were not easy to buy in the market. Do you really think they are potions masters like yourself? Well, Snape was arrogant again, but what really made Snape careless was not because of the above, but because of those green eyes, because of that woman, Lily Evans. Snape over there started to miss the happy time in the past again, but Leysen continued to think about the polyjuice potion. I mentioned the first step of the second stage, that is, to put the tree snake skin and bicorn horn borrowed from Snape's storage room. The last step is to add a spoonful of lacewing worms into the crucible. This time, stir it counterclockwise for 3 times. At this point, the compound decoction is considered to be brewed. Finally, pack the potion and add it to the person you want to be when you need it. Here, the tree recommends hair. Because it's good to eat a root of hair, what about other things? Anyway, Leysen doesn't really think about it. No, Leysen doesn't even eat hair. Why should he become someone else? He's pretty good. Nails? Skin? Flesh? Bones? Boogers? Well, stop imagining. It's rude, even disgusting to think about it. Compound decoction is not without side effects, or some precautions. First of all, the action time of a single dose of compound decoction is between 10 minutes and 12 hours, and the specific time is determined according to the quality of the potion. Just like the quality of the compound decoction made by Hermione on the original timeline is relatively average, and the maintenance time is only 10 minutes or less than half an hour. Of course, if you continue to drink the compound decoction before the deformation effect completely disappears, you can prolong the deformation time and continue until the effect of the newly drunk decoction also disappears. In theory, as long as you have enough polyjuice potion, you can become exactly that person. But it is a pity that it is only in theory. I know from the front that the production of compound decoction takes up to a month. It would be good if there is a lot of compound decoction in each pot, but the Japanese pot can only produce 3 to 4 bottles LUN area. So if you want to drink it all the time, it will cost you a lot. Of course, you can also find a potion master like Snape. A potion master like him can increase the amount of ingredients in each brew, which can be doubled, tripled, or even more times. There will be more single-dose polyjuices in this way, but sometimes the cost of hiring a potion master is higher than the cost of materials. Do you have so many galleons? It's not that Leysen looked down on England's wizarding world, but it was the fact that the wizards who could use galleons to attract potions masters like Snape basically accounted for about 10%, or even less. One more thing to note is that if a person dies before the effect of polyjuice potion wears off, they will stay in their deformed form and not return to their original form, like Mrs. Crouch. On that note, a wizard once used polyjuice potion to feign death. How did you do it? In fact, what you can think of after a little thought is undoubtedly to kidnap a person, pour compound soup with ingredients in his mouth, and then kill him with 10 Avada mouths and claws. In this way, the appearance of the corpse must be the same as his own. As long as he hides his face well, does not show his face, does not communicate with acquaintances, and does not tell anyone about this, then it is a perfect case of suspended animation. It's just that this wizard didn't manage not to tell anyone about it, so he was discovered and eventually imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic to Azkaban to spend the rest of his life with the Dementors. So a secret is called a secret only if you know it. If someone else knows it, it is hard to call it a secret. This reminds Leysen of a video that he saw in his previous life when he still had a certain sound. A certain street interview asked 10 young brothers what secrets their parents didn't know. As a result, the sentence, "I won't tell my parents, do you think I will tell you?" directly broke the defense of the interviewing lady. What is needed is this kind of precautionary awareness. A secret is only called a secret if you know it. Otherwise, it is not called a secret. It is just something that other people don't know for the time being. Within 2 days, a notice suddenly appeared on the bulletin board of Hogwarts. A group of people gathered there, and Leysen didn't have to go forward to squeeze. He knew the words written on the parchment from the conversations of other little wizards' content. That is our famous Mr. Lockhart Gilderoy asking Dumbledore to start a dueling club. The purpose is to train the little wizards' fighting ability and improve their self-defense ability. Leysen doesn't know how Lockhart's face grows. Is he really not embarrassed or ashamed at all? Obviously, the original layer of camouflage on his body has been uncovered by everyone. How can he still maintain that smile on his face? He is really a talent. If he were someone else, he would just pretend to be a fool, not make the most of things, spend this school year quietly, and still be able to rely on his handsome appearance to deceive girls or women who don't know much about the world. But Lockhart does the opposite. The more he cheats, the more he can fix things. The last time Harry was on a Quidditch pitch, he was fractured and boneless, and he suffered bone pain. Neville and the others, who had heard Harry's description, hid away when they saw Lockhart, for fear of feeling the same. Then come out. Even Neville and Ron sat as far away as they could in class, trying to stay away from Lockhart. As for Harry, he can only ask for blessings. It's not that his brother won't help you, but that the enemy is too cruel. In every class, Lockhart insisted that Harry sit at the very front, and the first row definitely belonged to Harry. If the first row was full, of course this was almost never the case, once or twice. So how did Lockhart handle it? Directly calling Harry to the podium as a teaching assistant, or as the protagonist in Lockhart's drama. After that, Harry sat in the first row honestly and didn't take any chances anymore. Compared with going up to be a clown, he preferred to be in the first row. Sometimes Harry felt that Lockhart's class should not be called Defense Against the Dark Arts, but a drama rehearsal class. After 1 year, maybe everyone didn't learn much in Defense Against the Dark Arts, but they watched and acted a lot of plays, and maybe they all know how to talk about acting. If it wasn't for not being able to skip class, Harry would definitely skip class. Weekly Defense Against the Dark Arts was a torment for him, and now he suddenly missed Quirrell last year. Although he was shocked to learn that the Black Hand was in the end, he didn't feel the slightest embarrassment for misunderstanding Snape, who made him always target himself and look like a bad guy. Even though Quirrell always smelled of garlic, everyone got used to it later on, and stuttering is not a big problem. Anyway, in Defense Against the Dark Arts class, everyone is hello. At least Quirrell won't always put yourself on stage and perform. And always playing Bigfoot, Yeti, and vampires to match Lockhart's terrific acting, and there's really no harm without comparison. The announcement posted this morning stated that the first opening time of the Dueling Club was at 8 o'clock this evening, and the location was in the auditorium. Well, it seemed that Lockhart was also in a hurry, for fear that Dumbledore would regret it after agreeing, so he hurried to do it after getting permission. I was really afraid that Dumbledore would go back on his word or that other professors would obstruct him, so he settled down first, got this matter done first, and established his reputation first. As for the rush effect, that's not what Lockhart should think about. As long as the name falls on him is enough. It can only be said that there was a good show tonight. Leysen left with a smile. Knowing what was going on was enough. There was nothing to discuss, and he had to go to have breakfast. As a qualified Dongwon person, the 3 meals must be on time, otherwise it will be bad for the body, and I'm still in the stage of development. To have the opportunity to grow again, Leysen must hope to be taller than in his previous life. After all, his height is not very good. Especially with the development of the times, the nutrition of the future generations is getting better and better, and the height of the future generations is also rising slowly. Leysen does not want to look up to others in the future. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Leysen, Hermione, and Penelo came to the auditorium, and the 4 long dining tables in the auditorium disappeared. A carpeted stage appeared in the middle of the auditorium, and hundreds of candles floated above the auditorium 737, illuminating the auditorium magnificently. The ceiling of the auditorium became dark again, but the stars could be seen twinkling in the darkness. Leysen and Penelo were the last ones to step on the spot. With him and Penelo's height, they could see the stage. After all, the stage had already been raised. Hermione, who was not tall enough, also knew how to use props to make up for it. She took out a hairpin from her pocket and turned it into a 30 centimeters wooden pier, and it was enough to stand on it. Leysen looked at the black heads in front of him, rubbing his shoulders. Each little wizard held his own wand in his hand. This posture the whole school should have come. After all, it is rare to have such a night in school big event. Usually nights are spent in various clubs, such as Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, and so on. They all sent invitations to Leysen, but they were all rejected by Leysen because they didn't need to join them to acquire advanced knowledge of spells or transfiguration. Don't forget the wave of vaults he raided in Gringotts before school started. There were quite a few books in it, which would have been put in the restricted area at Hogwarts. Moreover, the restricted area of Hogwarts is like a no-man's land for Leysen. He just needs to ask the professor for advice in private. Usually at night is the time he reserves for himself to enter the small world to match the magical animals. Unless it is an astronomy class or an extra activity like tonight, or to finish, otherwise Leysen will stay in the small world when he is free. Hermione and Penelope also knew about it, so they would not look for Leysen if they had nothing to do at night, but arrange it by themselves. It is worth mentioning that Hermione was invited to join Professor Flitwick's spell club, not only because Hermione is excellent, but also because she has a very good relationship with Leysen, love the house, and woo. As for Penelope, the Transfiguration Club and the Magic Distance have joined. There is no way. It is too good, and this is also the direction Hermione will work hard in the future. I don't know which professor came to teach us. I heard that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it's him. I think it might be Professor McGonagall. Do you remember Professor McGonagall's handsome transfiguration at the beginning of the first grade? I think it's so cool. Our headmaster Snape is the strongest. He is the strongest in all of Hogwarts except Dumbledore. Sift, our Professor Sprout's explosive potions are powerful too. Well, the students of the 4 colleges started to stand up for their deans one after another, and they all started to stir up speculation. Because the Harry trio who made the compound soup came earlier than Leysen, so they were not far away, and Leysen could even hear Harry's words. When Leysen walked in, they all turned their heads and smiled back. Of course, it was Harry and Neville. As for Ron, his face was calm without any fluctuation. Anyone is fine, even if it's Snape, as long as it's not. Before Harry could finish speaking, 2 people walked in from the entrance of the auditorium. Snape, who was dressed in a black robe, unchanged, had an indifferent expression on his face. And beside him Lockhart, in his fuchsia robes, like a courting peacock. They made their way through the crowd to the dueling arena. "Oh no!" Harry growled in despair. Unexpectedly, he hit the mark before he finished speaking. Not only Lockhart, but also the combination of Lockhart and Snape. It is really a happy 1+1. Why did I come to this event? Is it too late to leave now? Of course, Harry also thought to himself. Just now he noticed that Snape and Lockhart saw him. And now they have a clear view of each other on and off the stage. And now they turn around and leave. Let's not say whether they can go or not. If Harry dares to leave, guarantee him to have a good time in defense against the dark arts and potions in the next few days. Hermione and Penelope, who were standing next to Leysen, both heard it, and could only look at this Mr. Savior with pity. Because Hermione usually went to class with Harry, she knew what happened to Harry in defense against the dark arts class and potions class, so she could only sympathize. What she didn't know was that if it wasn't for Leysen's appearance, she might also be one of the followers. And Penelope knew from Hermione that when the 2 girls chat, they usually talk about everything. So what happened to Salvation Coffee is worth talking about. Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, please come around. Come around. Can everyone see me and hear me? Standing on the dueling stage, Lockhart first clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and then shouted, seeing that the little wizards were completely quiet and focused on him. A happy smile appeared on his face. How happy it is to be noticed by such a crowd, and I absolutely cannot lose such attention. Lockhart first set a flag in his heart before he said, "In view of the dark attacks that have occurred in recent weeks, Principal Dumbledore allowed me to start this dueling club and take this opportunity to train everyone so that everyone can one day be as calm as I am. Protect yourself. Of course, you can read my published works for complete details, such as the book Breaking with the Female Ghost, which is good. Leysen below heard Lockhart's bragging words and shook his head helplessly. If you don't brag for a day, you will die, right? Please allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Lockhart suddenly raised his voice, speaking in a more impassioned tone. Looking at Snape walking up from the other side of the stage, to be honest, Leysen didn't know what Lockhart used to impress Snape, making him willing to organize this dueling club with this liar. And he even said that he was an assistant. He generously offered to give me a demonstration. But you don't have to worry that after the demonstration, I will return your potion's teaching to you intact. Hearing Lockhart's words, Leysen smiled unkindly, because he saw that Snape's face became more gloomy, and at the same time, veins appeared on the back of his right hand holding the wand. Lockhart had a hard time to eat. Obviously, he couldn't compare to Snape in hard power, so he was still talking here. Do you think that in the internet age, when you're a keyboard warrior, you don't have to be responsible for others not being able to find you? Leysen thought about it. Maybe apart from Lockhart paying Snape well, Snape might also take this opportunity to teach Lockhart a lesson. Or maybe he wants to take this opportunity to really try this professor who is always pretending to be crazy and foolish. Is it real water, or is he pretending to have a bigger plan behind the scenes? If it's the latter, it's good to have such a wave of trials. If it's the former, then he will have to pay for what he said tonight. It was rare for Leysen to see the corners of Snape's mouth raised. It seemed that being able to teach Lockhart a lesson was also a very happy thing for him. Both Snape and Lockhart walked towards the middle of the stage with their wands in their hands. Seeing the serious expressions of the two, the students couldn't help but shut their mouths and fell silent. The two bowed slightly in the middle of the stage, then held their wands upright in front of them, then turned around and walked to the other side of the stage. As you can see, we held our wands in a dueling position and performed a dueling salute, Lockhart told the silent students. We will cast the first spell on the count of 3, of course. Neither of us will take the other's life, and your potions professor will be intact. Looking at Lockhart, who was still talking about it up to now, Snape frowned and secretly decided to increase the output of magic power for a while. Dash equals. Disarm you. As soon as Lockhart's countdown was over, Snape quickly uttered the spell, and the golden spell hit Lockhart's body precisely, knocking him into the air about 10 meters away. The other young wizards laughed at Lockhart's embarrassment. Only Leysen saw Snape's tricks from Snape's spellcasting. First of all, although Snape yelled the spell very loudly, he stuttered a little in the middle. Leysen didn't think Snape had a stuttering problem. Then there is no doubt that he hasn't said the word "accept your weapon" for a long time. That is to say, it has been a long time since he reached the point of casting spells without spells. And the second point, unlike Lockhart, who held his wand upright in front of him, Snape held his wand over his head and skillfully rotated and slid down when casting the spell. The spell was launched from the lower part of the body. At this point, Leysen didn't pay much attention to it before, but now seeing Snape's actions, he realizes that he still lacks training on this point. Maybe people like Harry who have opinions on Snape, or people who don't know much about Snape think that Snape's movements are gimmicky, but Leysen still admires Snape's hand, which is definitely trained in the battle. First of all, such a change in the wand can greatly reduce the probability of the enemy's magic hitting the wand. After all, you originally aimed at the top of your head, but you turn and turn and turn, and you run in front of your body all at once. You have the first-hand advantage, right? As for raising the wand to the top of your head, wouldn't it be enough for the enemy to aim at your head and shoot a spell? If you can't hit the wand, they will hit you on the head. One of them will hit you, right? If only Snape was so easy to deal with, in the middle of a fight, do you think he would just stand there stupidly and not understand? Of course, there is footwork on his feet, and he will also be covered with a defensive spell such as the Iron Armor Curse, and it is really impossible to squat down. Ask for flowers. It's better than looking at the body and aiming. In addition to hard resistance, you can only move left and right, and at least there are more options for squatting. If you still want to fight hard with the former, you can also get down, then Leysen can only say that you should just get down. The probability of not getting up after you get down is very high, the kind that can't even run. Just lose your breath. After the curse is fired, it will not be kidnapped. Leysen seemed to be yelling at Snape. Professor, I want to learn this. You must know that after the general magic leaves the wand, it will not be controlled by the wizard at all. Except for some specific magic, the rest of the magic is all direct. Otherwise, why is it called Hogwarts Welding School? 0. Snape swung magic with one hand, and if the opponent wanted to block it, the difficulty would definitely be greatly increased, and Snape won the advantage here. After such a back and forth, Snape can be said to have won. So you think Snape has no combat power and can only make potions? When you want to subdue him with magic, you will find that he is better than potion in fighting, which is why Leysen thinks that Snape is a genius. Could this be the legendary battle master who isn't a potions master and isn't a good defense against the dark arts professor? While Leysen was thinking about this, Lockhart, who was knocked into the air, rubbed the place where Snape's magic had just hit him and stood up. I have to say that Snape's attack was really serious, but Lockhart was also prepared. The vest he was wearing looked like an ordinary vest, but it was actually made of dragon skin. Lockhart, who has made so much money by publishing books, can't attack well, so of course he needs to maximize his defense. Lockhart, who was instantly killed by Snape, didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. On the contrary, he was still able to laugh. Leysen could only sigh. If Lockhart was in his previous life, he would definitely be the bestseller, and he would be the bestseller every month. Which type? For this, Leysen can only say that he admires him, and he really can't compare to 5. Excellent demonstration, Professor Snape. But with all due respect, your intentions were very clear just now. If I want to stop you, it won't take much effort, but I think everyone should see the real effect of the disarming curse. Oh, thank you, Mr. Seamus. Just now I let you see the consequences of being hit by the disarming curse. I hope my demonstration can serve as a wake-up call to you. Lockhart took Seamus' hand to him for his knocked-out wand, babbling at Snape. I think it's better to teach the students how to resist the curse and avoid being petrified by that monster, right? Lockhart could also feel the anger in Snape's words, and knew that if he continued to talk nonsense, Snape would definitely let him have no good fruit to eat. This is a very good suggestion. 223, Professor Snape. Then let's invite 2 students to come up. Potter Seamus, come up. Our savior Harry Potter, as long as there's Lockhart. He is absolutely indispensable every time students need help. And Harry also has a calm face. He has no choice. He is used to it. When he didn't leave in time, just now, Harry had already made enough mental preparations and could only obediently walk forward from the path that the crowd gave way to. As for the other selected child, Seamus, it was hard to believe that this was the first time he had been selected by the professor. In fact, there was no way, when Lockhart looked at Harry, he wanted him to be with Leysen, but he looked at Leysen and was quite frightened by Leysen's indifferent eyes. So I didn't know who to choose, but I thought of Seamus, who just retrieved his wand. So it was him. Why is Lockhart afraid to meet Leysen's eyes, or afraid when he sees Leysen? Of course, he was severely punished by Leysen in private. This school year, the 4 colleges no longer held defense against the dark arts together, but separated 2 by 2. Last year, they were together because of Quirrell's request. After all, so many classes also affected his plan with Voldemort. Slytherin and Gryffindor classes have Harry Potter as the savior, and Lockhart has no shortage of actors at all, but there's a lack of people to cooperate with him in the classes of Claw and Hufflepuff. Then, Leysen's outstanding appearance, and the light of La Winkelluo, who is also mentioned by the little wizard, entered Lockhart's eyes. Of course, Leysen is not interested in playing role-playing with Lockhart. Originally, he was already very low-key, but he was still being targeted, so you can only be beaten. That day, Leysen cooperated with Lockhart in the performance of Hello, I'm Good in class, and after the class was over, Lockhart was directly stopped by Leysen in his office and taught a lesson. Lockhart still remembers the pain of the cutting curse across his body, and he has no power to resist in the opponent's hand. Who was the last person to feel that way for Lockhart? Lockhart remembered that he was also very handsome when he was studying at Hogwarts. On the surface, he was supported by the little wizards, but in private, he was an extremely ruthless person, a person who could not even pronounce his name. During the time he informed the wizarding world in England, Lockhart was afraid of being stared at or attacked by Death Eaters and ran to the wizarding world of beautiful boudoirs on the other side of the ocean to stay in the name of being a fan. Now Lockhart sees the demeanor of that person in Leysen again, the same talent, the same excellence, the same leadership ability, if he didn't provoke him. Maybe you won't even find out. So should Lockhart inform Dumbledore of Leysen, who has been hiding so well. Sorry, the timid Lockhart is not like him in the book. He finally saved the world from fire and water, and he cherishes his own life even more. Even if doing so will attract endless attention to him for a short time, it will also bring endless crises. Lockhart didn't believe that such a tolerant wizard only possessed so little means. Lockhart had an intuition that if he dared to leak it, or when to tell Dumbledore about Leysen's evil deeds, he might fall down without seeing Dumbledore. On the road, Lockhart has always trusted his intuition, which has saved him several times after all. Therefore, he silently put Leysen's name on the list that must not be provoked. There are relatively few names on this list, and they're all Gellert Grindelwald, Tom Riddle, Albus Dumbledore. And now there are many more Leysen, the only Oriental name. Returning to this side of the auditorium, just as Seamus was about to follow Lockhart's words and prepare to go to the duel stage, Snape over there began to speak. Mr. Seamus Finnegan's nickname, Demolition Wizard. You probably haven't heard of it. Maybe you want to put Potter in a matchbox and send him to the hospital? Leysen wanted to laugh. You can always trust Snape's mouth. As long as the protagonist in his words is not you, you will always feel that his sarcasm is always so unexpected and funny. Lockhart over there thought for a while, and seemed to be right, so he showed an apologetic smile to West Finnegan, and the other party had no choice but to withdraw his left foot in frustration. Before Lockhart could find a new opponent for Harry Potter, Snape spoke again. You chose Potter. How about letting me choose the other one? How about Malfoy? Although Snape's tone was inquiring, he didn't mean to wait for Lockhart's response at all. The explode your weapon, just now prove his gold content. Snape turned directly to wave to his godson Della Camalfo, letting her onto the stage. Lockhart didn't speak either. The other party's undoubted domineering 1.5. Even if he said it, it was useless. But the next stage is not his own. Whoever fights against Harry Potter doesn't have much to do with him. Good luck, Potter. All Lockhart could do was such a simple wish. After Harry replied, "Thank you," he stared closely at Della, who had neatly combed his hair across the way. Harry didn't expect that being selected by Lockhart for the first time turned out to be a small surprise. To be able to teach Della Comelford a lesson in an open and honest manner, this is something he has always wanted to do very much. Who made this guy's mouth full of feces? Just spit shit out of your mouth. Here Harry Potter thinks so, and Delacour over there is the same. His eyes are full of excitement. He doesn't think he will lose to Pot. Wands in place. Do the dueling salute. Harry and Della reluctantly bowed to each other in Lockhart's voice and exchanged harsh words while saluting, while Leysen on the other side felt that there was a feeling of husband and wife worshipping each other. Raise your wands and get ready, Lockhart yelled loudly. When I count to 3, you will cast your magic and knock each other's weapons away. Just disarm them. We don't want accidents. 1, 2, 3. Harry was on the alert, but he was prepared to give Della a good lesson. But the other party didn't talk about martial arts and cast the spell directly without finishing his shouting. Of course, Harry over there swallowed such a spell forcefully and couldn't help but rotated 720 degrees in the air before landing. But luckily, except for the pain in those 2 pieces of meat, there is no serious problem. Over there, the cocky Delaco was very proud of having hit Harry and sent him flying through the air for a few laps, and was enjoying the praise from the Slytherin students with his arms outstretched. Harry's eyes lit up. This was a good time to attack. He directly picked up his wand and sent a grinholala at Della over there. Whether he did mental calculations or not, Dellake certainly didn't dodge Harry 28's attack this time. This time he was more miserable. He made more turns in the air than Harry did before. Even when he fell, he spread his legs apart, which was a bit like the last time he was on the Quidditch pitch. Every time he was injured, it was his thigh root. Could it be that Della needs some practice advice? Ha-ha! The other little wizards laughed unkindly. When Slytherin and the others laughed wildly because of Della's advantage, they were very aggrieved. Now it's their turn, and it's their turn. Looking at Della, Kuz's embarrassed look, even the hair that was carefully combed has become extremely messy. Where is the arrogant look at the beginning? What's more, by coincidence, Della just fell right in front of Snape. Looking at the painful and hideous face of the black-robed Della in front of him, he could only pull an ugly smile towards Snape. Leysen looked very funny underground, but it was also difficult in such a painful moment for a man. He had to show a smile. Snape felt that it was a wrong choice for him to agree to Lucius Malfoy to be Della's godfather. So he had no choice but to go forward and pull Della up from the ground, and then pushed him forward. With his eyes, of course it could be seen that Della Branch was not injured. I said just disarm. At this time, Harry and Della didn't care about Lockhart, who was yelling. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes and couldn't tolerate others. Lockhart was very anxious at the side, but his strength was not enough and he couldn't move forward, so he could only worry at the side. But luckily he brought Snape along, and with him, things were still under control. The next scene is Harry and Della shooting spells back and forth at each other, which feels like a turn-based game. Until the end, Della used Slytherin's characteristic magic, Oolong out of the hole. That is to say, a cobra more than 1 meter long was summoned. Then Lockhart over there started acting like a demon again, preventing Snape from going forward to use the spell to stop, and directly sent the cobra flying into the sky. Pure flying. After falling from the sky, the irritated cobra no longer moved towards Harry, but stared at Justin Fletcher, standing next to the stage. The body is coiled, which is clearly the prelude to the attack, and there is that hissing sound. Don't move, I will decide. Snape over there also noticed the problem, so he took the initiative to step forward, and now the snake has not listened to Della's orders after being cursed by Lockhart. Need not. The snake is gone. Just when Harry said to Snape that he didn't need to take a step forward and was about to rush forward, the same spell stopped and hit the cobra, making the snake disappear. Everyone looked in the direction from which the spell was fired. The familiar and strange gold and purple magic wand, as well as the tall and handsome figure, were undoubtedly our Leysen, the light of La One Colau. Sometimes, the life of a companion is more precious than everything, isn't it? Leysen bowed slightly and said to Snape and Harry. Snape stopped in his tracks and didn't respond to Leysen's words. The other Harry saw that it was Leysen who shot, and what he said just now, although he believed in his ability to talk to snakes and even tame them. But as Leysen said, life is paramount, and he shouldn't be arrogant and reject Snape's help just now. He is not as good as Leysen in this point. And at the same time, Harry thought of another point and couldn't help but look at Leysen gratefully. Excellent mantra. Thank you, Mr. Leysen, for your help. Next, we will start our duel practice tonight in pairs. Lockhart on the stage saw that the scene was under control, so he stood up and shouted. The little wizards off the field were already excited when they watched, wishing they could start such a battle too. Why did Leysen take the initiative to show his extraordinary skills? Of course not. Leysen did this to help Harry cover up his Parseltongue talent. Now the little wizard who obtained Brew 97 Tom Riddle's diary has not been found at all, nor has the Basilisk. And the existence of the Basilisk and Parseltongue has also been pointed out by himself. Logically speaking, Harry should have heard it too, but he does things in a very Gryffindor style. That is, his body is faster than his brain. Many things are done first before considering the consequences, just like now. What Harry thinks of is that he can kill the snake by himself without relying on Snape. But from the outsider's point of view, it was clearly Harry who wanted to control the snake. Now that Harry thought about it, he felt that it was fortunate that Leysen stopped him, otherwise his Parseltongue would be exposed. After Leysen said that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk, Harry knew why he could hear that voice, and at the same time knew that the fact that he had a Parseltongue could not be spread, Otherwise, he would be misunderstood as a basilisk. Chamber of Secrets. Thinking of being targeted at that time, which was more serious than last year's night trip with Ron and the others, Harry was terrified. At that time, it was just Gryffindor's internal rejection. If it spread to the whole Hogwarts, Harry felt that he would definitely collapse. Harry didn't want to experience that feeling again. Even at the beginning of term, he was targeted by Winkelluo's students. Wands in place. Do the dueling salute. Harry and Della reluctantly bowed to each other in Lockhart's voice and exchanged harsh words while saluting, while Leysen on the other side felt that there was a feeling of husband and wife worshipping each other. Raise your wands and get ready, Lockhart yelled loudly. When I count to 3, you will cast your magic and knock each other's weapons away. Just disarm them. We don't want accidents. 1, 2, 3. Harry was on the alert, but he was prepared to give Della a good lesson. But the other party didn't talk about martial arts and cast the spell directly without finishing his shouting. Of course, Harry over there swallowed such a spell forcefully and couldn't help but rotated 720 degrees in the air before landing. But luckily, it's not a serious problem except those 2 pieces of meat are a little sore. Over there, the cocky Delaco was very proud of having hit Harry and sent him flying through the air for a few laps, and was enjoying the praise from the Slytherin students with his arms outstretched. Harry's eyes lit up. This was a good time to attack. He directly picked up his wand and sent a grinhulala at Della over there. Whether he did mental calculations or not, Delaco certainly didn't dodge Harry's attack this time. This time he was more miserable. He made more turns in the air than Harry did before. Even when he fell, he spread his legs apart, which was a bit like the last time he was on the Quidditch pitch. Every time he was injured, it was his thigh root. Could it be that Della needs some practice advice? Ha-ha! The other little wizards laughed unkindly. When Slytherin and the others laughed wildly because of Della's advantage, they were very aggrieved. Now it's their turn, and it's their turn. Looking at Della's embarrassed look, even the hair that was carefully combed has become extremely messy. Where is the arrogant look at the beginning? What's more, by coincidence, Della fell directly in front of Snape. Looking at the black robe in front of him, Della could only pull an ugly smile on Snape's painful and ferocious face. Leysen looked very funny underground, but it was also difficult in such a painful moment for a man. He had to show a smile. Snape felt that it was a wrong choice for him to agree to Lucius Malfoy to be Della's godfather, so he had no choice but to go forward and pull Della up from the ground, and then pushed him forward. With his eyes, of course it can be seen that Della Branch was not injured. I said it was just disarming. At this time, Harry and Della didn't care about Lockhart, who was yelling. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes and couldn't tolerate others. Lockhart was very anxious at the side, but his strength was not enough, and he couldn't move forward, so he could only worry at the side. But luckily he brought Snape along, and with him, things were still under control. The next scene is Harry and Della shooting spells back and forth at each other, which feels like a turn-based game. Until the end, Della used Slytherin's characteristic magic, Oolong out of the hole. That is to say, a cobra more than 1 meter long was summoned. Then Lockhart over there started acting like a demon again, preventing Snape from going forward to use the spell to stop, and directly sent the cobra flying into the sky. Pure flying. After falling from the sky, the irritated cobra no longer moved towards Harry, but stared at Justin Fletcher, standing next to the stage. The body is coiled, which is clearly the prelude to the attack, and there is that hissing sound. Don't move, I will decide. Snape over there also noticed the problem, so he took the initiative to step forward, and now the snake has not listened to Della's orders after being cursed by Lockhart. Need not. The snake is gone. Just when Harry said to Snape that he didn't need to take a step forward and was about to rush forward, the same spell stopped and hit the cobra, making the snake disappear. Everyone looked in the direction from which the spell was fired. The familiar and strange gold and purple magic wand, as well as the tall and handsome figure, were undoubtedly our Leysen, the light of La One Colau. Sometimes, the life of a companion is more precious than everything, isn't it? Leysen bowed slightly and said to Snape and Harry. Snape stopped in his tracks and didn't respond to Leysen's words. The other Harry saw that it was Leysen who shot, and what he said just now, although he believed in his ability to talk to snakes and even tame them. But as Leysen said, life is paramount, and he shouldn't be arrogant and reject Snape's help just now. He is not as good as Leysen in this point, and at the same time Harry thought of another point, and couldn't help but look at Leysen gratefully. Excellent mantra! Thank you, Mr. Leysen, for your help. And then we will start our duel practice tonight in groups of 2. Lockhart on the stage saw that the scene was under control, so he stood up and shouted. The little wizards off the field were already excited when they watched, wishing they could start such a battle too. Why did Leysen take the initiative to show his extraordinary skills? Of course not. Leysen did this to help Harry cover up his Parseltongue talent. Now the little wizard who obtained Tom Riddle's diary has not been found at all, nor has the basilisk. And the existence of the basilisk and the Parseltongue has also been pointed out by himself. Logically speaking, Harry should have heard it too, but he does things in a very Gryffindor style. That is, his body is faster than his brain. Many things are done first before considering the consequences. Just like now, what Harry thinks of is absolutely not relying on Snape. He can kill the snake by himself. Goodly how. But from the outsider's point of view, it was clearly Harry who wanted to control the snake. Now that Harry thought about it, he felt that it was fortunate that Leysen stopped him, otherwise his Parseltongue would be exposed. After Leysen said that the monster in the secret room was a basilisk, Harry knew why he could hear that voice, and at the same time knew that the fact that he had a Parseltongue could not be spread, otherwise he would be misunderstood as a basilisk. Chamber of Secrets. Thinking of being targeted at that time, which was more serious than last year's night trip with Ron and the others, Harry was terrified. At that time, it was just Gryffindor's internal rejection. If it spread to the whole Hogwarts, Harry felt that he would definitely collapse. Harry didn't want to experience that feeling again. Even at the beginning of term, he was targeted by Winkelluo's students. Ron Weasley. That's right, Ron, who has been ridiculed and ignored for a long time and is known as the servant of the Savior. Leysen saw something different in him tonight. Ron, who used a broken wand in the past, had to look at the mood of the wand every time he used the spell. If he was in a good mood, it would take effect, but if he was in a bad mood, it would not work or even explode. Even if the spell can be activated normally, you don't know whether it is targeting Ron's enemies or himself. The reason why the former Ron was ridiculed by others as the Savior's follower was because he was not good at anything, and he had no other advantages except playing wizard chess well. It can only be said to be mediocre. After changing the wand later, it seemed that what Leysen got was not a magic wand, but a learning machine of a certain brand that Leysen had seen before. The current Ron is not the person who couldn't use the spells before, but he is very proficient in using the spells. Even though Ron tried his best to hide there just now, he still easily defeated his opponent, Dean, in the same dormitory. This is not something that can be achieved by changing the wand. And after the duel, Leysen asked about Hermione Ron's recent performance. Hermione didn't pay much attention to Ron, but there were only a few people in the same grade as Gryffindor, and they all attended classes together, so it was still possible to observe more or less. According to Hermione's recollection, Ron had indeed changed after recently getting a new wand that was custom-made. That's right, it was tailor-made. After George, Fred, and Percy raised enough money, they found Professor McGonagall and asked her to help Ron go to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley to buy a wand. After all, for things like wands, it is best to go and try them yourself. Just like buying clothes, it is of course more appropriate to go to a tailor to measure your body than to buy a standard size in a clothing store. Not only was he able to keep up with the progress in the charms and transfiguration classes, he even almost caught up with Hermione's level. Of course, this is worthwhile in the courses, not in private. If you count the private ones, Hermione, who has been trained by Leysen for more than a year and has started a small job, is not comparable to Ron, who has changed his wand, even if there is a Dark Lord Tom Riddle standing behind him. Even potion science, which was often scolded in the past, can complete the brewing of potion normally. Don't think this is normal. You must know that Ron's brewing of potions in the past basically ended in failure. The first is that he has no talent, and the second, Sif, is that he is too afraid of Snape, which makes him panic every time Snape looks at him. As a result, my head went blank. I forgot the brewing time, added less or more ingredients, etc. The quality of the brewed potion was just barely passable. Otherwise, Ron wouldn't have to worry so much about being hungry for the potions course every time the final exam. After all, it's a combination of theory and practice. The theory can be memorized or copied, but in practice, there is no way to rely on external forces. In the past, Hermione didn't pay much attention to Ron. After all, she only had Leysen in her eyes, and Ron was just an ordinary classmate. Now, that Leysen said this, connecting some things, I found that it really feels like a completely new body. Can a magic wand really have such a big impact on people? Leysen can give the answer completely. That is no. Therefore, Leysen thinks that Tom Riddle's diary is probably in Ron's hands. To be honest, Ginny obviously threw the diary into the Black Lake. Then how did Ron get it? It can't be that Ron picked it up when he went to swim in the Black Lake, because he couldn't get rid of his depression, right? Wouldn't Ron have known about the wizarding taboo to never trust a thinking inanimate object? Of course he understands. Then why he still hides this notebook, Leysen can also guess. No doubt it's for the sake of Fleece. And there's always a kind of confidence that you use me. I use you, and I can get out of it in the end. That is, at Hogwarts, Ron knew that he would not be completely controlled by that notebook. After all, there were so many professors here as well as Dumbledore. The main reason is that Ron found something in this diary, and with its help, he has indeed been greatly improved. In the past, when people talked about themselves, they always said that Ron next to Harry was famous because he shared a dormitory with Harry and had a good relationship. But in terms of combat effectiveness, he really didn't see it. The last time Ron had an argument with Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch, the 10 slug curses were so embarrassing to Ron even now. During that time, he could say that he couldn't even lift his head up. There was nothing he could do. It was really embarrassing. Of course, he also wants to have a well-known name like Harry, or to be warmly welcomed by everyone because of his excellent academic performance and good looks like Leysen, but he really can't be like his two twin big brothers who have the ability to make alchemy props, so does talent. But it is a pity that he has nothing. He is just an ordinary little boy, although he was born in a pure-blood family, but the family is very poor, and he doesn't even have a complete magic wand. Speaking of which, Ron may be the same kind of person as Lockhart, both longing for the attention of others and being the focus of attention in the crowd. Even a reason why Ron had such a good relationship with Harry in the first place was because he hoped that by staying by Harry's side, more people would notice him. There is no way, as the second last in the family, parents don't pay that much attention. The youngest is a younger sister, and the big brothers are so good, it is normal to be stressed. It turned out that there was really a talent in that diary, and under the guidance of the other party, he had indeed completed his transformation. If you give yourself some more time, maybe you can still reach the level of Hermione, and even be as good as Leysen. To be honest, Ron is very envious of Leysen, even jealous. Just look at the operation in the last school year. Of course, Ron didn't know before, but now he guessed or understood in his heart that the so-called heir to the secret room was himself. And the diary, which Ron thought belonged to Salazar Slytherin, was not associated with Voldemort. After all, Voldemort is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Few know that he made Horcruxes and that one of them is still in the diary of his youth. Of course, Ron didn't know. As for Colin's petrification, Ron guessed that he might have done it, but it didn't matter. Colin didn't die, and he would recover after taking the Mandela potion. After giving myself a little more time and learning more, I will hand over Salazar Slytherin's diary to Dumbledore. It's a pity that Ron hasn't found it yet, but he has gradually and subtly been influenced by Tom Riddle, the most obvious manifestation of which is his indifference to life. Leysen asked Hermione to pay more attention to Ron's changes in class, and in private asked Neville about Ron's situation to see if he had the habit of keeping a diary. After all, Neville shared the dormitory with him, and they had a good relationship, and they would stay together in their spare time, so he should be the one who knew him best besides Harry. Why not find Harry? That's because Leysen's relationship with Harry is not as good as Neville's, and now Harry's mind is full of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. as well as polyjuice potion and Della. Leysen ran over to ask Harry now, and it was easy to startle him. Leysen was not sure that Harry would not mention his situation to Ron, and in comparison, Harry's relationship with Ron was deeper than his own. But Neville is different. He admires Leysen very much. After entering Hogwarts, he has made such a big change because of his help. Moreover, Neville is also a very smart person. He knows what to say and what not to say, and his mouth is still strict, so he is undoubtedly the best person to ask about the relevant situation. Leysen didn't specifically look for Neville, but when everyone was having dinner, Leysen casually chatted with Ron, saying that he saw the change in Ron last night, and it looked like he really changed after changing his wand. Neville also followed Leysen's words to continue the chat, saying that Ron has indeed changed a lot recently. The whole person is different, and it seems that the previous wand really harmed him. However, Ron often doesn't stay with Harry and Neville recently, because Harry is busy training Quidditch, and Neville is busy learning to cultivate herbs. In the past, Ron had nothing to do, either play wizard chess with people at Gryffindor, or go to the Quidditch pitch with Harry to watch them practice. I have been alone recently. Neville and the others asked him what he was doing. Ron replied that he had a new wand to practice more, and made up for what he lacked before, and he was much more diligent. Neville and Harry didn't explore too much about this. They both had their own things to do, and of course they were happy for Ron's progress. Neville also said that one night during the semester, when he woke up in the middle of the night, he saw Ron had just come back from outside. It was quite late at that time, and everyone was asleep. Neville asked Ron why he came back so late. Ron said that he didn't pay attention to the time when he was practicing potions outside, and lamented that Ron's growth was paid for by sweat. As for why not doubt it, Neville himself is a talented person in potions, and he often brews potions. Naturally, he knows that potions need to be fully concentrated once they are brewed, and it is normal to ignore the time. And most of the nights when there is no class recently, I come back very late, and I always step on the point, not like playing chess with other people in the common room or doing something like before. Hearing what Neville said, Leysen can give Ron a real shot. I didn't know who the person who got Tom Riddle's diary was before, so I couldn't trace it from the source. The basilisk is hard to find. Isn't it hard to track Ron's whereabouts? Now the basilisk will definitely not be able to escape Leysen's palm, and the next thing is to stare at Ron. And Leysen's communication with Neville is also to plan a nail. Don't look at Neville. He is very sensitive to some things. Leysen talked to him about Ron's various changes today. If Neville finds out that Ron communicated with a diary, he will definitely be suspicious. At that time, no matter whether Neville tells himself or Professor McGonagall, his purpose will be different. Reached. Even Ron knows about the taboos. Neville certainly knows about it. And when you think about the recent changes in Ron, it will be even more convincing. And what does this have to do with Leysen? It doesn't matter at all. It's all Neville's own invention. And Leysen can pick himself up. He is nothing more than a harmless second-year student of Keela Winkelluo, who is a little bit good and charismatic. But I don't know if Ron knows that his obvious performance has been noticed, or Tom Riddle told him something. Recently, his daily routine is no different from that of ordinary little wizards. How did Leysen observe? Of course, it wasn't just running to follow Ron in a mediocre way. It's not like sending Xiaoyi to follow Ron in turn to monitor him. Don't forget that Filch has a man-marking artifact called the Marauder's Map. It was invented by Harry's father James Potter, Pettigrew Peter, Sirius Blake, and Lupin, and I have to say that the four of them still have something. Cat. This map can identify everyone, no matter if the person is animagus, has taken polyjuice potion, or used an invisibility cloak. Even the ghosts of Hogwarts are famous on it. To be honest, at this point, you ask Leysen to make such a Marauder's Map. He can't do it now. Maybe he can do it in the future. Of course, James Potter and the four of them were able to draw the Marauder's Map, all relying on the convenience that they are animagus, except for Lupin. But Lupin is a werewolf and can also turn into a wolf. Mouse, black dog, stag, wolf, these four guys turned into animagus when they had nothing to do at night and ran around in Hogwarts, turning over the entire interior of Hogwarts Castle. The secret passages were found out by them. 0. Except for the Room of Requirement and the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, they haven't been there, so there's nothing about those two places on the Marauders map. Although it's a pity that the Chamber of Secrets is not on it, it doesn't matter. If Ron disappears on the Marauders map, then he will naturally appear in the Chamber of Secrets. The craftsmanship of the Marauders map is very superb, and the miniature simulation contained on it is the reason why it can track the whereabouts of everyone in the castle. And the Marauders map has been enchanted to resist Snape forever. Of course, this Marauders map also has shortcomings. The first one is that it doesn't cover all the places. Like James Potter, there are no places they haven't been to or don't know. The second is the indistinguishability of the same name. For Hogwarts people like this, it is quite difficult to meet someone with the same name and surname. The Marauders map was acquired by Leysen a long time ago. After all, he often wanders around at night and doesn't want his whereabouts to be discovered. Especially the Marauders map can break through other people's disguise, which is even more fatal to Leysen. He does not want this thing to fall into the hands of George and Fred. He can guarantee that if George and Fred get the Marauders map, they will definitely find out if they can do it when they go out for a night tour at night. If they monitored him to run into the Forbidden Forest when he had nothing to do, or if he was not in the castle, it would be difficult to deal with righteousness. In Leysen's bedroom at night, Leysen took out a blank parchment from the small world, which was a Marauders map made by James Potter and the others. I solemnly swear that I will do no good. After Leysen finished speaking, an ink line appeared on the blank Marauders map, and writing began to appear on the parchment. The crooked green typing above reads, "Supplies of aids to makers of magical mischief. Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs gentlemen proudly present the Marauders map." These nicknames are Lupin, Pettigrew Peter, Sirius Lake, and James Potter in order. The origin of these four foreign affairs is their respective animags. Immediately afterwards, a map of the entire Hogwarts appeared on the Marauders map, including various secret passages, and even the Marauders map would show the way to open the secret passages. Ron Weasley. Looking at Ron, who was staying in the Gryffindor common room, Leysen had no accidents, and it has been like this for the past few days. It's just that when Leysen saw the Slytherin dungeon, the Hufflepuff basement, and the La One Claw Tower on the Marauders map, the expression on his face was a bit subtle. Since there are common rooms of the four colleges on the Marauders map, it means that these four guys sneaked into the common rooms of the four colleges at night. So the so-called strict protection of Hogwarts is really tight on the outside and loose on the inside. That is to say, James Potter and the others didn't intend to do anything bad. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to catch them. Or there would be some victims who were later able to sit back and wait to catch them. Of course, each dormitory in Hogwarts is basically arranged for 2 or more people to live together, except for Leysen, who lives alone. If there are too many people, it means more surprises. Fortunately, among the 4 of James Potter and the others, Peter Pettigrew has a problem with his character. Although the other 3 are mischievous, they still have their own persistence in matters of right and wrong. Otherwise, that era would have been difficult. Fortunately, Peter Pettigrew was suppressed by James Potter and the others. Otherwise, with his shabby appearance, he might really do some unruly things. Fortunately, Leysen has a small world of his own, and every time he takes a break, Xiao, E, and the others will come out to help release the wind and guard. Otherwise, he really can't sleep. Leysen thought that what Harry and the others did was being observed by a man who appeared to be a mouse, but was actually a big man with a foot. Fortunately, he was not in the same dormitory with them, or even in the same college. In this way, even if Pettigrew Peter wants to do something, it will be more difficult. This can also explain why Little Wolf can easily enter Gryffindor's common room after jumping out of Azkaban next year. No way, they have figured out the entire secret passage of Hogwarts, and the protection of Hogwarts can't stop them at all. If Gryffindor and the others knew that the escape passage they left behind had become Hogwarts' weakness, and all of them had been exposed, I don't know how it would feel. In fact, Leysen not only used the Marauders map to detect Ron's traces, even Tom Riddle Leysen tried it. After all, even the ghosts of various colleges can appear on it, so maybe the remnant soul of Tom Riddle is the same? The result was not as Leysen expected. There was no trace of Tom Riddle on the Marauders map, which meant that the remnant soul and ghost in the Horcrux were not the same type of existence. But Leysen is more inclined to another theory. That is, James Potter and the others have never touched Horcruxes, so the Marauder's map cannot show the existence of remnant souls, just like Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and the Room of Requirement. Horcruxes, except for some knowledgeable wizards, such as Professor Slughorn, ordinary wizards don't understand. James Potter and the others were young when they made the Marauder's map, so it's normal for them not to understand. Even wizards who know something about Horcruxes will never make Horcruxes. Do you really think that Horcruxes are so easy to make? Although as long as the Horcrux is not destroyed, even if the wizard is killed, he can still create a body for resurrection and achieve a theoretical state of immortality. But in fact, the soul has been damaged, which violates the laws of nature and is prone to various accidents. Sometimes death is much better than survival in this way. In Dong Huang's words, it is luck, and those who do this will be abandoned by luck, and everything will not go well. Just look at the original plan for Voldemort's resurrection. It was really all kinds of accidents, and a so-called boy who survived defeated him. Horcruxes are actually the most evil black magic items in the world, but they didn't expect to be able to use creatures as one of Horcruxes, such as Harry and the Big Snake Nature. In fact, to make a Horcrux, there are undoubtedly two parts. The first step is to shatter the soul through evil events such as murder and massacre. This process must be uncomfortable. Then part of the soul is separated from the body and sealed in the container. And finally, the production of the container is completed with a specific spell, which is the Horcrux. Isn't it very simple? Almost teach you how to make a Horcrux step by step, but it's only very simple in the description of the steps. In practice, 350 can only be said to be impossible. Even Leysen felt that the reason why Voldemort set off such a big war and slaughter was to make Horcruxes. After all, although the first generation of Dark Lords also started a revolution, they didn't kill like him. It may also be that there are too many split souls, and they're finally affected, which is the aforementioned luck. But this has nothing to do with Leysen. Leysen put the Marauder's map aside. Since Ron didn't do anything, he didn't have to monitor him all the time. Leysen put the Horcruxes he had collected on the table: Hufflepuff's gold cup, Ron Clow's crown, and Slytherin's locket. Among the four founders, Gryffindor was not picked up by Voldemort. In fact, if Gryffindor's sword hadn't been kept in the principal's office, perhaps such a thing would have to be added. Then it would not be the 7 Horcruxes, but the 8 Horcruxes. Leysen stared at the 3 Horcruxes in front of him. Among the remaining Horcruxes, only Marvolo Gaunt's ring still had the possibility of planning. But that's not important right now. Leysen has been wondering where exactly the second chamber of Salazar Slytherin is. Wait, this is... When Leysen looked at Salazar Slytherin's locket from a certain angle, he suddenly noticed something. Leysen sat up directly, took Slytherin's locket in his hand, and looked over from the angle just now. Isn't this shape just a small hole above the Chamber of Secrets? Sure enough, Harry's colleagues are not deceiving me. Leysen always believed that Slytherin had a second secret room, so he never gave up and would often go to the secret room to search around. Even where the Basilisk lived, he tried it with a sniper rifle equipped with armor-piercing bullets to see if there was a wall behind the wall, but unfortunately it wasn't. And the most likely one is undoubtedly the top of the secret room, on which countless snake patterns are carved, and there are some strange gaps around it. Leysen was also skeptical at the beginning, and carefully studied those gaps for a long time, wondering if they needed to be arranged and combined, and carefully wrote down the draft. As a result, a wave of operations was as fierce as a tiger, but it had no effect at all, and Leysen extinguished this idea later. Now, that Leysen sees Slytherin's locket placed like this, it seems that the pupils of the snake in the middle fit perfectly. Finally found it. It's not in vain that I spent so much time and effort. Leysen is very excited. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. How could I be so stupid and never thought that Slytherin's locket is the key to open the real secret room? Still arranging and combining there. Thinking it's a game of match? Leysen really wanted to rush to the girls' washroom to enter the secret room right now, and open the real secret room of Salazar Slytherin. But looking at the time, it was not yet time for the bedtime curfew, so he could only restrain his restless heart and calm himself down. Anyway, the secret room will not run away there, and it's not a big problem to wait for a while. You still have to calm your mind and achieve the state where Mount Tai collapses before you and your face remains unchanged. It's different, and I don't know if Salazar Slytherin has left any protective measures in the secret room, so I still have to be more cautious. In order to stop his attention from the passage of time, Leysen took out a book and forced himself to read it, so that time passed at least faster than imagined. We all know how slowly time goes by if you keep staring at the clock, but how fast time goes by if you're doing other things. In fact, time will not become faster or slower because of people's will, and the flow of time is eternal. With great difficulty, Leysen managed to stay until half an hour after the curfew, and then left from the window of his dormitory. He set aside half an hour, so that at least he would not run into the little wizard who came back halfway. As for Ron, Leysen took a look when he came out, and he had already returned to his dormitory to rest. So Leysen didn't need to pay attention to him all the time, and it seemed that he didn't plan to go out today. Regarding this, Leysen just said, "Tolerate enough," and stopped paying attention to him. I used to think that the passage was very dark and long, but today I feel it is extraordinarily cordial. It really is a happy event when people are in good spirits. But no matter how happy and excited he is, Leysen's defense is still in place. Familiar camouflage, a Yin's invisibility, a Tai's possession, 2 magic wands, one on the left and one on the right, the bulletproof vest on his body, etc. Returning to this familiar secret room, Leysen didn't rush to the ceiling of the secret room to put Slytherin's locket into it, but first checked the entire secret room for the plaque. From top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, even Leysen, the basilisk's lair, went in to investigate for a round. After confirming that there was indeed no one else here, he took out the Slytherin's locket and started the next step. As Leysen inserted the Slytherin locket obliquely into the vertical pupil of the snake from a subtle angle, as the locket cut in, the ceiling of the entire secret room suddenly glowed with a slight green light, and the snake carved on it also after coming alive. He kept walking around, and finally formed a formation before stopping. Leysen took down the Slytherin locket on the ceiling. It was no longer needed. Leysen recognized it. It was a teleportation formation in front of him, and the locket was the key to open it. It's no wonder that more than 1,000 years have passed, but no one has found out where the real secret room of Slytherin is, let alone the real secret room, and even this hidden secret room has not been found. Except for the Voldemort area. In the first secret room, there are 2 levels blocking the way. The first one is to have the talent of parcel tongue, and the second is to be able to find the passage to enter the secret room. The girls' bathroom is one, but it is definitely not the only one. There must be other passages in Hogwarts. Otherwise, how could the basilisk attack Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey? If there was only one girl's bathroom, then Myrtle would definitely find out, and even Dumbledore would. After all, the location of the girl's bathroom is not hidden. The second secret room needs to be carefully observed first, and has a strong memory, able to remember the shape of the snake's pupils, and secondly, you need to have the Slytherin locket to open the formation. Maybe there is a little bit of luck in the end. It's likely Xuan has been to the Chamber of Secrets so many times, but he didn't expect to poke around with Slytherin's locket. Putting the locket away, Leysen stretched out his hand to touch the formation. The next second, the light on the ceiling suddenly became stronger, the light dispersed, and Leysen's figure disappeared into the secret room. Should this be spectacular or cruel? Leysen, who had disappeared, had come to the real secret room of Salazar Slytherin at this time. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help sighing. No wonder Salazar Slytherin set up so many checkpoints for a secret room. After all, the things here are really out of the ordinary. Unexpected. The secret room of Salazar Slytherin is no smaller than the fake secret room, and it can even be said to be larger. The main thing that shocked Leysen was the countless densely packed glass tubes and various biological tissues inside, including the heads of various magical animals, the heads of dragons, the arms of giant monsters, the horns of unicorns, half the bodies of invisible beasts, and even many human organs. In the glowing green light, the impact of the scene on Leysen can be said to be amazing. Looks like Salazar Slytherin is still going the way of the wizard in the novel. Leysen let out a sigh of relief and said, "This kind of pursuit of truth and ignoring everything is really like the taste of Leysen reading wizard novels in his previous life." Leysen didn't care about the various materials that are priceless in the eyes of ordinary wizards, but came to the table at the lowest end of the Chamber of Secrets. He hoped to find some manuscripts of Salazar, Slytherin, and other things here to answer his doubts. It can be seen from all this that Tom Riddle 50 years ago only discovered the fake secret room and the basilisk inside, but did not open the real secret room. But it's normal to think about it. Tom Riddle at that time was very careful. How could he be so arrogant like Leysen now, randomly entering and leaving the secret room to search for Jane and turning everything upside down? He is not a time traveler. He is not familiar with the plot, and at that time he did not have the Slytherin locket in his hand. So what if he saw it? Maybe Tom Riddle realized that Salazar Slytherin had a hidden chamber of secrets after graduation, so he kept asking Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts as a professor of defense against the dark arts. After all, no one in 310 knew that what was hidden in the secret room of Salazar Slytherin was such a pile of wreckage. From Voldemort's point of view, if he got the real secret room of Salazar Slytherin, then his plan would definitely be given an accelerator. In addition, when he entered Hogwarts teaching, he would be able to carry private goods and let his great thoughts subtly influence the little wizards. After a few years, he would be able to win over a group of loyal subordinates. This kills two birds with one stone. No, you can even use this opportunity to kill Dumbledore, the biggest roadblock, and influence parents through students, and finally use Hogwarts as your base. Yes, Hogwarts, a school with all kinds of protective magic, is an excellent base, and the library is an excellent place to cultivate talents. There are two resource points, the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. The perfect place to revolt. Moreover, Slytherin has left a secret room. Who knows whether the other three founders have left a different kind of inheritance? No one can say for sure. It's just that Dumbledore is not a fool, so he can naturally see what Tom Riddle is thinking. Dumbledore has his own information channels. As for why Leysen is sure that Tom Riddle didn't realize that Salazar Slytherin still had a real chamber of secrets until after graduation, we can know from the actions of Tom Riddle's remnant soul. He just possessed the little wizard who was confused by the diary and went to the fake secret room to summon the basilisk, and let the basilisk attack the little muggle-born wizard, but rummaged around in the whole fake secret room, looking for the real secret room. To be honest, Leysen doesn't know where this secret room is now. After all, Slytherin used a teleportation formation, so it depends on whether there is any relevant record on the table. Fortunately, even after the year before last, the parchments on the table have not changed much, and they can still be preserved intact. Even the quality of the table and chairs is not bad. Anyway, there is still enough time, so Leysen pulled a stool and looked at this place where ordinary people looked very weird and scary. Leysen also took out a lamp from the Small World warehouse and put it on the table. After all, the green light is not very friendly to Leysen's reading. At the same time, they also summoned the birds and snakes Xiaoi and asked them to help release the wind to protect him. Although Leysen has made a round of detection, there is no danger, but Leysen will not just relax his vigilance. And the weirdness here is nothing to the birds and snakes who are about to become fat and sour. Leysen didn't read it carefully, but just read some content roughly, Sib, which is about Salazar Slytherin's diary, and so on. As for some statistics and professional books, Leysen put them aside for the time being. It's okay to watch slowly. An hour later, Leysen finally read through what Salazar Slytherin had written. Among them is naturally the origin of this secret room. It turned out that Salazar Slytherin found that his strength had no possibility of further improvement in the later stage, and his strength was even declining due to old age and frailty. The feeling of physical weakness and the feeling that he was stepping into hell step by step made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he wants to use a method to restore himself to the peak period and even wants to prolong his lifespan and live forever. Of course, Salazar Slytherin would not take the path of Horcruxes, and there was no such thing as the Philosopher's Stone at that time, but as a genius, Salazar Slytherin planned to create a new path of wizards. From the remains of these magical animals in the Chamber of Secrets, as well as the wish of Salazar Slytherin, we know that he has focused his attention on magical animals. To be precise, this path is called the Blood Wizard. Integrate the characteristics of magical animals into the wizard himself, so as to obtain the talents of these magical animals, such as the invisibility of invisible beasts, the ability of Thunderbirds to control lightning, the super physique and unique abilities of fire dragons, the fire control of phoenixes, and even the rebirth of Nirvana, Snake's the strange pupil of death and longevity, and so on. Leysen thinks that Salazar Slytherin's goal is definitely the latter. After all, among the magical animals just exemplified, the basilisk is the most in line with Salazar Slytherin's idea. Longevity, unsolvable eyes of death, powerful magic resistance, and physical fitness. The most important thing is that the basilisk will listen to Salazar Slytherin because he is a Parseltongue. Even in Salazar Slytherin's vision, the combination of Parseltongue and basilisk will make wizards with basilisk bloodlines stronger than ordinary bloodline wizards. You can even become the king of basilisks and rule all monsters. This is completely different from the Parseltongue wizard. Just look at the fight between Harry and Tom Riddle. They are all Parseltongue, but the basilisk doesn't listen to Harry's words, but listens to the other party. But if it is the king of the basilisk, let the basilisk eat the Parseltongue wizard, then without any hesitation, just open its mouth and swallow it alive. At that time, no one dared to raise his head in front of Salazar Slytherin and dare to meet his eyes, because that would mean death. As for whether Salazar Slytherin succeeded, the result is obvious. It failed. Otherwise, Salazar Slytherin would not have become a legendary figure, but has been ruling Hogwarts and even the entire wizarding world. And Salazar Slytherin also wrote in his diary. In fact, his so-called glorious career is not to let his successor eliminate those so-called muggle-born wizards who are not worthy of learning magic. After all, Salazar Slytherin was willing to found Hogwarts with Gryffindor and the others, so naturally he had no opinion on the little wizard's background. Even in their time, the situation of the little wizard born in Mama was even more miserable. It is to continue to follow the research of Salazar Slytherin, to thoroughly dig out the path of the Blood Wizard, to realize his ideal, and to let the world know the power of his Salazar Slytherin. In addition to the 4 founders of Hogwarts, he is also the founder, pioneer, and leader of the Bloodline Wizard era. In fact, it is true that Salazar Slytherin and Gryffindor had conflicts and had a big fight in the later stage, and it is not nonsense. Except, what they were arguing about wasn't Salazar Slytherin targeting Muggle students. It was them discovering what Salazar Slytherin was doing. Of course, they didn't want to stop it. Even the kindest Hufflepuff didn't object to Salazar Slytherin's actions. After all, she wasn't the Holy Mother. In that era, kindness was a luxury. You could have compassion in your heart, but you could score goals. In that era of wizards, being alive was the only thing. Moreover, there was no magical animal protection law in that era, and the number of magical animals at that time was much greater than now. They found that what Salazar Slytherin did was relatively late, because Salazar Slytherin had already attacked himself and transplanted the blood of the basilisk. It's just that in that era, medical technology was not so developed, and there were not many people who studied magical animals. Most of them were learning magic spells and brewing potions to increase their chances of survival. Even if there is research on magical animals, it is to study how the materials on them can be used to enhance their strength, or how to tame them and become their loyal subordinates. As for the others, there were very few of them, and Salazar Slytherin, who had been transplanted with the blood of the basilisk, had snake scales appearing on his body, and his eyes began to turn into vertical pupils like the basilisk. In this way, do you think that Salazar Slytherin has succeeded, and the characteristics of the basilisk appear on these minds? But in fact, although Salazar Slytherin's body has become stronger, but the increase is not large. On the contrary, he is more affected mentally. To be precise, his beast nature has become stronger, and the spirit of the basilisk affects him all the time. In his eyes, walking wizards are food. That's why those little wizards think that Salazar Slytherin will purge students of Muggle descent. The devouring eyes, it doesn't look like you are a human being at all. It's like food. In the eyes of ordinary young wizards, isn't that just dissatisfaction with themselves? Words will only spread more and more outrageous, and will not become more accurate, especially when the time span is so long, thousands of years, and someone in the ocean next door, none of the country's history is half 1,000 years old. In the later period, the situation of Salazar Slytherin became more and more serious, and he called it animalization, and Gryffindor and the others also discovered it. At this time, there was no way to help him. Regardless of their dissuasion, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts alone. He was going to end his own life. He didn't want to end up as a monster with neither human nor ghost. At that time, he would still attack his former companions, friends, and students. With the pride of Salazar Slytherin, he was absolutely unwilling to do so. In the end, his decision was to find a place by himself and kill himself. This was the easiest way. Of course, Salazar Slytherin also wrote down his own experimental data in order to save future generations from detours. The basilisk was actually not used to kill people, but to extract the blood of the basilisk. Salazar Slytherin feared that there would be no such creature as a basilisk in the future, or there would be no way to hatch it. Seeking flowers? 0. So not only did the hatching method be recorded in detail in the diary, but also a living basilisk was left behind. In this regard, Leysen can only hold high respect for Salazar Slytherin, who has never met before. Seniors who are willing to do this for the younger generation and the development of the wizarding world deserve Leysen's respect. This is different from building Hogwarts together to give wizards a stable home. It should be said that the level is different. Call. Leysen only felt that his mood was a little ups and downs tonight, and it really wasn't because his state of mind was not good enough. 0. Leysen first collected all kinds of books, records, and drafts on the table lightly. He didn't dare to use magic spells, although it would be faster and faster. But with the passage of time, Leysen now has no problem touching it with his hands. But he is afraid that touching the magic power will cause these parchments to collapse and turn into ashes. In fact, these parchments are not important at all. What is important is the things recorded on them, and that is the treasure. As long as these parchments are collected in the small world, Leysen is the ruler in the small world and can completely protect them. At that time, the above content will be rubbed, and these parchments can do whatever they want. It is also not acceptable. After all, it is of great historical commemoration and research value. Salazar Slytherin's manuscript. Even if Leysen really inherits Salazar Slytherin's bloodline wizard path in the future, then the value of such parchment is not to mention. Leysen was as careful as possible during this process. Although some manuscripts were indeed broken in the middle, Leysen didn't take it seriously. As long as it wasn't turned into ashes, Leysen still had a way to restore it to its original state. What are you doing with so many of your subordinates? It's time to give them a chance to put together a puzzle. Putting all the manuscripts into the small world, Leysen made a temporary room and put them away, and then the remaining specimens and materials were collected. Leysen first entered the small world. According to the layout of the secret room just now, he made such a secret room in the basement of the villa. This should be the second basement floor, because Leysen also built a basement before that to store things and so on. So this secret room can only continue to dig down. Because of the situation in this secret room, Leysen has also set a policy that no creatures in the small world are allowed to enter unless he allows it. There is no way. The things inside are too precious, and besides himself, there is only Ain Xiaoi and the others in the small world, so it is really easy for them to be scared out of good or bad when they enter this place. You must know that Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets basically collects slightly powerful and useful magical animals here. No way. Who gave Sarah Slytherin this strength? And What about the calendar? With Leysen's 910 control over the small world, building a super large basement is a matter of minutes. But I don't know how long it took Salazar Slytherin to build this super large secret room and materials. So, no genius can compare to someone like Leysen. After preparing everything, Leysen returned to the secret room again and collected all kinds of magical animal limbs that were shriveled or soaked in potions and kept alive in the basement of the small world. Too much. In the future, Leysen will definitely continue to study the path of blood wizards. After all, the most difficult part from 0 to 1 has been researched by Salazar Slytherin. Just continue to improve it yourself. Research belongs to research. Leysen can't say for the time being whether he will take the path of the blood wizard, but he can give his weak subordinates a wave of reform. To be honest, Leysen has a little disdain for the blood of magical animals in the current magical world. Even fire dragons, phoenixes, thunderbirds, and unicorns, which are very powerful magical animals in the eyes of ordinary wizards. There is no other reason. The simple reason is that their upper limit is too low. No matter how powerful these magical animals are, they will not reach the level of a legendary wizard like Merlin, let alone speak of gods. Leysen thinks that it is very unlikely that there are magical creatures of the Sunshine Wizard level like Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald. However, Leysen heard some anecdotes from his wizards chatting with him. That is, although there is no absolute strongman among magical animals, there are quite a few strongmen among those Vila, centaur, mermaid, vampire, and titan. It is also because of their existence that the wizards dare not kill the magical animals. At least guarantee that they will not be extinct. Otherwise, they will join forces to attack the wizards and families who did such things. As for whether it is true or not, Leysen does not know for the time being, but since there are such rumors, it is naturally possible. Leysen looks down on the current bloodlines of magical animals, but it doesn't mean that I don't look down on the swollen and sour bloodlines like Yuanzu's smaller than them. Those mythical beasts and monsters recorded in the Shanhai Jing of my ancestors. The phoenix that will bring auspiciousness to the world, the dog that swallows the sky and the moon, and the Qiongqi that symbolizes evil. These mythical beasts have the ability to destroy the world when they grow up. Creatures like the Elank Iron Bellyfire Dragon, Giant Monster, and Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon in Leysen's small world are like younger brothers in front of them. Fortunately, Salazar Slytherin didn't leave behind these materials, and he didn't set up a fixed death like a magic circle. Otherwise, Leysen would have to spend a lot of effort. It was almost finished. Leysen opened a cabinet, but found a fiery red egg placed on a silk satin inside. Leysen stretched out his hand and held it in his hand to look carefully. The flame-like pattern on it, and the warm feeling of touching it reminded Leysen of the records in a book he had read before. Is this a phoenix egg? Leysen didn't expect that there was such a phoenix egg in Salazar Slytherin. As mentioned earlier, even though fire dragons are rare, compared with phoenixes, they are too many. At present, the most well-known one in the wizarding world is the phoenix fox raised by Dumbledore, and no other phoenix has ever been seen. Oh, by the way, there's another one. That is the mascot of the New Zealand Motorola Macaw Quidditch team, the Phoenix Spark, and there is nothing left. Leysen also asked Oliver to offer bounties for phoenix eggs or phoenix cubs or unowned phoenix clues to get bounties. As a result, it has been so long, and there is still no news. Unexpectedly, in another village, a phoenix egg was harvested in the secret room of Salazar Slytherin, and now I can have my own phoenix. However, this phoenix egg has not hatched after so many years, and has not been supplemented with corresponding magic power. Its activity has been greatly reduced. It seems that I have to soak it with the innate 5 elements liquid for a while. Leysen felt the faint vitality of the phoenix egg in his hand like a candle in the wind. After so many years, it has been thrown here in the secret room, and no one came in. Moreover, the environment here is cold and humid, which is obviously not an environment that creatures like Phoenix would like. In addition, the locket of Salazar Slytherin must be used as a key to enter and exit. Even if it hatches, it cannot get out. Leysen was very lucky that it didn't hatch. Otherwise, the phoenix would really be gone. Even if the phoenix has the ability to be reborn from nirvana, Each rebirth consumes a lot of energy, and after each rebirth, a large amount of food needs to be supplemented. But like here in the Chamber of Secrets, how can there be any food for Phoenix to eat? Is it possible to eat the limbs of those magical animals? But it seems that 4.8 is not impossible, but these should not be enough for Phoenix. After all, even if the bodies of magical animals collected by Salazar Slytherin in the secret room are piled up in a hill for thousands of years, but still not enough to eat. In addition, in this environment, if you eat raw flesh and blood, you will no longer be a phoenix, but a magic phoenix. Leysen took out a glass, transparent container, just big enough to put a phoenix egg in, and then poured the innate 5-element liquid into the container, completely submerging the phoenix egg. There's no need to worry about whether the phoenix egg will be damaged. Leysen can feel that with the injection of the innate 5 elements liquid, the vitality that was still weakening stopped at this moment, not only stabilized, but also began to increase slightly. It has just been injected with the congenital 5 elements liquid, and the effect is so obvious, which shows that it is good for the phoenix egg. It has been a few days since Leysen discovered the real secret room of Salazar Slytherin and looted it all. Apart from observing Ron's whereabouts, Leysen has been studying Salazar Slytherin's manuscript for the past few days. At the same time, there is also the phoenix egg. The longer it is soaked in the innate 5-element liquid, its vitality will become more and more vigorous, and it has now returned to the normal level. In other words, this is a phoenix egg. If it were replaced with an egg of other magical animals, it would have become a dead egg in such a long time. However, Leysen was not in a hurry to take it out of the innate 5-element spiritual liquid, so he let it absorb more, so as not only to make up for the previous shortfall, but also to strengthen the foundation of the phoenix. Leysen used psychic liquid when the 5 of them were birds and snake eggs, but it was not the innate 5-element psychic liquid, but just psychic liquid. After all, the amount of innate 5-element psychic liquid was not much, and now it is used less. There is no way to make up for the situation. Leysen still cherishes it. If it weren't for the phoenix this time, this kind of magical animal that is different in Leysen's mind, even if it is not the phoenix in his own impression, it is just a name, but Leysen believes that its bloodline will be 28 in the future, go back to their ancestors little by little like Xiaoyi in them, and then you will be able to have a real phoenix. As time goes by, Christmas is getting closer and closer, but Leysen still hasn't caught Ron's going out, and it's not like he hasn't gone out. Ron went to Black Lake several times in a long time. At first, Leysen was ecstatic when he saw it, thinking he had finally found the place where Ron hid the basilisk. There is no trace of the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest. Why didn't I think of Blackbeard, who is closer to Hogwarts Castle? With the size of the Black Lake, it is more than enough to accommodate the basilisk. As a result, Leysen let the Kappa and Grindylow enter the Black Lake that day and asked them to help search for the basilisk lake. In the end, the answer turned out to be no. Now Leysen really felt that he had seen a ghost. Could it be that Ron, like himself, has a small world that can accommodate the basilisk? This is impossible. If Ron has such ability, Leysen doubts whether he is a fellow countryman, and he has also traveled through time. Not reconciled, Leysen asked Grindylow to go down to the Black Lake to look for it several times, but there was still no news, so he could only continue to sit on the sidelines. Anyway, Leysen had a lot of things on hand now, so let's continue to spend it, and see who can spend it more. Tom Riddle is in the light, and he's in the dark, let alone a little spy Neville by Ron's side. However, Neville didn't notice Ron's abnormality. Instead, he told Leysen that Ron's mouse, Ban, had gone somewhere recently. He, Ron, and Harry couldn't find it after searching for a few days, so they could only let it go. Leysen guessed why the mouse spotted. No, it should be Peter Pettigrew disappearing. He must have discovered Ron's abnormality and may have even seen the conversation between Ron and Tom Riddle's diary. After all, Ron would shy away from Harry and the others when doing things, but he would not shy away from a pet mouse in his own eyes, and a mouse that had been with him for many years. Leysen even wondered if Peter Pettigrew had seen Ron manipulate the basilisk to attack people, or if he also looked at the basilisk and disappeared immediately. However, the possibility of the latter is not very high. After all, he's been able to endure for so many years, and he will definitely not put himself in danger. It can only be said that Pettigrew Peter really put the word forbearance to the extreme, even more forbearance than the twisted mouth Dragon Kai in the novels of the Return of the Dragon King that Leysen read in his previous life. But he won't be arrogant for long. When Sirius Black escapes from Azkaban next year, that will be his end. Because Leysen helped Harry kill the snake in the Duel Club that day, Harry did not reveal his parcel-tongue talent. So Harry's situation was much better than he was in the original timeline. People's attention was not on him. On the contrary, all the books about magical animals in the library, especially the basilisk, were borrowed by the little wizards, and there were also records about Salazar Slytherin. They tried to find traces of the secret room in the forest 1,000 years ago by looking for clues inside. It's just that what they don't know is that Leysen has found all of Salazar Slytherin's false secret room and the real secret room, and has already taken the treasure into his pocket. That is to say, the true secret room of the Blood Wizard was not discovered by Voldemort. Otherwise, maybe Voldemort might not have embarked on the road of trying to use the Horcrux to live forever, but injected the blood of the basilisk like Salazar Slytherin. On the basis of Salazar Slytherin, perhaps Voldemort could really succeed. Then it is very unlikely that Harry would want to defeat Voldemort like he is now, and he should still be under Voldemort's dark rule now. This day was the weekend. In order to monitor Ron's whereabouts and make it easier for him to rush there at any time, Leysen did not go to the room 943 of response with Hermione and Penelo, but asked them to practice the rain by themselves. Because I really have a lot of things at hand, whether it is the manuscript of Salazar Slytherin that I just harvested and various materials that need to be sorted out, the virtual combat spell that has just been developed and has not been completely perfected, and the improvement of my own strength, Phoenix Egg care, and so on. Really dizzy from work, Leysen took a look at Ron through the Marauder's map. Well, in the Gryffindor common room. What the hell could it be that he knew he was spying on him? Otherwise, it has been so long since the last time the Dueling Club was opened, and there is still no movement. Could it be that I guessed the wrong person? Leysen thinks this is impossible. After all, according to his own investigation, it is Ron who has changed and improved the most, and it is in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Ron would be as forbearing as Peter Pettigrew, and he would not show his holiness to others. According to his personality, after his transformation, he should immediately let everyone see his changes. After all, he has a youthful heart, and Ron's original personality is similar to that of Lockhart. He hopes to get the attention of others and become a bright spot in the crowd. Unexpectedly, I did not expect it. What? Justin Fletcher and the ghost Sir Nick were attacked and petrified by monsters last night. In the morning, Leysen just sat down and picked up a sandwich and was about to eat it, but he heard the news from Penelo, who was sitting next to him, and Martha. Leysen was stunned. He checked Ron's whereabouts every now and then last night. He was in the common room of Gryffindor. Why did he suddenly come out to harm people? What the hell? He was being monitored all the time. Could it be that Ron knew he was being monitored by himself, so he came counter-monitor? But Voldemort probably doesn't know about the Marauder's map. And how does Ron know that someone is spying on him, or himself, so it can only be called a coincidence? Leysen put down the sandwich in his hand and listened to Penelo explain the ins and outs of the whole matter. Penelo also knew that Leysen stayed in his dormitory at night to study things and didn't pay much attention to outside affairs, so it was not surprising that he told him the full version of the incident that went viral last night. At about 9 o'clock last night, Harry, who was originally in the Gryffindor common room, suddenly ran out, making everyone look puzzled. So under the leadership of our curious George and Fred, everyone followed. In the end, Harry was seen standing motionless in front of passage, and when George and the others approached, he saw the petrified Justin Fletcher collapsed on the ground and Nick floating in the air. It immediately alarmed Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, so the young wizards in the whole college basically knew about it, except for Leysen, who didn't leave the gate and didn't leave the door. Then Harry was called to the principal's office for questioning. Of course, it turned out that Dumbledore believed Harry, and Harry was innocent. Leysen, he was not surprised at all about this. To be honest, Leysen was surprised. How could Ron choose such a coincidental time, when he didn't pay attention to him. Obviously, it was the time when a basilisk attacked people, and the source knew it himself. That was Tom Riddle's diary, Voldemort's remnant soul. The Chosen One knew it himself. Ron Weasley, even the secret chamber where the basilisk hid, and the real secret chamber of Salazar, Slytherin himself. I still have the Marauder's map on hand, but after so long, I still can't grab Ron's braid and find that basilisk. It's not enough to be angry. After all, in the first semester of this year's school year, my harvest is no worse than last year's whole school year. Look at last year, not counting the wool from the Forbidden Forest. Leysen also got a Sorcerer's Stone, 2 trolls, a Norwegian Ridgeback baby dragon, a devil's net, a 3-headed dog, and beat Voldemort twice. Other than that, well, if other people know about Leysen's behavior in Versailles, they will definitely not be able to help but want to beat him up. See if this speaks human language? That's all. Isn't this harvest enough? He is just a young wizard who has just entered Hogwarts first year, and his worth exceeds more than 90% of the wizards in the wizarding world. Speaking of the 3-headed dog Lu Wei, Leysen talked about it when he went to find Hagrid last time. After the Voldemort incident, Hagrid found that the 3-headed dog he kept in the trapdoor was missing. I was very anxious, and I also asked Professor Dumbledore and Flitwick for their help. I searched for a summer vacation, but I couldn't find it, so I had to give up. In fact, Hagrid didn't have much hope for the survival of the 3-headed dog Lu Wei. After all, according to what Harry said by the time he arrived with Ron and the others, the main head technique was gone. So in all likelihood, he was killed. After all, the person who broke in was Voldemort. But the reason why Dumbledore is willing to help is also a little guilty. After all, he also knows Hagrid's love for magical animals and treats them as family members. Again, I arranged for Hagrid to send the 3-headed dog to guard there, and it was also my calculation to reveal the weakness of the 3-headed dog. But according to Dumbledore's own plan, since Quirrell knew the weakness of the 3-headed dog Lu Wei, of course it would be good to just use music to make the main dog Lu Wei fall asleep. There's no need to kill it. After all, the commotion would be too great. In this way, it could only be done by the mysterious man who appeared behind, when Dumbledore thought of Leysen's vest and couldn't help but become ugly. It doesn't matter if you can enter and exit the Forbidden Forest at will. Even Hogwarts can enter and exit at will, which makes a suspicious person like Dumbledore feel insecure. He wanted to find this person, but no matter how hard he searched, there was no clue at all. The other party appeared twice. Wire. Maybe there's also a deep interest in fantastic beasts. It's a bit like Newt Scamander. After all, the first time I saw him, according to Harry, was when he was looking for an injured unicorn, and the second time he was in the basement classroom with the 3-headed dog Fluffy and the giant No Wonder It's Gone. Dumbledore also recalled that at the Halloween dinner, when Quirrell rushed to the auditorium and yelled that there was a troll, the troll behind him disappeared. Even if Dumbledore and the others searched all night, they still found the giant in the basement bathroom. Strange trail. Thinking about it now, it was also the handwriting of that mysterious person. Knowing that there's a troll in Hogwarts Castle so quickly, and accepting it before everyone else, it means that this mysterious person must be a student or staff member of the college. The scope narrowed all of a sudden among the student group, who has the ability to fight Voldemort back and forth. And, yes, it also has a large number of hot weapons and storage monsters that can be taken out anytime and anywhere, as well as a huge 3-headed dog Lu Wei. At present, Mr. Leysen from mysterious east of La One Keluo, who has the storage space, is openly and above board, although he also owns various properties according to his own investigation. If nothing else happens, he should be the heir of a hidden family in the mysterious east. And no matter how genius the opponent is, it can't be him. After all, if he can confront Quirrell and gain the upper hand in the first grade, then there is no need for him to continue Harry's Savior training program. Then they can only be senior students or faculty members of the college. But except for last year's Quirrell, the professors are basically people who know everything about themselves, and they have been in Hogwarts for more than a year, and they themselves unexpected skeptics. For this, Dumbledore can only lament that the storm is coming. Leysen didn't know that his identity in Dumbledore's heart turned out to be the heir of an ancient hermit family. Maybe he would be happy to know. After all, it would be of some benefit to him to have an extra layer of vest that looks like fog, but not fog. As for Dumbledore narrowing down the scope so quickly and even investigating himself, it's fine if Leysen doesn't know. Even if he knows, it's not surprising. After all, this is Dumbledore. As a time traveler, Leysen will not foolishly look at him with the image of Dumbledore in movies or novels. I can only say that it is a stupid behavior, and it will completely leave you without a place to die. Anyway, Leysen didn't think that he could compare to those old silver coins who were old and tenacious, but they were thieves in calculation. What he can do is to use the information gap and his own identity to accumulate as much background and resources as possible for himself, so that the road ahead will be easy. And he also knows that with the passage of time, it is only a matter of time before his identity is discovered. Never underestimate anyone. This is the reason given to him by Ron Weasley this time. For Leysen, his own strength is undoubtedly composed of two parts. One is his own strength, and the other is the strength of the magical animals in the small world. Look at how long it has been since you entered Hogwarts. The number and types of all kinds of rare and powerful magical animals in the small world are constantly increasing and continue to develop steadily. It is most correct 787. As mentioned earlier, Leysen's harvest last year was not low, but this year's harvest is even worse. By the way, I almost forgot last year's harvest, and there are all kinds of weird items in the Room of Responsiveness, which is not a small harvest. As soon as school started this year, I first cultivated whomping willow branches in my own small world, and then went to the Forbidden Forest to harvest a whole group of thestrals. Now the small world has the largest population of thestrals. Then he learned Parseltongue and entered the secret room of Salazar Slytherin. Although there was nothing in the false secret room except the basilisk, the real secret room was also found by Leysen. That phoenix egg is already a great harvest, not to mention the manuscript of the Blood Wizard and the pile of experimental materials. So there are countless treasures in a magic academy that has been established for thousands of years. It's just to see if you can discover them and find them out. Leysen has always felt that being able to study at Hogwarts is a very lucky and happy thing. It is so cool to spend the most difficult and weakest stage here, and to be able to keep on pulling wool. As Christmas is getting closer, the weather at Hogwarts is getting colder and colder. The snow-white snowflakes have covered Hogwarts with a layer of silver, and there is a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. Fortunately, the heating facilities in Hogwarts are in place, but it is more difficult to cover the entire castle. But there are auditoriums, classrooms, and common rooms. Leysen is eating breakfast at La One Keluo's long table. Today he made himself a hamburger. It is in a warm place like the auditorium. Otherwise, Leysen would definitely not make such a hamburger. After all, a cold hamburger is not tasty at all. To be honest, Leysen was eating a hamburger, but he was thinking about Donghuang's breakfast. In such a cold weather, what could be more pleasant and comfortable than eating 10 bowls of steaming soup or noodles? Braised pork noodles, snail noodles, old friend noodles, rice rolls, small noodles, noodles with fried sauce, hot and sour noodles, and sliced noodles. The longer he came to Hogwarts, the more Leysen missed Donghuang's food. No, I have to let those guys quickly research all kinds of portable self-heating food, so that even if he is in Hogwarts, he can still taste all kinds of delicious food. As a result, when Leysen was thinking about this matter, he heard the discussion of other little wizards around him, which caught his attention instantly. I heard that Harry Potter is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. He opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the Basilisk. Why do you say that? What evidence is there? You don't know. According to other people's discovery, Harry Potter is actually a Parseltongue, same as Salazar Slytherin, and the people who were attacked these few times have conflicts with him. The first time Mrs. Norris was because of what they did at the beginning of school, and Filch's revenge for punishing him last year. Colin Creevey usually followed Harry Potter. During the last Quidditch match, his embarrassment was photographed. As for Justin Finley, it is said that Harry Potter found out about his Muggle-born status, so he was targeted. It's unlikely. After all, Harry Potter doesn't look like that kind of person, and you have no other evidence for that except Parseltongue. Why not? Don't forget, whether it's Mrs. Norris or Justin Finlay, the first person who was petrified was Harry Potter. On the night Colin Creevey was petrified, he was alone in the school infirmary, with plenty of time. Leysen is not only eating with his mouth, he is also eating melons mentally. It sounds delicious. So, is Harry going to take the blame again? But who sent this information? Even though Dumbledore has endorsed Harry, Harry is still regarded as the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, and not many people know about Harry's return to Parseltongue, right? So in this way, it is very clear who is behind the scenes, and that is Ron Weasley. As for why he did this, of course it was to muddy the water so that he could continue to sit on the Deity, and everyone's eyes were on Harry. Who would have noticed Ron Weasley? An unknown Ron Weasley who even failed to cast the slug spell next to the savior Harry Potter? Don't you think this scene is very familiar and déjà vu? Quirrell used this method to disguise himself last year, and it can only be said that he is the remnant soul of Voldemort. The methods he taught and used are exactly the same, showing weakness first, and then hiding in secret to plan. However, Voldemort's own development seems to be the same, and he started his own pure-blood revolution only after he achieved forbearance and gained power. But if Ron spread the word like this, wouldn't everyone be able to find out about him? After all, Harry is not a fool, and it's not like a Hogwarts that he doesn't know whether he is a ghost or a person on the internet. Such rumors must be spread from person to person. There are not many students at Hogwarts. As long as they are willing to spend time and energy, they will definitely be able to find out who is behind the scenes, just like how Ron betrayed Leysen when he was punished last year. Now Leysen doesn't know what Ron thinks or how Tom Riddle taught him. Leysen's question was quickly answered, because Harry, Ron, and Neville soon appeared in the auditorium. Ron, why did you do this? You clearly know that the so-called heir to the Chamber of Secrets is not me, and I did not do those things. Even Dumbledore said it. It has nothing to do with me. Listening to Harry's voice full of anger, and his behavior of directly grabbing Ron's collar, it can be seen that he is very angry and angry. After all, in his eyes, Ron has a completely different status. This is his first real friend. Even if Ron has various shortcomings in the eyes of others, it doesn't matter. He is Ron Weasley, the first friend. A person who takes the initiative to make friends with himself. The beginning of his conflict with Draco Malfoy was precisely because the other party insulted Ron, and at the same time, he didn't like that superior attitude. As a result, now Ron directly stabbed himself in the back, and he told him and Neville that he could speak Parseltongue, but he did so. This feeling of being betrayed by his closest and most trusted person drove Harry almost crazy. Leysen said, "Don't be surprised and unfamiliar. Your father was also betrayed and betrayed by the most trusted and familiar playmates." Compared with the relationship between Harry and Ron, the relationship between James Potter and Peter Pettigrew is deeper. After all, they have been in the same college and dormitory since they entered Hogwarts, and even during the few years at Hogwarts, they went out together at night to make trouble and bully Snape. For decades, until the death of James Potter 12 years ago, 2/3 of their lives were accompanied by each other. Otherwise, the loyalty curse would not have chosen Peter Pettigrew. It is a pity that he failed the trust of James Potter and the others. It was as if the Ron in front of him had failed Harry's trust. Harry's eyes almost turned into a fan-shaped chart, filled with anger, sadness, disbelief, and bewilderment. Although we are best friends, I should stand up and stop you at this time, so as to prevent you from repeating the same mistakes. Even if you say that Dumbledore believes in you, everyone can see Dumbledore's preference for you. Are you covering? Just look at last year's Academy Cup. Because of your extra points, one Kelluo lost the Academy Cup. And you're also the most in line with what Leysen said about the identity of Sarah Slytherin's heir. Good guy. Leysen is really impressed by Ron Weasley. From his point of view and what he said, no one would think there is anything wrong with his behavior. On the contrary, I will give him a thumbs up. After all, everyone knows how good the relationship between Ron and Harry is. As a result, this show has indeed picked him up. Moreover, with these two sentences, he picked himself out and drew others to his side, especially the students of Winkelluo. After all, everyone is still aggrieved about the College Cup incident in the last school year. Also put eye drops on Dumbledore. Dumbledore is so partial to Harry, the savior, because he can't hide it. At the same time, they dragged Leysen into the water and used Leysen's words to increase the credibility of their own words. Leysen's reputation and personal charm are much stronger than him. Everyone believes what he said. Leysen can only say that it is really interesting, but he doesn't know whether Ron came up with it himself or Tom Riddle taught him. If it's the former, then it's really interesting because Leysen also thought about what Ron planned in the later stage, or how he planned to get out. Wouldn't it be all right to throw the blame on Voldemort? Just say that I was manipulated by Voldemort at that time, and what I did, thought were not my own thoughts at all, and then I apologize. Why don't we just turn this matter over and over again? Others have no experience of being possessed by Horcruxes, so that's not what Ron said. And Tom Riddle's diary will definitely be wiped out in the end, and the remnant soul in it will also end up in the same way. There will be no evidence of death at that time, so it is naturally Ron's words. Even if Harry has a bad heart, but as long as Ron has a correct attitude and keeps admitting his mistakes, then with Harry's character, of course he won't hold on to it, and the two can reconcile as before. Even though the two have only known each other for a year and a half, their relationship with each other is very deep, and they have shared many adventures together. Ask for flowers. Harry over there really thought so, from the first acquaintance on the train, to the dormitory when he was in the branch, and the night tour in the confinement together last year. After that, he bravely broke into the basement classroom to defeat Voldemort, and came to Privet during the summer vacation. Lou rescued himself from the cage and drove to school together when school started. It was really all kinds of memories flooding into my heart. Looking at Ron's firm eyes, Harry didn't know what to say for a while. Now he was in a state of confusion and incomparably contradictory. I just talked about the basilisk. I didn't say that Harry Potter is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, nor did I say anything about him. What I said was not for you to spread rumors and frame your friends, but for everyone to do it. Just be prepared. 0. Ron Weasley, sometimes don't treat everyone as a fool, and don't drag me into the water. What do you think? You have nothing to do with me. Also, about last year's Academy Cup. No matter whether Dumbledore prefers Harry or not, you are one of the bonus trio, and you are also a member of Gryffindor. Totally heartless. At this time, Leysen finished the last bite of the hamburger in his hand, stood up, and said to Ron over there. The whole auditorium was silent for a while, except for Leysen's voice. It wasn't until Leysen left that everyone began to talk slowly. After all, Leysen was right just now, and they were still on Ron's side at the beginning. But being told by Leysen, Ron really didn't know what to do, and at the same time betrayed his college and friends, and framed Dumbledore. Fortunately, Leysen exposed his little thoughts, and now everyone can see something clearly. Listening to everyone's discussion, Harry's eyes flashed gratitude to Leysen. This was the first time he didn't know, but Leysen did save him, even if his starting point was for himself. Unlike Harry, Ron over there looked at Leysen's back. His eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. His careful plan was broken just like that, so he had no other emotion in his heart except hatred. Leysen, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry for such a person. Here. Penelope followed Leysen closely. When she just arrived, it happened to be when Ron was talking to Harry. Before she went to sit down next to Leysen, Leysen got up and left after eating, and she stood in the crowd of onlookers again. Leysen didn't notice that she was normal. Penelope looked at Leysen's serious face just now, thinking that he was really angry. But of course Penelope could hear the little trap in Ron's words just now. Even if Leysen didn't take the initiative to stand up and retort just now, she was ready to speak, like pouring dirty water on Leysen in front of her face. It would be nice not to reward you to faint. I'm not angry. The appearance just now was just pretending. 323. Shin stopped and said to Penelope beside him, looking at the smile on his face. He didn't look like he was angry in the auditorium just now. Just now, in the auditorium, it was all faked, and Ron really thought that he was easy to mess with if he didn't fire up. Leysen. Before Leysen could say a few words to Penelope, Hermione ran up from behind. She wasn't in the auditorium just now, so she didn't know what happened. All I know is that Ron's words made Leysen angry, and after asking the direction Leysen left, he quickly chased after him. It's okay, don't listen to those people. I'm just pretending to be angry. It's rare that you all came here, so let's go for a walk together and tell you something. Leysen looked at the time. There was still some time before class. It was enough for him to clarify things with Hermione and Penelope. Leysen told Hermione and Penelope his recent observations and guesses. Penelope is fine, but a little surprised. After all, according to Leysen, even the red-haired Ron Weiss is the secret room chosen by Salazar Slytherin heir. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. Penelope has confidence in his own strength. Coupled with the red-haired Weasley, Penelope didn't have a high opinion of Weasley at all. After all, it was Percy Weasley who kept harassing him very much. Fortunately, the relationship between myself and Leysen got better and better later on, and the other party could see that it was impossible, so he gave up. Otherwise, Penelope would definitely still have a headache now. Also last school year, witnessing the birth of a Norwegian Ridgeback pup at Hagrid Lodge. See what Ron Weasley has been up to. You said that if Leysen has any conflicts with him, it is understandable to do so, and it is even worse than Harry and Delacour, two people who love and kill each other. But Leysen didn't have any conflict with Ron. Leysen's temperament is a typical Dongwon character, relatively modest and indifferent, so Penelope really couldn't figure out at that time. If Leysen hadn't stopped her, she might have brought Martha and Hermione directly to the door to beat them up before questioning them. Don't look at Penelope's cold temper, as if he is out of the world, but Leysen and Hermione, who have been with her for a long time and know her well, know that this appearance is external. After all, it is not so cold. There are always some flies flying around. Bother. But when you get along with Leysen, Hermione, and Martha in private, you will be a normal girl, and your temper will be a little bit hot, especially if the person or thing you care about is questioned or hurt. Then you will definitely go directly to her. Go to the door. Leysen suspected that Penelope was spoiled by Martha and influenced by her, because in terms of temper, Martha was definitely like a powder keg. Don't look at the savior Harry Potter, the light of Lewin Crow, and Leysen's reputation is not small, and even spread throughout the academy. But Martha is the real hidden character, and she typed out bit by bit. So these three celebrities have different ways of becoming famous. Harry Potter relies on the help of his mother. Leysen is an external school bully, and Martha is the school bully. As for Hermione, because of the appearance of Leysen, many things have changed. For example, her relationship with Ron and Harry can only be regarded as an ordinary classmate. Changed, Hermione became Neville. The role of wisdom has changed, so Hermione's impression of Ron and Harry can only be considered average or even bad. Other Gryffindors are also mischievous, such as Ron's big brother George and Fred, but they are mischievous, but they will take the initiative to take responsibility for things and try not to affect Gryffindor Academy as much as possible. But look at what Ron and Harry are doing. If they don't make a name, they will become a blockbuster. Every time they get into trouble, Gryffindor's college points will drop a lot. Usually, there's no such thing as adding points, but they are definitely indispensable for deducting points. Not to mention the Academy Cup champion at the end of last school year, Hermione and many Gryffindor students felt that this championship was very hot. In addition, because of what Ron did last school year, Hermione certainly didn't have a good impression and sense of him at all. She dared to frame Leysen, unlike Penelope, who wanted to beat him up because she was in the same academy. For the sake, I let him go last school year, but I didn't expect it to come again this school year. I'm afraid it's really itchy, and I want to be beaten. Leysen didn't know what Penelope and Hermione were thinking, except that the castle found an open place outside and roughly told them both of his recent investigations and guesses. So Ron Weasley is the chosen heir to the Chamber of Secrets, and he is also the murderer who controls the basilisk to kill people. Leysen, let's quickly tell Principal Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall about this. The previous sentence was said by Peen 4.3 Luo, and the latter sentence was naturally said by Hermione. It can only be said that Hermione was still young and naive. Before Leysen could speak, Penelope spoke first. Hermione, it's useless. All of this is just Leysen's guess, although there are 9 times out of 10 is like this, but we have no substantive evidence. In addition, the conflict between Leysen and Ron Weasley in the auditorium was seen by everyone. Now Leysen went to Headmaster Dumbledore at this time, and the other party might not believe it, but felt that Leysen was retaliating for what happened just now. The most important thing is that we don't have the key evidence to prove it, and it's useless for us to say more. Dumbledore will not search a certain student because of someone's suspicion, just like Ron Weasley sued Leysen last year. That's right, Hermione. Penelope is right. I'm not telling you these things to make you report Ron Weasley. Just to make you feel better, try not to walk alone. It's best to go with a companion. Especially you, Hermione. You and Ron are in the same academy, and the usual courses are taken together. There is no need for you to do anything. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Don't look at Mrs. Norris, who looked at each other indirectly through the water on the ground, Colin Creevey, who looked at each other indirectly through a camera, or Justin Fenrir, who looked at each other indirectly through the body of the ghost Nick in recent times. Coincidentally, putting your life on illusory luck is the most unfeasible approach. After all, the eye of death of the basilisk is really unsolvable at present, and you, like me, are muggle-born wizards. The possibilities are amazing. And if Ron Weasley wants to manipulate the basilisk to kill people in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, he must choose 1 or 2 people to do it, so that 28 can all be wiped out and no witnesses can escape and tell him. So you have to go with everyone as much as possible. Leysen said a lot, but Hermione listened to everything and memorized it by heart. Leysen's words also saved her. As for Leysen's safety, they have been with Leysen in actual combat and know how powerful the other party is. The two of them combined can't beat him, so what they have to do is to protect themselves and not to hurt Leysen. Enough trouble. Of course, what Pinello and the others don't know is that when Leysen was fighting with them, he still opened up a little hook, allowing one of Xiaoyi to possess him. Although Leysen is confident that he can defeat either Hermione or Penelope alone, but the magic power in the two bodies is a bit dwarfed. Penelope is 4 or 5 years older than him. Even though Leysen's magic power is increasing rapidly, Penelo's talent is not bad. Leysen has awakened magic power for more than 2 years. There is a gap between him and Pinello, but it is getting smaller and smaller. If there is no accident, this school year should be able to erase all the gaps, and the amount of magic power in the body can be equal to or even surpassed by Pinello. Leysen was talking to Hermione and Pinello, while Harry on the other side suppressed his urge to punch Ron and finally left angrily. Except for Neville, who went to comfort him, the others did not take any action, but stayed in the auditorium and talked about it. But Ron was surrounded by George, Fred, and Ginny. Percy wasn't here, otherwise there might be another one of him. Ron, what the hell are you doing? The first one to speak was, of course, Harry's little fangirl, Ginny. She couldn't believe that the person who just killed her relatives just now turned out to be her big brother, Ron Weasley, who has the best relationship with Harry. Yeah, Ron, what's the matter with you? I don't remember our Weasley family having a habit of selling out friends for someone else's opinion. It seems that our little Ron has also grown up. He is not reconciled to his current status and wants to be a hero. George and Fred winked at Ron and said, to be honest, they didn't understand what their youngest brother was doing. It's just that Ron was still standing there listening to the words of the three of Fred, and in essence, his mind had drifted away for a long time. The longer Ron lingers with Tom Riddle's ghost, the more he will be affected by him. Harry and Neville, who left angrily, came to the secret base they were familiar with, but the original trio became 2 people, and Neville didn't know what to say for a while. So the weak, pitiful, and helpless Neville could only continue to brew the compound potion silently. After all, Christmas was getting closer and closer, and they also collected the hair of Goyle and Crabbe. Because of the recent basilisk attacking little wizards in the academy, the number of little wizards staying in school for Christmas this year is only 1/10 of previous years. All the parents who knew about the basilisk attack sent their children home for the holidays. After all, Hogwarts is a dangerous place now, and many elders of little wizards have experienced the same experience for 50 years. Of course, all of the above are phenomena that only occur in pureblood families or mixed-race families, but those little muggle-born wizards all left school for their own lives. After all, Colin Creevey and Justin Creevey, who were attacked before Finley, was Muggle-born. The few little wizards who stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas were all from pure blood or mixed blood families. They basically stayed because they couldn't go back. And they're not little Muggle-born wizards, and in a sense, they're not the ones that Salazar Slytherin said would be cleared of not meeting the requirements for learning magic. Oh, by the way, there's still a little Muggle-born wizard who has not left Hogwarts, and that is our protagonist, Leysen. For this reason, Professor Flitwick also had a special talk with Leysen, telling him to leave Hogwarts and go home for Christmas. After all, everyone else will go back by then, and he will be left with only 20 people. The goal is too big, and he will be easily caught. Ion. Professor Flitwick doesn't want his most proud students to be petrified by basilisks like Colin and Justin. Later, he found out that Lee was determined not to go back, and told Leysen to be careful and pay attention to safety when he was in school. For example, try not to walk alone in the castle. Try to stay in the common room of La 1 Keluo as much as possible, and come to yourself or other professors if you find anything abnormal. Of course, Leysen readily accepted the love and care of his own dean. After all, he was the only elder who genuinely worried about him. But Leysen stayed here to meet with Ron and find out the basilisk. What Professor Flitwick didn't know was that maybe the basilisk should pay more attention to safety, but Leysen had his eye on it. That's why when Harry knew that Della and his two followers, Goyle and Crabbe, didn't come home for Christmas, he felt that Della was more suspicious. As one of the 28 pureblood families and one of the Hogwarts trustees, Lucius Malfoy couldn't possibly be ignorant of what happened at Hogwarts recently. In such a severe situation, Della is not forced to go home, which means that he must be planning something, maybe just like Harry's own guess. Della is the one who opened a secret room. Leysen, we're going back. You must pay attention to safety. On the day before Christmas, Hermione and Penelo each gave Leysen a hug before leaving Hogwarts in a carriage, their eyes full of worry. They also persuaded Leysen like Professor Flitwick, but Leysen still insisted that he would stay. The two women are not people who don't know how to measure, nor are they the kind of people who must make the other party follow their own ideas. Otherwise, they will roll around. They all know that Leysen has his own clear plans and goals, and if he really makes up his mind, he can only silently bless her. Don't worry, it's fine. Don't forget that I have fought dozens of times with the basilisk in a virtual illusion, and I know the characteristics of the basilisk and its fighting mode better than you. Go back and spend time with your family. If you have any questions, please contact the owl. I'll go back while I'm still able to go back on time every year. Don't forget that we agreed to travel around the world together when I graduate, and then we won't have time to come back. Hearing Leysen's words, the worries in Penelo and Hermione's eyes lessened a little. When they talked about traveling around the world, the three of them talked about what they would do after graduation. Leysen said that he would travel all over the world to collect all kinds of magical animals and build a magical animal sanctuary, including all the magical animals. Leysen wants to do it, so of course Hermione and Penelope will accompany her. And traveling around the world sounds cool, right? It is also very attractive to Hermione and Penelo. Just like what Leysen told them, the world is so big. Go and have a look while you are young. Take a look, by then their strength will definitely be enough, and everyone can go to the world. Originally, they planned to take advantage of Christmas to go back to practice more. The two of them have made plans to share and check for gaps in private. Later, Martha said, "Have you forgotten that there is trace in our wand? Are you not afraid of people from the Ministry of Magic coming to use the spell outside Hogwarts?" Overturned. Penelope and Hermione were really angry at that moment. Why the damn Ministry of Magic has such a regulation. According to Martha, the melon-eating crowd next to her, it's true that no matter how serious the research is at the front, the scolding will be as harsh as the back. On TV, what they say is 6666666666666. While all of them are prohibited words, that is, the whole drama cannot be broadcast with all beep 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 beep. After saying goodbye to Penelo and the others, Leysen returned to the auditorium. The auditorium had already been decorated with a dark night sky, a lot of diamond-shaped snowflakes falling from it, and a huge Christmas tree and various decorations on it. Even though there were very few little wizards staying at Hogwarts for Christmas this year, Professor Flitwick and Hagrid still decorated the auditorium with great care. However, because there are not many people and the recent situation is not very good, holding a banquet may also increase the probability of the students being attacked by the basilisk. Therefore, there will be no banquet this Christmas, and the little wizards staying at school can come to the auditorium to have dinner by themselves. Of course, although the banquet will not be held, the dishes will not cut corners because of this, and they are still very rich. Leysen didn't think too much about eating. After all, Hogwarts' Christmas banquet was indeed richer than usual, but most of them had food on weekdays. There were few people, and it was deserted. So Leysen simply packed some meat and went back to the dormitory, called Xuan in them out, and Leysen took out a small charcoal stove, a copper pot, and a pack of hot pot base ingredients. That's right, do as the Romans do. For Christmas, Leysen decided to reward a hot pot meal. As the temperature of the broth rises, the hot pot base material slowly melts inside, and the unique aroma of the hot pot begins to permeate. The base soup is the broth made by Leysen from pork bones and beef bones, not clear water. Of course, the portion of this pot of broth is naturally not small. Of course, Ian and the others in the small world also have a share. Beef slices, mutton, pork ribs, tripe, beef snow, duck intestines, fish balls, taro, lettuce, potato chips. There is a table full of dishes, just waiting to be favored by Leysen. Put them in the pot and cook them for a good taste. Don't think that the piles of dishes can't be eaten. Don't forget, besides Leysen, there are 5 of them, Xuan. Leysen is afraid that these are not enough, and there are still many left in the refrigerator of the small world. Comfortable. Leysen put a piece of beef covered with sauce in his mouth and chewed it continuously. The mellow and tender beef is mixed with the spicy, salty, and fragrant sauce. They don't need a sauce dish. After all, the base of the pot is a buttery, spicy pot. Leysen also added some beef bones and pork ribs, and the bottom of the pot will only become more fragrant as it cooks. Leysen originally planned to have a barbecue tonight, but after thinking about it later, it seems that the barbecue is not so friendly to Xuan, and the barbecue is not like a hot pot, where a bunch of ingredients can be thrown in at once. If only Leysen eats by himself, he can take care of it while grilling, but if there are more Xuan and the 5 of them, he can't take care of it. Leysen didn't want to spend the holidays alone, so he had to eat hot pot instead, so that Leysen could take care of Xiaoyi's altar. I scooped a piece of hairy tripe from the pot for Xuan, the others, and myself. The crispy hairy tripe was constantly being chewed in the mouth. What this hairy tripe eats is the crispness of the bite, so it can't be overcooked. Pay attention to it from the moment it is put into the pot. While eating, Leysen looked at the Marauder's map hanging in front of him, which showed the location of Ron Weasley. Next, will start to observe Ron in all directions. If the Marauder's map can't be used in Hogwarts Castle, Leysen will definitely enter the small world to talk to hide them together. But because of Hogwarts' protective magic and 2 different worlds, the Marauder's map can only be used in Hogwarts to detect Ron's location. But Leysen will not be stupid and stare at him all day. Don't forget there are 5 of them, Xuan. Except for not being able to speak, their IQs are no different from normal 10-year-old children. And recently, Leysen has also launched a literacy campaign in the small world, which is to teach Ian and them to read. At least they must understand English and Husha characters. At present, English is the first. After all, they live in England. As for the results, it's not bad. At least now, there's no problem with Primary 1 and the others as supervisors. The Christmas holiday just passed during Leysen's daily study and research, and the attack time that Leysen imagined did not happen. But Ron honestly did not have any troubles. Staying in the library most of the day, because of what happened in the auditorium last time, and after Leysen exposed his little thoughts, Ron's situation in Gryffindor, no, even in Hogwarts as a whole it is good. In the common room, no one played wizard chess with him like before. After all, most of the people had gone home, and there were only a few dozen people left in the entire academy. Originally, he stayed to use polyjuice potion with Harry and Neville to become Goyle and Crabbe to test Alaco, but now he's betrayed it's just Harry and Neville. Ron didn't want to go back either. Like George, they all went back. But Ron just didn't want to go back, even though his parents wrote letters asking him to go back. But he just didn't want to. Originally, the reason why Arthur and the others promised Ron not to go back was to spend Christmas with Harry. But now Fred and the others have told their parents about the news that the two of them have turned against each other. So they must let him go back, and even want to invite Harry go back together. But will Ron do it? The answer was obvious. So he simply stayed in the library directly with 707 and began to read various books that were boring and incomprehensible in the eyes of his previous self. Needless to say, after receiving the influence of Tom Riddle, Ron really seemed to be enlightened. These books that I used to read little by little, let alone calm down, I would never touch, but now it is really interesting to read it this way. Moreover, you can communicate with Tom Riddle about the difficulties you encounter in it, and let the other party teach yourself, as if you have a personal tutor with you. Isn't this better than a point reader advertisement that Leysen saw in his previous life? To be honest, Leysen doesn't know how Ron communicated with Tom Riddle, so that this guy can obediently listen to him without making trouble and is willing to teach him calmly. It can only be said that he really underestimated him. This is not the first time Leysen said this sentence, but every time Leysen said it, he felt that what Ron did this semester really impressed him a little. Perhaps because of the appearance of Leysen, the future Ron may take a completely different path. Maybe he can really become the achievement he saw in the mirror of a Reist, join the Quidditch team, and even become a member of the Ministry of Magic in the future. Maybe the minister? But during this Christmas holiday, Harry and Neville took the hard-to-swallow compound soup. It can only be said that the thing is really not for normal people to drink. The two of them squeezed their noses and drank it. But after taking 2 sips, I went to the bathroom and vomited. Fortunately, the compound decoction took effect after the entrance. Otherwise, the two of them would have to suffer another round. But when they pretended to be Goyle and Crabbe to get information from Delacoe, they found that Delacoe didn't seem to be the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, and he didn't know much more about the Chamber of Secrets than Harry and the others. Of course, Harry and Neville didn't learn nothing. At least they knew who the person who opened the secret room 50 years ago was, or who the suspect was, and that was Hagrid, who Harry had the best relationship with. This made Harry and Neville very surprised. Who could have a suspect who opened the Chamber of Secrets incident 50 years ago by his side? But Hagrid doesn't look like someone in his 60s at all, and sure enough, Titan is different. No, the focus is wrong, and after learning that Hagrid was an experiencer 50 years ago, taking polyjuice potion this time is not for nothing. So as soon as the polyjuice potion disappeared, Harry and Neville immediately went to find Hagrid to find out what happened 50 years ago. But for Hagrid, in fact, he didn't know what happened 50 years ago. He just raised Acromantia in Hogwarts Castle in violation of school regulations. The Acromantula Aragog in the Forbidden Forest is the same Acromantula back then. When he was feeding Aragog that day, people from the Ministry of Magic came suddenly and said that he would take him away and kill the Alivac that I raised. The reason is that someone reported that he and the Acromantula were the murderers of Myrtle. Hagrid, who was eavesdropping on the news at the time, was in a panic and didn't know what to do for a while. The last thing he thought of was to let Aragog go, and he couldn't let it be discovered by the Ministry of Magic, otherwise he would die. As a result, Aragog, the Acromantula, managed to escape to the Forbidden Forest, and he obtained a room card from Azkaban. He didn't get out of Azkaban until later with the help of Dumbledore, but he was still suspected, so he wasn't allowed to buy a wand. Then he had nowhere to go, so he was invited by Dumbledore to come to Hogwarts as a guard of the Forbidden Forest. Now Hagrid's situation is equivalent to bail, and Dumbledore is Hagrid's guarantor. The clues came to Hagrid, and it was cut off again. It seems that Harry and Neville's plan this Christmas didn't work out. Now it is completely in a dead end. There is no clue at all, and the clues are completely cut off. So why go to the Forbidden Forest to find the Acromantula Aragog? Harry didn't know. But Neville had heard of the reputation of the eight-eyed spider from Leysen. He didn't want to lose his life and Harry's life in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, Harry and Neville were persuaded by Hagrid not to continue to explore, and it was enough to leave everything to Dumbledore. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for them. Will Neville and Harry listen? That's naturally not possible. So the two of them plan to go back and plan carefully to see if there are any other clues. Otherwise, they will really take a risky walk around the Forbidden Forest. It is impossible to give up. They have come to this point. Naturally, they will not give up so easily. What's more, because of what Ron said in the auditorium, although Leysen interrupted him later, it still had some influence on Harry, and some people still dare not talk to Harry. Especially some Muggle-born students felt like turning around and leaving when they saw Harry. So Harry must find out the real murderer and restore his innocence. Regarding what Hagrid told Harry about what happened 50 years ago, Leysen naturally heard from Hagrid, even before Harry and the others knew about it. After all, Harry was able to learn these things from Della Commelfort, so it was easier for Leysen, who was familiar with the plot, and he had a good relationship with Hagrid. So of course he could ask Hagrid about what happened in the past. And Leysen didn't come to question or doubt Hagrid, but a kind and reminding conversation. Now Hogwarts has another chamber attack. Hagrid was the suspect 50 years ago, and now Hagrid is still at Hogwarts, and the murder of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets happened again, so it is hard not to suspect Hagrid. Even the Ministry of Magic might arrest Hagrid and put him in Azkaban again. Leysen was afraid that it wouldn't be fun if the big man couldn't figure it out. Leysen told Hagrid that he is currently investigating the Basilisk, and he wanted to give justice to his good friend. Hearing what Leysen said, the innocent Hagrid was so happy moved to tears. Unlike Harry, in Hagrid's eyes, Leysen is a capable person and even treats him as an equal. Like Harry and Neville, although Hagrid also told them the cause and effect, he didn't let them continue to investigate. After all, they still weak. But Leysen is different in Hagrid's eyes. Even Leysen will become a character like the combination of Newt Scamander and Dumbledore. Therefore, regarding what Leysen said, if the Ministry of Magic really wants to bring him back to Azkaban, don't worry or resist. Just follow the past honestly. After all, with Dumbledore around, Minister of Magic Fudge will not treat him too harsh. Hagrid would not embarrass Dumbledore by doing this. And from the side, he would be able to wash away the blame that has been carried on him for decades. Even after Hagrid's grievances are washed away in the future, he can use this to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic to make up for Hagrid's wasted decades. It is not impossible for Hagrid to become the Professor of Protection of Magical Animals at Hogwarts in the future. Listening to Leysen's methodical and careful plan, Hagrid's tears were even more free. Leysen sincerely helped him think and make suggestions. Everything is based on reality, which means that the future can really be realized. One of Hagrid's wishes is to be the Professor of Protection of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts. If it really works, Hagrid doesn't know how to repay Leysen, and judging from the current plan, Leysen said, if Hagrid finds Dumbledore and Professor Kettleburn to intercede, then the success rate is not high. Guaranteed to say 100%, but 90% is no problem. In the end, Leysen left under Hagrid's tearful eyes. There is no way. Can you sit in front of a little titan who keeps wiping tears, especially the eyes of Hagrid? Don't forget, Hagrid lived more than 60 years a man of Voldemort's time. Why did Leysen do this? And he didn't have too much interest in it. To be honest, apart from Hermione, Penelope, the younger brother Neville, by the way, and Luna, in Hogwarts, you can count as Leysen. Leysen's Hagrid is definitely the king of them all, so Leysen doesn't mind helping him. And even without Leysen's help, Hagrid will become a professor of conservation of magical creatures next year, so why not go along with the tide and make a wave of favors? Why is Leysen so sure that Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn will retire? You must know that he has been a professor of protection of magical creatures at Hogwarts for more than 30 or even 40 years. His aging body has already run out of energy, and if he hadn't had a suitable person to take over, he might have retired a long time ago. Otherwise, Hagrid would not be able to take over the position as soon as he unblocked the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, there are many wizards in the wizarding world, but there are very few excellent and professional wizards. Most of them can only hold magic wands. It's just a wizard who shouts a spell and casts a spell. The first is that there is no talent. The second is that there is no interest. The third is that you can't see the future, or it is quite dangerous. And the fourth is that you need Jean Jalong support. In the courses at Hogwarts, let's not talk about transfiguration and charms. Let's not mention flying and astronomy. Just look at the remaining 3 courses. If herbalism wants to reach the level of Professor Sprout, it is essential to settle down to practice, accumulate, and explore the characteristics of various magical plants bit by bit. However, the seeds and planting process of various magical plants require galleons, and even some magical plants require special fertilizers, such as blood. Magical plants are not just plants, but also dangerous, such as the stunned delagrass, the devil's net that binds and suffocates people, and the powerful whomping willow. So if you want to achieve something in herbal medicine, you need time, energy, galleons, talents, and even 100 million bits of luck to ensure that you don't die. The same is true for potions and the protection of magical animals, both of which require talent, interest, money, luck, and time to settle down, and even these two are more rewarding than herbalism. After all, herbal medicine is planting and farming, and it is still possible to follow the steps. But potion brewing is not the same. All kinds of appropriate amount, and a few words and it will make you collapse. And the more advanced potion takes more time and energy. Why do magical animals say they need talent? That is to have enough affinity, so that they can dispel the vigilance of magical animals. Therefore, in these special fields, there are very few talents. Leysen is also aware of this now. In order to avoid not having such talents in his hands in the future, he has now started to cultivate them slowly. The resources in his own hands are also sufficient. Leysen likes to control the source in his own hands instead of making requests to other people or even licking his face. Leysen doesn't want to be so humble after transmigrating, especially for the sake of such a strong advantage. But Leysen was thinking about another thing. That is, what Hagrid said 50 years ago was different from the movies Leysen had seen. In the environment where Harry entered Tom Riddle, but Tom Riddle went directly to the room where Hagrid raised Aragog and yelled directly to report him, and then Hagrid gave Aragog away. The fight between the two of them later attracted other students and professors, and eventually Hagrid was sent to Azkaban. Therefore, Leysen didn't know which one to believe, and he was more inclined towards Hagrid in his heart. After all, Tom Riddle's environment is completely up to him. What you see may not be true, but what the other party wants to show you. It's just soil. Leysen, we're back. Leysen, who received the letters from Penelo and Hermione in advance, of course waited at the gate of Hogwarts in advance, and estimated the time it would not be too early or too late. The Christmas holiday came to an end quickly amidst Leysen's busy schedule, which made Leysen a little uncomfortable for a while. The time has come to January 1993, and it has been 2.5 years since Leysen came to Hogwarts, yes. He came to this world in mid-1990. During this Christmas, Leysen was busy studying the manuscripts about bloodline wizards left by Salazar Slytherin, as well as observing Ron's whereabouts, improving his strength, practicing spells, contacting Oliver's letters, and dealing with his own work. Things here. Speaking of which, in order to get the Basilisk, Leysen's favorite Forbidden Lignite tour, or 990, has not been gone for a long time. It seems that he has to find time to pick up this good habit again. But Leysen didn't expect that Ron would not make a move for almost 10 days and half a month during the entire Christmas holiday. After thinking about it later, he realized that he was really stupid. If it were me, I would definitely not choose to do it on Christmas. Looking at the time of the Basilisk attack, there were only a few people who stayed at Hogwarts on Christmas. If there was an attack with Dumbledore's methods, it would be several times easier to find the real culprit. At that time, Ron would be unable to hide it no matter how much he did. Ron didn't want to hand over Tom Riddle's diary so soon. He also wanted to continue to use Tom Riddle's knowledge in vain and continue to improve himself. Ron thought that as long as he gave himself another 6 months, no, 1 semester, let alone Hermione Granger, the most outstanding talent in Gryffindor, even Leysen, who was praised by the whole school, could not compare with him. At that time, my prefix will no longer be the follower of the Savior, but the Lion of Gryffindor, the King of Weasley. Ron didn't know why he had this idea, but somehow felt that this title was very suitable for him. Leysen doesn't know what Ron is thinking. Maybe he guessed it, and he just wants to say one thing. When you're staring at the abyss is also staring at you. Ron's current behavior is completely seeking skins from tigers. Leysen doesn't know how Ron is confident that he can get out of the body, just don't get burned in the end. It was almost the end of the holidays, and Leysen realized that he didn't have to stay at school at all during the Christmas holidays. This was the stupidest decision. No matter how stupid or anxious Ron and Tom Riddle are, they would never choose Christmas, but it doesn't matter. During this holiday, Leysen has also settled down well and strengthened his background. Because Tom Riddle's notebook was always in Ron's hands, Harry naturally didn't see the scene of flooding the bathroom, nor did he pick up the notebook. However, whether or not he found the diary is no longer important to Harry. After all, the remnant of Tom Riddle, who is very interested in Harry, has been observing through Ron for some time. I have completely figured it out. With the start of school, Leysen's life hasn't changed much, and Hogwarts seems to have experienced a cooling off of the Christmas holiday, and the original panic has been swept away. If it weren't for the petrified Colin Creevey and Justin Fletcher lying in the school infirmary now, it would seem as if the Basilisk attack in the Chamber of Secrets never happened. And the Frontline Prophet Daily, which was originally a news report, was also very strange and did not report at all. If Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey did not report the first time and the second time, it is still in the past. As a result, Justin Finleyary did not report for the third time. So it was really Dumbledore who suppressed it. That's why Leysen said that, like Dumbledore, an old man needs strength, connections, and money. Leysen wants to become such an existence in the future. Leysen and Hermione didn't have class that night. They were writing their homework in the library. Penello had class tonight, so there were only Leysen and Hermione. The two of them finished their homework, and when Leysen sent Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room, he walked to the tower of La One Keluo alone. Leysen, who was thinking while walking, suddenly stood up all over his body, and an extremely dangerous feeling came from behind him. Leysen didn't have time to think too much. He directly possessed Walank's iron belly fire dragon, and at the same time, the magic wand in the wide sleeve of the wizard's robe directly popped out. Regardless of other things, Leysen put a few layers of iron armor curse on himself first. Fortunately, Leysen had brushed the iron armor curse to the point where it could cast spells silently. The moment the iron armor curse completely fit his body, Leysen felt an extremely powerful force piercing through the air and hitting his body hard. Leysen flew forward involuntarily, hitting the wall of the passage directly. Luminescence. Because of the iron armor curse and Tai's possession, Leysen didn't suffer any damage except for being a little embarrassed. But Leysen didn't look back, but directly raised his wand and used a super large version of the luminous curse. After the fluorescent flashes were activated, Leysen only heard a snake cry with a painful sound behind him. Leysen was not at all surprised by this, because just now he smelled the unique stench of snakes and the sweet smell of venom in the air. Moreover, Leysen's intuition has such dangerous thoughts, and he is still attacking him in a place like Hogwarts. Apart from the basilisk, Leysen can't imagine that there are other enemies. Flock of birds. A group of birds flew out from Leysen's magic wand, but they didn't attack the basilisk. But in 4. Leysen hovered and flew in front of Leysen to form a wall. This is Leysen's flexible use of the bird summoning curse, in order to block the sight of the basilisk, although his trick just now should make the basilisk blind, but Leysen does not dare to gamble. At this time, Leysen turned around, took out several red silks from the small world, and cast a transformation technique on them. These red silks seemed to come alive, and flew towards the basilisk directly under Leysen's command. Then stick it tightly on the body of the basilisk, mainly to go upstream to the eyes and head of the basilisk, and wrap it tightly around the eyes of the basilisk, so that you can fundamentally prevent the possibility of staring at yourself with the basilisk. In Leysen's practice, this method is very useful. But this doesn't mean that Leysen relaxes his vigilance and plans to directly look at the basilisk. With the mobilization of the magic power in Leysen's body, He waved his wand, and several translucent magic shields appeared in front of him. Leysen wanted to reduce the possibility of staring at the basilisk as much as possible. And if it was not possible, he would look at him indirectly, so as to reduce the power of the basilisk's death pupil as much as possible. Coupled with the fact that he is now possessed by Atai, and he is protected by two treasures, the innate 5-element spirit pagoda and the bee-spirit orb, logically speaking, Leysen will not have any problems even if they look at each other. But I have always emphasized that Leysen will never gamble with his life on the slightest possibility. In fact, in the original plot, Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox should have looked at the basilisk in the secret room, but nothing happened and even blinded the other party's eyes. On this point, Leysen believes that the basilisk's sigh of death is actually not as powerful as imagined, and it is completely avoidable when its strength reaches a certain level. And a sacred animal like the phoenix, which has its own purification, is naturally immune to the death eye of the basilisk. After all, both the death eye and the purification belong to the same plane. If we wait for a while for Leysen's 28 phoenix eggs to hatch, then Leysen will definitely be more stable now. But things don't wait until you're ready. They always like to come to you in a surprise way. Leysen threw out a few more steel rods and directly used the transformation technique while flying. These steel rods instantly became like mercury, and after being enlarged according to the size of the basilisk, the two ends were directly inserted into the ground, firmly restraining the actions of the dead basilisk. Looking at the S-shaped basilisk still struggling on the ground, Leysen breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the basilisk is restrained and its eyes are blindfolded now, Leysen has not completely relaxed. Walk up from the side and prepare to bring the basilisk into the small world. At this moment, Leysen suddenly found that the size of the basilisk began to shrink continuously. At first, he thought he had misread it, but later he realized that it was not at all. The basilisk was really shrinking. Now Leysen couldn't care about other things. The magic wand in his hand directly turned into a solid porcelain steel baseball bat. He strode forward and swung his arms backwards to pick one up. Boom! Ring? Ring is a good basilisk head. A dull sound echoed throughout the tunnel, and Leysen, who was possessed by the fire dragon, was almost shocked by the reaction force and let go of the bat in his hand. And the basilisk that was still shrinking over there was knocked out by Leysen's head-smacking stick and passed out immediately. The head is a relatively fragile part. It's tough enough. Now Leysen is not using his own physique, but his own physique plus the physique of the fire dragon to wield this stick. If it is not a basilisk, but another creature, this stick will not only make it disappear, but at least make it brain splash. The comatose basilisk was directly taken into the small world by Leysen without any accidents. At this point, Leysen was completely relaxed, but he didn't want to stay here any longer. With a return to normal magic, everything here was restored to its original state. The embarrassing situation caused by Leysen's battle with the basilisk just now was overwhelmed by Leysen's magic power. Completely gone, Leysen cast a disillusionment spell on himself and left directly. He didn't intend to enter the small world here to check the basilisk. To do something, of course it is necessary to be in a safe environment. Leysen doesn't want to meet other people when he comes out of the small world. And although Leysen didn't sense any signs of someone around him, Leysen didn't think Voldemort had the means to hide it from him, and he didn't want to receive a shot of Avada Kedavra as a gift. In an unoccupied passageway away from the La 1 Keluo common room, Leysen lifted the disillusionment spell, and he had to let others see that he had returned to the dormitory. Leysen, who returned to the dormitory, didn't say much, and directly entered the small world. Atai, who had been possessed all this time, finally released his possessed state. Leysen did not go to the villa area, but came to a specially reserved cave, which is the home where Leysen settled for the basilisk. After all, the basilisk is different from other magical animals. Its eyes can still cause damage to magical animals. Leysen can naturally block it, and he did so, but he doesn't want people like Xuan or Nobeta to forget the horror of the basilisk after they get used to it, and stare at each other foolishly in the outside world and other places. It's really a shame to lose their lives because of such ignorant reasons. The most important thing is to laugh off the big teeth. Looking at the basilisk lying obediently in front of him now, Leysen can now look directly at him without any problem. After capturing the basilisk to the small world, a lot of doubts were solved at this moment. First of all, that is why Leysen has been unable to find the basilisk from the last change in size of the basilisk when Leysen fought with the basilisk. Leysen was busy fighting just now and didn't notice it. Only now did he discover that there were some dark patterns on the basilisk's body, which were obviously drawn or engraved by someone, and had already been carved into the basilisk's flesh and blood. Is this a magic pattern? Leysen thought of the body shape transformation of the basilisk that was completely out of its own ability and guessed what these painted lines represented. The so-called magic pattern is actually like the talisman seal in Oriental Taoism, through various patterns 233 ways to achieve various magical effects. Just like the teleportation array in the Salazar Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is also a kind of magic pattern. And because of the passage of time, there is less and less knowledge and inheritance about the magic pattern. Leysen can recognize it thanks to the rich and comprehensive collection of books in the Hogwarts library, plus the fact that Leysen the ability to memorize erudition. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to recognize it. As expected of Tom Riddle, he has done a lot of research on magic patterns that have been lost for a long time in the eyes of the outside world. He is a genius, and we praise him. But it's not surprising when you think about it. After all, Voldemort will be able to thoroughly understand Horcrux technology to create Horcruxes in the future, and of course Horcruxes must have some knowledge of magic patterns. Therefore, it is very difficult for Leysen to find the shape of the basilisk that can freely change in size. Except when the basilisk regains its shape when looking for food in the Forbidden Forest, Ron makes the basilisk change at other times. Small. That's why Leysen found traces of the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest, but couldn't find him. Just now, Leysen made the basilisk to the smallest extent, who could turn a giant python more than 10 meters long into a body similar to an ordinary snake, more than 1 meter long, about the thickness of child's arm. It's no wonder that Leysen can be found. As for the second point, that is the hiding place of the basilisk. Of course, Ron cannot keep the basilisk with him all the time. Except when the basilisk needs to come out to attack people, the basilisk must hide elsewhere. The Forbidden Forest is impossible because the Forbidden Forest is too far away from the Hogwarts castle. If Ron wants to carry out an attack, he has to go to the Forbidden Forest to bring back the basilisk, so it will definitely be too late. And Leysen guessed correctly where the basilisk hides. It is the Black Lake. As for why Leysen was not found before, even if Grindylow and Kappa went to check it, it is because in the Black Lake the basilisk is still the smallest in size, and there is nothing to do. They're all in a deep sleep state. Find a hole, just get in and wait. Unless Ron calls it, it basically won't run around. This is why Leysen often saw Ron running to the edge of the Black Lake, in the name of training the spell, to actually communicate with the basilisk, including bringing it back and letting it go. Like the last time Justin Fletcher was attacked, it was Ron who came to the Black Lake ahead of time to take away the basilisk and hide it under the loose wizard robe. Then secretly followed Justin Fletcher, released the basilisk, and let him return to the Black Lake after the basilisk petrified the man. Or go to an agreed-upon corner and wait for Ron to come and collect it. Speaking of which, the IQ of the basilisk is not high. Probably like a 2 or 3-year-old child. Spent in deep sleep, so I'm still a sophomore. The communication with Leysen was full of intermittent words, so Leysen had to make his questions more targeted, basically making the basilisk answer yes or no such multiple-choice questions. What Leysen, who was communicating with the basilisk in the small world, didn't know was that just 2 minutes after he left, Ron appeared there with a gloomy face. For no other reason than that he felt that both himself and Tom Riddle had suddenly disconnected from the basilisk. When this happens, there are nothing more than 2 situations. One is the death of the basilisk, and the other is that it is controlled by unknown means and has snatched the control of the basilisk. Whether it's the former or the latter, Ron and Tom Riddle must come to confirm. so as to make the next step. But when Ron came here, he found that there was no damage at all, so he knew that the basilisk was more likely to be the latter. After all, he naturally knows who the little wizard attacked by the basilisk is, and it can even be said that he arranged it, especially after Leysen ruined his plan in the auditorium last time. With Ron's petty mind, of course, he has always held a grudge. But there has never been any good opportunity to make a move before, let alone Christmas. Ron would definitely not choose to make a move at that time. When Ron was reading in the library this evening, he saw that there were only Leysen and Hermione, so he knew that tonight was the best chance to make a move. Because Leysen and the others are usually 3 people. After reading a book in the library, Leysen and Penelope will send Hermione back to Gryffindor first, and then they will go back to Polwyn-Kelluo. But Penelope has class tonight, so the 3-person team became a 2-person team. Ron knew that Leysen would send Hermione back to Gryffindor first, and then go back by himself. This was a rare opportunity for him to attack, so he left early, brought the basilisk out of the Black Lake, and waited quietly on the only way to the Gryffindor common room. Seeing Leysen leave from the Gryffindor common room, Ron quickly followed and released the basilisk after waiting for a suitable place, commanding the basilisk to go there, while he himself was looking for a place to hide, waiting for a while before going to take the basilisk back. Anyway, Ron gave the basilisk an order to petrify or kill the basilisk, and then immediately shrink back in size and swim back, and he took it out of Hogwarts Castle by himself. In the end, I didn't wait for the return of the basilisk, but the basilisk lost contact with me. And why do you think that the basilisk is more likely to be controlled by Leysen rather than being killed by Leysen? The first point is that Leysen's knowledge of magical animals is well known throughout Hogwarts. Whether it's the usual chats or Professor Kettleburn's praise of Leysen and the protection of magizoology, and everyone has also seen that Leysen has a good relationship with Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, and they can often see each other chatting about fantastic beasts. There are also many young wizards who feel curious or want to expand their understanding of magical animals, and they will apply to listen in when the 2 of them are chatting and discussing. Leysen usually agreed generously if he had no secret topics to chat with Hagrid. Let alone Hagrid, of course he agreed, which would not only allow him to integrate into the Hogwarts students faster, but also make more friends. More importantly, what Hagrid sees is that more people are interested in magical zoology, and more people are willing to participate in the protection of magical animals. This is what really makes Hagrid happy. It is precisely because of Hagrid's pure heart for magical animals that he can be favored by many magical animals, just like Newt Scamander. So Ron knew about Leysen's accomplishments in magical zoology, but he didn't expect that Leysen could subdue the basilisk in this way and make the basilisk obedient. The most important thing is how he communicates with the basilisk. He is not a Parseltongue. A Parseltongue must be a pure-blood wizard, and a half-blood wizard is also possible, but a muggle wizard like Leysen, Diheo may the S**X, is so low that it is touching. Moreover, Ron knew how powerful the basilisk was. He had fought the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest, and the death eye of the basilisk did not harm him. In front of the basilisk, Ron is not much different from Hawklap. There is no way. What good evaluation can we get for an attack that does not break the defense? Leysen strongly admits to Ron, but absolutely does not admit or think that the other party can defeat the basilisk or even kill the basilisk. Some unknown method must have been used to confuse the basilisk. This selfish person obviously has the means to deal with the basilisk without injury, but he doesn't share it. You must expose him yourself. Idiot! ! Exclamation point. A roar suddenly came from the mind of Ron, who was engulfed in anger, and Ron couldn't help but wake up the red-eyed Ron, and even shivered subconsciously. Idiot! You want to expose that kid's behavior now, but have you ever thought about how you can explain that you know that the other party was attacked by the basilisk? Could it be that you ordered it? Or are you planning to say that you just stood aside? Tom Riddle's angry voice sounded in Ron's mind. He thought this guy was a bit interesting. Although he was weak, he still had a bit of scheming. As a result, after meeting this muggle-born Oriental kid named Leysen, he completely lost his mind. Tom Riddle wanted to replace Ron a little bit. How could there be such a stupid person? Even more stupid than the last person who got the notebook, which was his sister Ginny Weasley. Tom Riddle didn't know what Ron was thinking, and he didn't even need to delve into his thoughts. It was almost written on his face. It's nothing more than seeing Leysen's excellence and handsomeness, surrounded by beautiful seniors, classmates at the same level, and even a lively junior who favors him. Look at yourself again. Whether you're high or low, you have no money, no power, no wisdom. Even your appearance is average, and even because of the last slug curse, completely lost the right to choose a spouse. The previous attack and this attack all stem from the jealousy in Ron's heart, which was even magnified by Tom Riddle. 510. As a result, he completely lost his mind and was swallowed up by anger. If Tom Riddle couldn't find a better puppet like Ron, who was so obedient and easy to control, then he really planned to replace him. But the current situation is unlikely. If he is picked up by others, it is more likely that he will be handed over to Dumbledore. What greets him is the exorcism flame of Phoenix Fox. Ron didn't even think about it. The saying that he commanded the basilisk just mentioned must not be said, so he can only say that he saw it from the side. Ron thought so and planned to do so. But does this hold up? A classmate was attacked by a basilisk. It makes sense not to come forward to help, but it makes sense not to call the professor to save him. No one would know if you didn't tell, but you exploded yourself, saying that you saw it, and reported that Leysen had the means to defeat the basilisk. Everyone knows the grievances between Ron and Leysen, but this is not a reason for you to do nothing but add insult to injury. And there is another shortcoming. Ron kept saying that he was watching from the sidelines, sighed. If Leysen asked him what method he used to subdue the basilisk, how would Ron answer? He wasn't really there. Everything was just imagination and his own making up. Then it would be even more contradictory to say that you were not at the scene. So you wrote, directed, and acted all of this to frame Leysen? Aye. Ron was left speechless by Tom Riddle's rhetorical question for a while, and he didn't know how to refute. Just now, he just wanted Leysen to pay the price and ruin his reputation, but he didn't think about it so much. Maybe he thought about it, but at this moment he didn't think about anything. He just wanted to beat him to death. Under the influence of Tom Riddle's remnant soul, Ron himself didn't realize that his temperament had undergone a huge change. Originally, it was just jealousy towards Leysen, but now it turned into resentment. He was obviously just a muggle-born wizard, but turned out to be so powerful that he stole the limelight. Even Harry Potter, the savior, was slightly inferior to him. Isn't this what Ron wanted? The realm reached. Maybe this is a dark psychology that if you can't get it, you will be destroyed. Don't worry, this matter will not end like this. I was just a little curious about this kid at first, and thought he was a smart person. Now it seems that the secret of the other party is not small. I will continue to attack. What you have to do is to maintain the status quo. Don't startle the snake. He doesn't know that you're the one who made the basilisk attack, and I am standing behind you. Ron did not refute Tom Riddle's confident words. In his opinion, no matter how good Leysen is, he is definitely not the opponent of the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, especially he who has all the knowledge of Voldemort's student life. Yes, Ron knew who the owner of the diary was, but he still pretended not to know. And Tom Riddle also knows that Ron has guessed his identity, but the other party pretends to be stupid, and he also pretends to be stupid. Ron has his own little girl, but why doesn't Tom Riddle have his own plan? Even Ron's small thoughts could not be hidden in front of Tom Riddle, and he even took advantage of them and added them to his own plan. Who can have the last laugh? Then we can only wait and see. It's just that neither Ron nor Tom Riddle thought that there are time travelers in this world, let alone time travelers who are familiar with the plot and have insight into everything. Leysen was still observing the basilisk in the small world, and even conducted some experiments to test whether some of the previous conjectures were correct. The first point is that the Eye of Death of the Basilisk has an effect on Leysen, who is protected by the innate 5-element pagoda and the Bee Spirit Bead. The answer is no. Leysen tried it carefully first, and found that not to mention being cautious from the corner of the eye, the death pupils of the round basilisk were useless to him. It seems that Xian's behavior can be a little more careless in the future. With the innate 5 elements spirit pagoda guarding him, he will not be afraid of these curses and other injuries at all. In fact, if Xian's current aura is sufficient to guarantee the loss of the innate 5-element pagoda, let alone a half-disabled Voldemort old Dumbledore. Even the prosperous ones and the prosperous Grindelwald are not at all cowardly. But if you really use the Xiantian 5-element spirit pagoda to fight, Xian's small treasury of Xiantian spiritual liquid and acquired spiritual liquid, even this small world that has been developed with great difficulty, may have to shrink a lot, shrinking a lot. Of course, the spirit energy of the same level must be used to drive the innate spirit treasure. But Xian doesn't have much innate spirit fluid in his hand, and the replenishment is acquired, of course. It can also be used, even small worlds can be used. But when the time comes, the spiritual fluid will decrease. The area of the small world will shrink, and it will return to the starting point, falling into an endless loop. Therefore, there is no battle between life and death, and Xian will not use these two treasures. Just like the death power of the basilisk sigh of death, it doesn't work for Xian. It's just a simple depletion of acquired spirit fluid. It's just a spontaneous action to protect the Lord, plus the ability of the basilisk is not so incomprehensible, is also an acquired power of death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be ignored or weakened by so many powerful people. Now that it is clear that the death pupil of the basilisk does not work on him, Xian's experiment became more random. The next second experiment is the translucent magic wall that Xian used in the previous battle. Xian needs to confirm that the eyes of the creatures through the magic wall and the basilisk are in direct eye contact. Of course, Xian himself can't carry out this experiment. After all, he is immune to the eye of death of the basilisk. At this time, the model worker Hawklap in the small world has to appear on the stage, and it is appropriate to use Hawklap for the experiment. Xian used controlled experiments, such as 1 layer of magic wall, 2 layers of magic wall, 3 layers of magic wall, etc., to observe whether there is a gap. Facts have proved that Xian's guess is correct. Looking at the basilisk through the magic wall will not trigger the instant death effect, but will only trigger the petrification effect. And only 1 layer of magic wall is needed, and the more the number of magic walls, the better the effect. Of course, it is not infinitely superimposed, and it will be the highest when it reaches the 3rd floor. Any more will make 10 wishes with Wong Kong. How Xian came out of the experiment, of course, depends on the noble spirit of Hawklap, who is willing to dedicate himself to research. Through exposing these Hawklaps, it was discovered that Hawklap, who is only separated by a magic wall, could be said to have completely petrified his whole body, including skin, flesh and blood, internal organs, etc. And 2 layers apart, there is only skin and flesh and blood, but the internal organs remain normal, and 3 layers of magic walls are separated, leaving only a thin layer of petrified skin outside. The inside of the body has not been affected in any way. Xian even thinks that if Hawklap is replaced by a wizard, maybe there is no need to take the Mandela potion in the case of a 3-layer magic wall. Given a certain amount of time, the magic power in the body is constantly running. All can kill the power of petrification. At that time, he will be able to get rid of the petrified state. As for the length of time required, Xian does not have experimental data at hand. But one thing is certain, that is, the stronger the strength, the shorter the time required. After this was confirmed, Xian began the second experiment, which was the effect of distance on the death pupil of the basilisk. After the success of the previous experiment on the effect of the magic wall on the pupil of death, Xian's confidence also increased a lot. He felt that there should be no problem with this idea. After adjusting the distance and recording bit by bit, it took more than half an hour to finally record all the data. Looking at the basilisk at a distance of 50 meters from the basilisk, just like looking at each other indirectly through a magic wall, will not trigger the instant death effect, but petrification. And in the interval from 50 meters to 100 meters, if you look at the basilisk, the farther the distance is, the weaker the petrification effect will be. From 50 meters, the whole body is petrified, to 100 meters, only a slight layer of petrification on the surface of the body. 100 meters seems to be a checkpoint. Even if it is only 101 meters, if you look at the basilisk, you will just be a little dazed for a few seconds. In other words, the eye of death of the basilisk is not invincible, and distance and obstacles will become the key points to hinder it. In fact, speaking of these, Leysen prefers to think that magic power played a key role in it. The magic wall was created by Leysen through the magic power in his body. Of course, there is magic power in the air. Through the magic power, it interferes with the power of the basilisk's death pupil and achieves an indirect eye-to-eye effect. Leysen thinks it is his own. The key to the success of the two conjectures. Even Leysen can continue to think and develop along this road, and find more ways to restrain or even eliminate the basilisk's death pupil. But what good would he do? Don't say anything about the safety of himself and Hermione. Sorry, Leysen himself doesn't have to worry about it anymore. And Hermione and Penelo, now that the basilisk has been brought into the small world by him, they don't need to worry too much at all. In addition, Leysen will tell them the two results of the experiment just now, and run away if they can't win, and then let Hermione and Penelo fully master the proficiency of the floating spell. When encountering the basilisk, there will be a few flocks of flying birds with 3 magic walls in the middle, and then a floating spell to make him leave quickly. In fact, if one learns to apparate, it would not be so troublesome, but it is a pity that Leysen still does not know this magic spell, not to mention Hermione, and neither does Penelo. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many plans, and the advantage of using the levitation curse is that the basilisk cannot fly. As long as you fly up and don't look at it, it can't do anything to you. As for flowers, needless to say, there are other fake, big, empty words that benefit the wizarding world. Leysen never thinks that he is such a noble person, and basilisks are very rare in the wizarding world. What's more, now that the basilisk is in Leysen's hands, Leysen is looking for a way to deal with the basilisk. Isn't that just making himself uncomfortable and weakening himself? Leysen would never do such a thing that harms himself and benefits others. Maybe the basilisk will become Leysen's trump card in the future. After thoroughly researching the basilisk, to be precise, he verified his 2 assumptions. Leysen left the small world without the threat of the basilisk, or in other words, the basilisk will not pose any threat to him in the future. Leysen felt that the pressure on his body was reduced a lot in an instant. Can sleep well tonight. Won't the attack, just now, cast a shadow on Leysen's heart? Of course not. For Leysen, only those who are not under his control will be cared about in his mind, completely in his own hands, and if he can be rounded and flattened by himself, then it will not be a problem. In the attack in the evening, to be honest, the fighting intensity was not that great. If it wasn't for the defense against the basilisk's sigh of death, and to capture the basilisk, Leysen directly used full firepower to turn the basilisk into snake soup. At the same time, Leysen had more or less expected in his heart that Ron would order the basilisk to attack him. First of all, the conflict between myself and him is not a day or two, and I don't care, but it doesn't mean that Ron can be as generous as himself. Especially when he stomped his face hard on the ground in the auditorium, and at the same time, under the influence of Tom Riddle, Ron's inner negative emotions will definitely be infinitely magnified. Coupled with his pure muggle background, he completely meets the standard of a basilisk attack, so there's no need to find any other reasons and excuses. He was always on guard, otherwise he wouldn't be so nervous and looking for a way to deal with the snake melon. In the end, he really guessed it right, and I can only say that everything was as expected. After Leysen brought the basilisk into the small world, everything seemed to return to normal. Of course, this is only in Leysen's own opinion. Except for Ron, other people don't know that the hidden danger of the basilisk has been eliminated by him. During this time, Ron and Tom Riddle tried more than once to reconnect with the basilisk, and even ran to Leysen to observe to see if they could find any clues. For example, how Leysen used the basilisk for his own use. And where did he hide the basilisk? Did he keep it in his bedroom? How did Leysen solve the problem of feeding the basilisk? Should he bring the food back to the dormitory by himself? or let the basilisk free him? Or should Leysen come with him? The appetite of the basilisk is clear to Ron. In order to satisfy the basilisk's June 13th appetite, Ron and Tom Riddle spent a lot of effort. In the end, it can only reduce the size of the basilisk to enter a dormant state when it is free, so as to reduce consumption. Leysen is just a little muggle-born wizard, so he definitely doesn't have the talent for parseltongue, so he can't communicate with the basilisk. In Ron's view, it is only necessary to ensure that the basilisk eats, otherwise it will get backlash. Ron tried to find the basilisk again in this way. As long as he could get in touch with the basilisk, it should be said that Tom Riddle was confident in taking the basilisk back from Leysen and regaining control of the basilisk. As a parcel-mouth wizard, Tom Riddle has absolute self-confidence. It's a pity that talent is not equal to cheats. Ron and Tom Riddle would never have imagined that Leysen has a small world where basilisks can be raised, and the ability to forcibly recognize the master. In the small world, not to mention whether you can eat enough or not, you can eat enough every day. No matter how big the basilisk's appetite is, how big is the appetite of Autai? Now the area of the small world is even bigger, reaching 560 square kilometers, and after replenishment, the species in it are more and richer, not to mention one more basilisk. 10 more basilisks can be raised. So it's futile for Ron to try this way. And does he really think his stalking is perfect? It's not that Leysen said that although he has also learned the illusion curse, his half-baked level and his stature are not completely hidden. This is not the case during the daytime. After all, there are so many people in the school who are still using the half-cast illusion curse during the daytime. I am afraid that they are not mentally ill, and they will be reported directly in the next second. It's no surprise that Leysen didn't notice it. In the past, let alone meeting him often, he would turn his head to avoid Ron when he saw him. Now let alone 2 or 3 times a day, 4 or 5 times a day is not surprising. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner must be seen in the auditorium. The library can also be seen, and the corridors of class and get out of class can also be seen, and sometimes it can be seen in the Law 1 Keluo common room. It is simply 300 tales of silver here. It's no wonder that Leysen didn't doubt it. Even Hermione and Penelope noticed something was wrong. By the way, the common room of each college is not limited to the students of this college. If invited, students from other colleges can also enter. With the exception of Slytherin College, students from other colleges are basically not allowed to enter their common room, which is extremely xenophobic, and even if you enter, you will receive some bad treatment. This has also become something like an unspoken rule. That is, no matter how good the relationship is with Slytherin students, they will not invite students from other colleges to enter the Slytherin dungeons. And no matter how curious the students of other colleges are, they will not go to Slytherin. Common room, unless it is the request of the professor to call someone or inform, but it is usually to tell the Slytherin students outside to let them inform. Now Leysen doesn't have to stare at the Marauder's map to see Ron's whereabouts all day long, because this guy will come to Leysen's place every day to check in. There is no need for Leysen to worry too much. What's more, Leysen doesn't need to do this now. It was because of the basilisk before, and now that the basilisk is in his hands, why did he have nothing to do and watch Ron's whereabouts all day long? I'm afraid there is something in his heart. Leysen has now returned to his previous life, and will still enter the small world when he has nothing to do at night. Now there is one more thing in the small world that makes him worry about it. That is the phoenix egg that is not drunk. At a young age, Leysen is about to own a phoenix of his own. Who can do it? Now that phoenix egg is no longer absorbing the psychic liquid. It has already absorbed enough. The next step is to digest it properly and then break out of the egg, soaring into the sky as a real phoenix. Leysen is nothing in front of Leysen. Leysen is riding a fire dragon. Basilisks are hovering under his feet, and a phoenix is flying above his head. Entering the small world every other day, Leysen can feel the vitality of the phoenix egg is constantly increasing, and even the little phoenix in the phoenix egg has already produced consciousness. Every time Leysen returns to the small world and approaches it, it trembles, as if welcoming Leysen. Now the responsibility of taking care of the phoenix eggs is handed over to the hands of two little guys, Nobita and Xuan, which they strongly demand. An egg has nothing to take care of, so Leysen will let them go, as long as the phoenix egg is not damaged. It is said that they take care of them, but in the end, it is not that Ain is giving them two small pockets. But when the child grows up and wants to show off, Leysen will not deny the opportunity. Isn't it the same when he was a child? Leysen also knew at 3.8 that they desperately wanted to take care of the phoenix eggs because they wanted to hatch the little phoenix as soon as possible. In this way, they can have one more playmate, especially for Xuan, who originally thought that her status as the youngest would last for a long time, but she didn't expect to be an older sister so soon. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that the person who looks forward to the birth of little Phoenix the most even surpasses Leysen and Nobita, who is looking forward to the little partner. It can only be said that no matter whether it is a human or an animal, they don't want to be the smallest, even if the smallest is the most favored, but they don't care about this. When I was young, I always wished that I was big, wished that I was a big brother or sister, but when I got older, I wished that I would always be a child, and I would call myself a baby or a child. Day by day, this school year is coming to an end. Hermione and Penelope are starting the journey of introduction. This school year is coming to an end, which means that it is not long before the final exam, so they all started to review. Among them, Penelope's mood is the most contradictory because after the end of this school year, there will be another school year next year, and he will graduate, so he will not be able to continue to be by Leysen's side like now, carefree. But Penelope will not feel sorry for herself because of this. Just like Leysen told her, the future is still very long, so there is no need to care about such a short time. It's only 4 years, and it doesn't mean that Penelope won't see Leysen after graduation, whether it's Christmas vacation or summer vacation, or Leysen will be able to go to Hogsmeade Village next year. You can meet at these times, so there is no need to get too entangled. From time to time, Leysen also joins their army of reviewing. According to the original timeline, the final exam was canceled this school year, but that was the original timeline. Now, with Leysen, the time switcher, everything is uncertain, and the review will not take long. 28. Just think of it as reviewing the past and learning the new. Leysen is not in a hurry about the exam, but Leysen is a little anxious about another thing. That is why the phoenix egg he got is not yet fully hatched. If he hadn't sensed the exuberant vitality in the phoenix egg, Leysen would have thought something was wrong. The congenital deficiencies of the phoenix egg were also made up for by the congenital psychic liquid, and the aura environment in the small world was much better than the dark and cold secret room before, and the phoenix egg itself was born with spirituality or wisdom. And the phoenix has been held in the secret room for so long. It has been almost 1,000 years. No matter what, it should be born. Isn't the outside world yearning for it? What's the point of nesting in a dark, sticky egg? A phoenix should rise from the ashes and soar into the sky. Leysen, who was originally in high spirits, was a little anxious to wait and wished he could help break it open with his bare hands so that the little phoenix could be born, but it was a pity that this was not possible. In addition, Leysen continued to study Salazar, Slytherin's blood, wizard manuscript with the help of the basilisk. Now, it is better to study the theory first. When Leysen needs to get started, he will definitely come up with cheap and easy-to-use one's mice for the experiment. Even if something goes wrong, it's okay, just give the basilisk some snacks so that the specially bred white mice used in laboratory experiments will definitely make the basilisk like it very much. Maybe even give a comment about it being tender, juicy, sweet, and delicious. The other thing is the daily harvesting and sorting of the small world. Fruits in the small world can be harvested once in the first half of the year, and every time they are fruitful, even if Leysen doesn't do too much in the middle, such as pruning and adding fertilizer. But with the unique environment of the small world, every branch is bent under the weight of heavy and numerous fruits. As for the vegetables, they can basically be harvested in 2 or 3 months. Except for the small area in Leysen's villa area, Leysen generally does not harvest other vegetables in the small world. The main reason is that there are too many to eat, and they are not like fruits. They can be brewed, dried in a dried fruit, squeezed into juice, of course. Vegetable juice is also fine, but Leysen has too much in his hand. So it's better to just randomly plant them in a small world and use them as food for the animals. However, Leysen now harvests these fruits for seeds. The development speed of Leysen's small world is not slow, so the demand for seeds has always existed. It can be stored if it is not needed for the time being, and can be planted when the small world expands. Just like waiting for the birth of a little phoenix, the area of the small world will definitely expand a lot. Leysen still has another thing in his hand, that is the research on the soft-clawed land shrimp. Under his research with Hagrid, there is still not enough research on the bad luck of the soft-clawed land shrimp. He even asked Professor Kettleburn, and even Hailu wrote to Newt Scamander to inquire. It is a pity that neither Professor Kettleburn nor Newt Scamander has done such in-depth research on soft-clawed land prawns, so Leysen ultimately has to rely on himself. It doesn't matter, as I said before, Leysen doesn't have much else, but Jean Xiaolong has a lot of time. Just when Leysen thought that maybe this school year would end like this, at most there would be some disturbance when Ron handed in Tom Riddle's diary. Accidents always like to come at such times. It makes you feel extremely unbelievable, and it ruthlessly touched your original plan and tore it up. Another person was petrified and sent to Madame Pomfrey. When he heard the news, Leysen couldn't believe it. The last time the basilisk attacked him, he was taken into the small world by himself. If he hadn't gone to the basilisk when he entered the small world last night, I really wonder if my basilisk sneaked out of the small world and returned to Hogwarts to carry out such a terrorist attack. This time the petrified student was a third-grade boy from Hufflepuff, whom Leysen didn't know. In order to prove that the other party was petrified by the basilisk and not by the curse, Leysen even went to the school doctor's office to check. It turned out that this student was petrified exactly like Colin Creevey and Justin Finlieri, and was not petrified by a spell similar to the petrification spell. Leysen, who has been dealing with basilisks recently, knows best that there are still a bunch of petrified Hawklap statues lined up in his own small world. That's really hell. Leysen can't figure out why the petrification phenomenon appeared again. And who wrote it this time? Could it be that Tom Riddle and Ron did it? And the other party had more than one basilisk. After he took away the basilisk from Salazar Slytherin, the two of them hatched a new one during this period. Basilisk. Since the last time, because of the hiding place of the basilisk, Leysen struggled there for a long time and spent a lot of time and energy thinking that his guess was wrong. In the end, after I got the basilisk in my pocket, I realized that my guess was right. It was just that there were some things in the small direction that I didn't know. So this time Leysen guessed directly according to his intuition, and only this method can explain why another student was petrified. That is to say, Tom Riddle and Ron found male eggs to hatch new basilisks for Toad during this period. So it must not be that Ron's basilisk has the pupil of death on its upper body, right? As for why it must be a newly hatched one and not a previous one, of course Leysen learned about it through communicating with the basilisk. Leysen asked if there were any other basilisks of the same kind on Ron's side, but Leysen was not sure. Salazar Slytherin really only left one basilisk. Movies are just movies, and novels are just novels. It's like the novel and the movie didn't say that Salazar Slytherin built two secret rooms, one real and one fake, and they didn't tell others that Salazar Slytherin's blood wizard laboratory was hidden in the real secret room, and there was a phoenix egg inside. And before the year before last, the conflict between Salazar Slytherin and the other three founders was not because he wanted to kill Muggle-born wizards, but because the bloodline wizard failed the experiment and was the last one. Self-destruct. So Leysen didn't dare to bet. So of course Leysen asked this question after he brought the basilisk into the small world to strengthen his determination to recognize his master. He didn't want to think that he had wiped out the crisis, only to have another basilisk appear. Well now, the hypothetical has come true. Another basilisk has actually appeared. Luckily, this one was recently rehatched by Ron and Tom Riddle. It seems that Tom Riddle has a method in his hand that can increase the success rate of hatching basilisks. Sure enough, Tom Riddle is a big treasure, waiting for others to dig it out bit by bit. It's a pity that Leysen didn't manage to get Tom Riddle's diary. Otherwise, the wool that can be squeezed will increase a lot, right? I thought so in my heart. But Leysen also knew that even if he got Tom Riddle's diary, it is very likely that he would not gain more than what he has now. There is no other reason, because I am too good and uncontrollable. For Tom Riddle, who wants to control the little wizard through subtle influence, he can't see the slightest possibility in himself. The final result is very likely that it escapes, or Leysen collects it into the small world, and then it destroys itself. Don't doubt Tom Riddle's ruthlessness, whether it's for others or for oneself. How can Xuan divide his soul into so many shares, just for the illusory eternal life with many weaknesses? I have too many secrets, and it is not suitable to have such a wise black magic item by my side. What's more, Leysen can't guarantee that there is no connection between Voldemort's remnant souls. Voldemort has no means left behind to allow remnant souls to transmit information to each other. Perhaps the various Horcruxes are independent, but it is not certain that they are completely independent. Looking at the connection between Harry and Voldemort after Voldemort's resurrection in the future, we will know that both of them can perceive each other's situation. So the Horcrux is not as simple as imagined. Leysen has never refined it, and with Tom Riddle's caution, he must have left nothing. It is certain that some information can be sent out at a certain price. Leysen does not want to be known that he has a whole card like a small world, especially since this person was still his own enemy, a character like Voldemort. Fortunately, after I captured the Basilisk, I didn't publicize it. Even Hermione and Penelope Leysen didn't tell them that the Basilisk crisis was over. At the same time, I also told the two of them about the results of my experiment on the Basilisk, and they have always maintained vigilance against the Basilisk, which is very good. Otherwise, they would be as relaxed as the student of Hufflepuff who knew the danger of the Basilisk. Be wary of danger. Hermione and Penelope don't need to pay too much attention to Leysen, even if Hermione is also Muggle-born, her strength needless to say. By the way, this time Hufflepuff student was also Muggle-born. It seems that Tom Riddle's concept of pure blood glory was formed when he was still at Hogwarts. Brother Leysen, let me tell you, the people in our dormitory haven't gathered together recently, and Harry is being taught Quidditch tactics by Wu Della all day long, or he's going to practice on the Quidditch pitch. Ron hadn't seen anyone during this period of time. He was mysterious, and he couldn't see him at other times except for eating, and he couldn't understand what he was doing at all. In addition, Ron's appetite increased a lot in the early days, and he got hungry very easily. He even asked us to help him bring food back. He only ate meat and nothing else. I really wondered if he was sick and ate so much meat a day. And the two of them didn't think about the final exam at all. Seamus and I are fine, and we have started to review now, but the relationship between Ron and Harry is still so bad. By the way, Brother Leysen, charms on the one. When everyone was eating together at noon, it was a rare day that Hermione and Penelope were discussing their studies while eating, so Neville chattered with Lee about his recent life. Anyway, in Neville's eyes, Leysen, who was in the same class, was like his big brother, and he liked to report to him for a round of everything he did on weekdays. Leysen didn't bother. He just listened to the radio while eating. In his previous life, when he was eating, if he didn't play a video, read a novel, or play music in front of his mobile phone, he wasn't used to it. In fact, it doesn't necessarily mean watching that video or listening to that music. It's just that there is sound. It's the same as if you don't watch the TV at home, but keep it on every 10 minutes. But when Neville talked about Ron's sudden change in appetite recently, it caught Leysen's attention. Eating so much meat every day, and still not enough to let Neville and the others pack it up and take it back to the dormitory for supper. Why does this sound so suspicious? So Leysen's previous guess is really right. Eating so much, of course, it can't be that Ron's appetite has increased greatly. It can't be that he wants to grow Lee crazy, and it can't be that he has binge eating disease. There's only one possibility. That is, a new hatchling little basilisk. The food Ron wanted was still pure meat, and it must be food for the little basilisk. Creatures like basilisks must be born with a large amount of meat tonic in order to thrive and grow rapidly. Just look at the snake gourds in Leysen's small world. They have a big appetite, and they still eat meat rich in aura, while what Hogwarts eats are basically ordinary cattle, pigs, and sheep, So the quality is not enough, only the quantity. Come join us. And no matter how much Ron eats alone, there is still a limit, so he can only ask Neville and the others to help because his limit is not enough. Eating 2 or 3 caddies of meat can still increase your appetite, and eating 5 caddies will definitely be sent to Mrs. Petfry. It's not that Hogwarts lacks this little money. It's because it's afraid that Ron will be spoiled. With the help of Neville and the others, Ron broke it up into parts, which attracted much less attention. As for whether Neville and the others will help, and whether they will help to hide the matter, Ron is very well determined under the guidance of Tom Riddle. Brotherly loyalty, friendship, this is what teenagers care about most. Otherwise, there would not be so many tragedies in the previous life because of loyalty. It doesn't take long, you just need to help the basilisk go through the weakest infancy stage, open its eyes, reach the size of an ordinary snake, and after it has the power to protect itself, you can let the basilisk go out for food by itself. Ron, feel free to talk to Tom Riddle. It seems that Leysen's guess was right again. Ron indeed hatched a new basilisk. In this way, the basilisks in their own small world won't be lonely. Won't their companions come here now? Before I saw it, Leysen was thinking about it again. Leysen felt that even numbers are better than odd numbers. I just don't know if Ron and Tom Riddle will yell scream. To be honest, Leysen didn't see any wizard with 2 basilisks at the same time in the Hogwarts documents and the documents he found. Not even High Herbois, the discoverer of the basilisk. Leysen doesn't know why. Is it an unspoken rule, 247? Or is it that the 2 basilisks will fight together, and they will fight to the death? But Leysen believes that after bringing the basilisk into the small world, even if the basilisk wants to work hard, he can suppress it. This enmity doesn't have to be so far away. It has to cross tens of kilometers and fight to the death. One thing Leysen is very curious about is similar to the joke in the previous life. Using the venom of a poisonous snake to kill a poisonous snake. Will the poisonous snake be poisoned to death by the poisonous snake? To extend it, that is to look at the basilisk with the eye of death of the basilisk. So will the basilisk be petrified by the eye of death of the basilisk? If it is not petrified, the pupil of death must have played a role. But if it is petrified, will the whole body be petrified, or can the eyes of the basilisk be preserved? Well, Leysen's little head always has all kinds of weird ideas. What's the use of tangling them there? It's like when you were in the 4th and 5th grades of elementary school, where you were struggling to decide whether to go to Huaqing or Demiguise when you grow up. And the result? Right, there are some things that don't need to be entangled too much. Just let it take its course. And when Leysen gets another basilisk, don't you know what's going on? After the appearance of the 3rd victim, the original calm of Hogwarts was broken again, and it can even be said that this time the response was more serious than before. Professor Flitwick had just left when Claw's common room to read some decisions about Hogwarts. In view of the recent events, the following new regulations will come into force immediately. All students must return to the common room before 6 p.m. All students must be accompanied by professors in class, without exception. These are the original words of Professor Flitwick. For this reason, even the class time of Hogwarts has been adjusted. The last class in the afternoon was originally an hour and a half, but it became an hour. 1 hour for everyone to eat. The original evening classes were also canceled. Those that could be transferred to the afternoon, and those who couldn't could only be canceled. Among them, the astronomy class was sad, as it was only available in the evening. So for the next period of time, unless the culprit of the attack is caught, our Professor Aurora may have to rest all the time. I don't know what she thinks. Anyway, if it's Leysen, such an above-board paid vacation, it will naturally be happy and happy. There are also some other small adjustments, our careful Professor Flitwick explained, such as the temporary cancellation of Quidditch training and competitions, etc., and asked everyone to raise their own doubts, and left after getting everyone's thorough understanding that there's no problem. Presumably at this time, the deans, sigh, of the other 3 colleges also conveyed instructions to the students of their respective colleges. Speaking of which, we haven't seen our Professor Lockhart for a while, and I'm really not used to it. Recently, apart from attending class, I just nestled in my office and replied to my loyal fans, so I didn't make any fuss. That's right. There is nothing wrong with letting the professor lead the students in class. The question is Lockhart a professor? Isn't he a liar? Lockhart, why doesn't it count? When the time comes when we really encounter a basilisk, we still don't know who will protect whom. Everyone was discussing in the common room, but Leysen sat on the sofa beside Pinello and didn't participate. In fact, everything else is fine, even if it means returning to the common room at 6 o'clock in the evening. The little wizards can bear it. The most unbearable point is that freedom is restricted. You have to follow the professors in and out of class, and you can't run around at will. Even if they know that this is to protect themselves, but the little wizards who are active and lively by nature don't want everything they do to be under the noses of the professors. They're just complaining now. It's impossible to really violate the school's prohibition. It's really a try and die. What can I do unless I drop out of school or take a long vacation? Of course it is impossible to drop out of school, and of course it is impossible to take a long vacation. Hogwarts is as fun as going home. Everyone here is talented, and they speak nicely. Not only are they disgusted by their parents when they go home, but they don't even have anyone to play with. It's boring. Especially in Gryffindor College, Professor McGonagall said at the end that unless the culprit is caught, Hogwarts will be closed, which stimulated Harry very much. Compared to the cold attic on Privet Drive, Hogwarts is the real home for Harry, where he has friends he can talk to, teachers who take care of him, and a Quidditch stage to show himself. Coupled with the responsibility of the savior that was slowly cultivated after the Quirrell incident last year, this made Harry even more eager to find the culprit. Harry firmly believed that the culprit must have something to do with the strange sound he heard. Speaking of which, recently, Harry could hear a sound ringing in his ears every night when he was in a daze. But the sound was very vague and weak, making Harry think it was just a dream and auditory hallucination. But now it seems that it is not. The previous 2 petrification incidents were also accompanied by this sound. After a while, the voice reappeared, and the petrification incident reappeared again. Harry decided to find out the connection. As for the curfew issue, it doesn't matter. Don't forget that Harry has an invisibility cloak. And one thing that most young wizards in Hogwarts still don't know is that after the heads of the 4 major colleges announced the new regulations, Hagrid, who lived on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, also welcomed Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge. The reason for coming to Hagrid is naturally very simple. That is, this time Hufflepuff students were petrified, which caused a big mess. Hagrid and Hogwarts didn't know about it, but Fudge, who was the Minister of Magic, knew it, and many people put pressure on him. Don't think that the Minister of Magic is the most powerful. Most of the time, it depends on the color of the person. Just like the leaders of the beautiful country, they're all just money transactions under the banner of blood boiling. It doesn't matter how authoritative you say he is often hindered, just like Fudge now. Facing the situation that he was going to return to Azkaban, Hagrid did not make as much noise or resistance as Dumbledore and Fudge imagined. On the contrary, they are very cooperative. What they say is what they say, and it seems that they have been expected, which makes some of the countermeasures Fudge prepared in advance completely useless. The first point is naturally Dumbledore. Let Dumbledore bring himself. One is to let Dumbledore also know about this matter. After all, the other party is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and he is also one of the supporters behind him. Hagrid is actually a member of Dumbledore, so he wants to ask Dumbledore to help him persuade him. Dumbledore is naturally aware of what is going on outside, and he won't hold on to it. The second point is that there are now 5 Aurors and 5 elite Aurors outside the Hagrid hut. As long as there is any abnormal sound inside, they will break out immediately. In the end, all these preparations were in vain. Fudge was ready to do something forcibly, and this is the result. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to Azkaban? Hagrid, who walked to the door, saw Fudge, who was still standing there in a daze, and couldn't help shouting, "Why is this guy in a daze? Didn't he just follow what Leysen said? Why is he so surprised? Oh, let's go." Fudge was recalled by Hagrid's voice, and quickly opened his mouth to speak, and at the same time followed. He, who was already short in stature, looked even more compact standing beside Hagrid. Humph! Pushing open the door, Hagrid couldn't help snorting when he saw the Aurors outside. No wonder Fudge's expression just now. It turned out that the outside had already made sufficient preparations. The Aurors didn't have any mood swings about Hagrid's appearance. People who could be selected by Fudge to come to Hogwarts were naturally not fools without emotional intelligence, and Dumbledore stood behind them. Besides, sending Hagrid to a Casbin this time, to be honest, is a bit unreasonable. After all, there is no real evidence to prove that Hagrid's loyalty is just a blame man to calm the outside world. It's perfectly normal for people to be a little emotional, and it's the same if it's me. Even 6 or 7 out of 10 Aurors have been in contact with Hagrid and know his temperament. The incident 50 years ago was nothing more than a false accusation. If it weren't for Hagrid being a Titan hybrid whose lifespan has been extended a lot, coupled with his strong physique, he might have really ended his life in Azkaban. Now they're escorting the other party back to Azkaban. Azkaban is easy to get in, but hard to get out. After all, those Dementors are not good people. How many wizard souls have been absorbed in their mouths? But just as Hagrid was about to leave with the Aurors and Fudge, another uninvited guest came outside the door of Hagrid's hut. I have to say that Hagrid is really lively tonight. Even Lucius Malfoy, the representative of our school board, condescended to come to Hagrid's hut. I've come to see you, Dumbledore, and I agree with the other directors that it's time for you to step down. Hagrid and the others who hadn't left over there stopped their pace and turned their heads in surprise when they heard Lucius Malfoy's undisguised voice. This is a suspension order signed by all directors. We believe that you have lost control of the overall situation. If the attack continues, there will be no Muggle-born students left. That would be a loss to the school. You can't drive away Professor Dumbledore. Without him, who will protect those Muggle-born children? Hagrid, who has always been very cooperative and calm, was not calm this time. His super loud voice broke the tranquility of the night sky, and other guests heard it too. Ask for flowers. 0. Calm down, Hagrid. Dumbledore first patted the arm of Hagrid, who was standing next to him, to show that he should be calm, and spoke while referring to the mission order curled up in a scroll. If the directors need me to step down, then I will have to step aside, but remember, at Hogwarts, if someone asks for help, it will be helped. When Dumbledore said this, he didn't look at what Lucius Malfoy said, but gave a meaningful look in an empty direction. It's so touching. Let's go. Lucius Malfoy looked in the direction Dumbledore was looking at just now, but after finding nothing, he replied mockingly. 0. In the end, the originally noisy Hagrid's hut completely returned to calm. 2 minutes after Dumbledore and the others had all left, what Dumbledore had just watched suddenly rippled like water waves, and finally 2 people appeared. It wasn't Harry, Neville, or anyone else. After the new regulations were announced at night, Harry went back to the dormitory. In fact, it was only 7 o'clock at that time, and he was usually still in the auditorium at this time. Harry had some questions and ideas in his mind and wanted to consult Hagrid, so he sneaked out of the common room with Neville wearing the invisibility cloak. Before he could knock on the door and get closer, he saw 10 people standing outside from a distance. Dumbledore entered Hagrid's hut with another person he didn't know. Fortunately, Neville recognized the Aurors and Fudge, Minister of Magic, and explained it to Harry. But after saying this, the 2 of them guessed the purpose of Auror and Fudge, that is to take Hagrid away, and they still suspect that Hagrid did it. Of course, Harry and Neville believe in Hagrid, and even Dumbledore believed in Hagrid, but the Ministry of Magic and other wizards did not believe in Hagrid. Because of the presence of Aurors outside the door, Harry and Neville didn't dare to get too close, so they didn't know what Hagrid and Dumbledore were talking about, so they went in after a while and came out. It seemed that Hagrid was going to leave with the Aurors in the end, and when Harry and the others thought this was the end of the matter, Delica Malfoy's father came again.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.